One more, you could attack with this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? It is! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know it's over.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Welcome in, trainers, to day 2 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. It's an absolute honor to have you all join us here in Stuttgart or watching at home. My name is Adelian and I'm joined by 3 fabulous casters. For those of you that were here before yesterday, you will recognize these faces. For those of you that are new, I'm joined with Eric, Farid and Leo. Welcome back, gentlemen. Thank you for being here once again. I'm very excited for all of these fabulous battles that are about to come as we are going to crown a new Stuttgart regional champion. I'm so excited, my words can't even come out properly sometimes. I am going to first come to you, Leo, with a key question. What was perhaps the one thing that you think trainers who missed out yesterday should bear in mind going into these battles for day 2?
The key thing coming into day 2, it is going to be don't let your opponent catch your charged attacks. We've seen that plenty of times yesterday. So many battles were decided by great catches. Especially, there is like a mechanic that you can do to prevent catches, which is waiting a turn to see your opponent getting locked into an animation. The people who wanted to catch waited too, so you have to be like extra heads up, 500,000 IQ to prevent all of those catches. So I think that is going to be key for today.
I think it's really exciting when you've got so many high quality trainers, really cool Pokemon as well, and everyone's like a little bit nervous and
yes,
a little
Azumarill.
bit excited. Yeah, Azumarill's obviously very, very strong. But in day 2, we've got Typhlosion coming. We've got so many Shadow for Alligator as well. So I think we're going to have some really exciting battles today.
Indeed, indeed. And so for those of you that are not here in Stuttgart but do want to know what is the next regional I can come to so I can enjoy some of these amazing battles, the schedule of the subsequent European regionals will be coming up on screen very soon. So after Stuttgart, we will have, of course, Birmingham is the next regional in January, and then subsequent to that will be the European International Championships in London, so that's going to be super exciting.
And right after that, we're going to Sweden, to Stockholm, one day before my birthday, actually. And then after that, we're going to Seville, Utrecht, and Bologna.
And they are leading up to the last international championships of the 2025 season in New Orleans. And that will be a massive event with trainers from across the globe going, and it's all leading up to one big event.
And yeah, you already know that's where Victory Road ends. It's in Anaheim for the World Championships later this August. All of our trainers are preparing for this huge moment. And of course, we're going to be sending one trainer from this regional championship automatically to those World Championships later in August if they can win this entire tournament.
Absolutely, and it's so exciting for that trainer to get that honor. And of course, for those that don't quite make it to win, they will still get a large number of championship points, and there are some fantastic trainers that are racking their way up on that tally.
So many championship points on offer at this event, 354 first place, and it staggers down. The top 50 players in Europe come the end of the season will qualify for those World Championships in Anaheim, California.
And of course, those regional championships, you get to play up to 5 and you get a best finish limit of all those regional championships, which will contribute to your overall score, allowing you to rack up on that leaderboard.
Yes, so we have a summary of all the recap, the excitement that happened in day one. There's going to be some very entertaining Pokemon that were used. And so I'm curious, which Pokemon really stood out for you in day one? Let's come to you first.
So Typhlosion, Shadow Typhlosion especially, I think, can give a lot of bench pressure. And that bench pressure can also allow Pokemon like Annihilate and Galarian Moltres to really run free. Really hard-hitting, cool Pokemon that I want to see do well.
I mean, everyone is going for spice right now, what stands out to you. But for me, it is the most basic answer ever. I mentioned it earlier. It's Azumarill, because this Pokemon, it's almost Lickitung status. You can just throw it into every single matchup. And even if you can't win switch, it is going to put everything in at least a little bit of an uncomfortable range. The worst matchup perhaps might be not even Superior, it's rather Ariados. But Ariados is on the decline as well. And even in that matchup, you're putting it into the yellow, and then another Pokemon, perhaps a Shadow Typhlosion. I don't think we have seen Shadow Typhlosion with Azumarill on the team, but can farm it down easily then. So I think that Azumarill, even though it is one of the most represented Pokemon, it's just really standing out to me how good it is.
When it's a fairy type, and of course it has those bubbles, the ice beams to take down the premier poison type in the meta right now, that's Clodsire. It's just so impressive. Even when Clodsire runs Sludge Bomb and Poison Sting, it seems like Azumarill just puts up such a fight.
Yes, indeed it does. There were some particular trainers that we thought would do particularly well in this tournament. So we had some ideas, some fantasy picks of who we like to see in terms of trainers that are going to do well. So it looks like all 4 of us at least have one candidate.
And for the first time, that doesn't happen very often. Eric, you're actually doing superbly well. You've got both Martine and Alessio still here in day 2. The way that this generally worked is that we started each picking one player and we snaked around the format so that all 3 of us would have 3 players that we felt could do as well as possible. Let's see who will win come the end of the tournament.
So, Eric, tell me more about your particular pick. Do you still have hopes for a Mind Joke to do well?
A Mind Joke is one of those players who I've actually put on my caster fantasy prediction for like the last 3 tournaments. The other times, unfortunately, he didn't show up, but finally, it's nice to see him breaking through. Last year, of course, at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, he made it very far with that Shadow Steelix pick, which eventually got it nerfed, but now he's on the up and up again with a pretty standard team.
So my picks, I'm going to be honest with you. Tonon was a very easy pick. He is on a run this season. Then, of course, I went for some more roguish picks. Slowking 002 is a phenomenal Belgian trainer who hasn't performed in this tournament too much, but he's going to have his breakthrough. And also, of course, Le Suédois. I've played him a few weeks ago. It was an honor to play this trainer who has had quite the run. He came very far into the tournament, just barely didn't make day 2.
Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. I'm sure that support is going to carry a lot of them, including the surviving trainers, into day 2. Bear in mind, folks, that it's not just Pokemon Go that is live here in Stuttgart. We do have the video games and the trading card games streams running here in Stuttgart as well. So if you do want to tune in to more than one stream, check out www.pokemon.com/broadcast and you can check out all the streams there, as well as maybe even doing a multi-stream. You can see more than one stream on one screen after all.
And that's a great place to find out everything that's going on so that you can get more involved with these regional events. But we want to know your perspectives too. Make sure you are posting on our socials. Follow the channels /Pokemon on YouTube and Pokemon Go on Twitch. Post on X as well. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon because we want to see what you're getting up to, what you're enjoying, and who you are rooting for.
Just earlier this morning, I think a bunch of us did a raid here, a shadow raid here for Pokemon Go. So some of the trainers in this very venue were enjoying taking part in this raid event that was happening. And I think one of us got a shiny, so if you're very, very lucky, you might see that at some point on social media as well, and perhaps on stage. But of course, let's have a look at what happened at day 1, because I think many of the trainers are now preparing for their battles, and they're ready to bring it all and show you all what they have got.
And there we are ready for day 2 action. 12 phenomenal trainers have qualified for the day 2 of the Stuttgart Pokemon Go Regional Championship. 4 of them are already locked into top 8 on the winner's side of the bracket. The others are still playing for the losers finals.
Yes, and so as a result, these trainers that are on the losers side, many of them will have to battle once more in order to get into that illustrious top 8. And once that's done, then we will have that final bracket where we know who one of these 8 trainers is going to go and become world champion. Going to be so not quite. Well, maybe they might. Maybe they might.
Few steps ahead.
Oh, let's raise
steps ahead.
Let's raise that a little bit. Stuttgart champion and get a ticket to the World Championships where they could become world champion. I know what my foresight is just that good that I think future sight. Whoever wins will definitely go on to be world champion. I'm saying it now.
All right, okay, so note that down, trainers, because this is going to happen. Adelian told you so. No, but I love that we're going to show the losers finals of the group on day 2 as well, because you know what that means? They are not locked into the top cut yet, but they have qualified for day 2. We have 12 trainers going into day 2 instead of just 8, which is first, more battles, and second of all, more cool Pokemon that are qualifying for day 2. More names of trainers that have shown how far they have come, that they can say, hey, I made day 2. And when I participate in Birmingham, there is a slightly higher chance that I can make day 2. So I love that.
Yes, Slightly. I have full confidence in you to not only day 2, but to just get further and further in Birmingham. Can't wait for that. But let's see what some of the Pokemon that were used in this tournament, just so maybe, Leo, you can get a bit of inspiration. See, oh, these Pokemon seem good. Let's maybe I'll use that. And maybe for those of you watching at home who are thinking to come to your next regional, you can be inspired by some of the Pokemon used here and go, I'll start trying to catch those Pokemon. I'll start trading with my friends, and I'll get these things done.
That's also what the regionals are good for, right? You can trade for Pokemon with players that you don't have high friendship interaction with. We can see day 1 Clodsire on top of its game, followed by Azumarill and Shadow Feraligatr. So basically the top 3 Pokemon that were to be expected at the beginning of the season, and they have been proving themselves.
Yes, and what really stands out for me is, and we talked about this earlier, is that 1/3 of trainers on day 1 managed to get a Galarian Moltres, a Pokemon that you can only get from Daily Incense or in the Wild Area event that we had only last weekend, where I know quite a few trainers used Roar of Time to expand and get more.
Yep, and then the other trainers that don't have one, they are running Mandibuzz, because I think that the Snarl version of Mandibuzz is a bit similar to Moltres. I think Moltres has more to its name, but also Air Slash. It has an entirely different purpose. It is very good against those Annihilate and Primeape that you can see there as well, getting Rage Fist recently.
And I think Mandibuzz and Galarian Moltres have a nice niche against Gastrodon, because that Gastrodon and the Shadow Kanto Marok have been so dominant with that 2-shield Mud Slap strategy. That's what's problematic, and these flying types really help there.
Kanto Marowak nowhere to be seen on this graph is also crazy to me, because it is such a strong Pokemon. And you can see the 45% on Dunsparce. It is incredible against Dunsparce. It is so good versus Shadow Feraligatr, because if you're using your shields, you can just farm it down, come out with a ton of energy. Against Clodsire, it is not even a question whether you're winning or not. It's like crazy. Oh, day 2. 75% on Clodsire, 75% on Azumarill, 58% on the Shadow Feraligatr, 50% Superior and Galarian Moltres.
So what's interesting for those of you watching at home and perhaps here on stage, you can kind of see, okay, there are a lot of trainers that are using certain Pokemon, but when those Pokemon numbers drop for day 2, it means certain Pokemon have been more prevalent with the more higher skill trainers. Again, examples, Galarian Moltres, that Shadow Kanto Marowak, despite not being so frequent there, but look, a Shadow type Losian.
Yes, and Skarmory as well. We see those 17% on the low, and that is a crazy diverse meta, because 17% means that 2 trainers played these Pokemon. I know for a fact that most of these Shadow type Losian and Annihilate were on the same teams. Actually, actually
Yeah.
all of them. It
Yeah.
was the Farid team, the Tomahawk UK team there. Gastrodon is also such an interesting Pokemon in the meta. We have seen Stone Collection use it a lot as a lead, basically.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we saw many attempts where Gastrodon would come in and immediate swap out into his own Dugong, which I think was a very novel style, but I liked it. It worked. He is in day 2. You got to give him credit for that.
The thing is, he's also playing 4 times water Pokemon on his team.
Yeah.
You know, and he hasn't encountered a Superior on day 1, but there is 50% Superior. Oh, and we're going to see the first losers finals. Fabio versus Colin 6, and this matchup looks a little interesting. First of all, main strategy of that Colin team, of that Farid team actually, is Annihilate. Annihilate is trying to punch through, and let's see how good it can do that. Mandibuzz, if it is not an Air Slash Mandibuzz, very good matchup, decent matchup. Feraligatr, very good matchup. Sandslash, we don't even need to talk about this. Dunsparce, very good matchup. And the other ones, if it's a Sludge Bomb, actually Stone Edge is also bad. Clodsire, it can handle. Superior, yeah.
That is a factually correct statement there. That noise is
Iffy.
iffy. I was so entertained by that. For me, Colin 6, I'm obviously a bit biased because he is still one of the only caster picks that I have left. As I thought, as a trainer to win. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see him in the losers bracket because I just didn't think this player could lose, quite frankly.
Yeah, his first round was an 0-2 loss against a player who's had his first Show 6 game.
That to me is wild. It goes to show that you can come into these tournaments, do well and beat a 2-time regional champion. Let's not take anything away from Fabio though.
It's a Snarl Mandibuzz, so that makes the matchup a lot harder for Fabio, and the Annihilate looks incredibly safe. Look at this. It is a Clodsire that needs to land an Earthquake. An Earthquake is almost as much energy as 2 Rage Fist. Superior has a decent time with Aerial Ace or with the Frenzy Plant, but still, you're taking damage from those counters. So if you don't get the alignment immediately, a boosted Rage Fist Annihilate is going to wreak havoc, and we're going to see a Shadow Typhlosion lead for the first time. There's also Annihilate in the back. What are the shields going to be used for? Fabio goes into the Clodsire immediately, and it's answered by the Diggersby!
Oh, Colin is absolutely loving this. He's going to have no issues taking an Earthquake from Fabio here. Diggersby, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the meta currently, able to take probably not even 40% left. It's got so much health, going for an immediate Scorching Sands, which I like here.
Yeah, of course, Scorching Sands might debuff the attack, but look at this. The Earthquake damage is pitiful. Look at the damage. It's already putting the Clodsire into the next range for this. And I think that you want to take another Earthquake on the side of Colin. You don't want to give your opponent too much farm on that one. After that, the Mandibuzz could come in. If you don't care about alignment, you can switch out because that is a lot of farm with a little bit of damage that you could do to it. So it's going to be interesting.
And I think that Diggersby could potentially have farmed farmed closer and just gone for the Fire Punch to KO, but Colin 6 choosing not to take any risks and going for the Scorching Sands here.
Oh.
In comes the Typhlosion, an immediate swap back into the Mandibuzz here, and Thunder Punch is now going to be a threat to this Mandibuzz.
Yes, Blast Burn as well. I love this from Colin, and let's see if he decides to not shield this because he wants to put the shields on Annihilate because it looks so strong in that matchup, and now the Feraligatr can't even be swapped in because those Thunder Punches deal so much damage.
And that was so brave of Colin to actually no shield as Shadow Typhlosion, not the bulkiest of Pokemon. Thunder Punch is now raining in left, right, center, so much damage, and he could throw another one potentially, not before Mandibuzz gets an Aerial Ace off. Now the shield comes into play.
He has so much energy on the Typhlosion that he says, okay, you know what, it is worth it. I'm going to pull shields with this regardless. Let's see which Pokemon is in the back there. He gets to another Thunder Punch, 2.5 Thunder Punches here. This goes unshielded. He's going to be able to throw another one into the Feraligatr after that.
There's no need for Fabio to shield this. There's no point in doing so. Perfect timing by Colin there, and he can launch another Thunder Punch, and this has to be shielded. Super effective damage would come in on Feraligatr otherwise.
So what are we going to see now? Are we going to see an immediate pivot into the Annihilate? Yes, trying to counter down that Feraligatr. Both our trainers are on one shield. The funniest thing for Colin is, though, he still has that Diggersby in the back, and Diggersby takes no damage from Shadow Claws whatsoever, so that's another win con.
That's very true. Fabio, though, does have an advantage that he has managed to get one Shadow Claw ahead compared to this Annihilate. Can he use that to get some kind of advantage? Is that enough to change the dynamics of this battle?
No shields on the side of Fabio left. The Shadow Feraligatr is already at half HP, is going to reach the Hydro Cannon right here. Overfarms a little bit, takes more counter damage. This is going to put the Feraligatr even lower. The Hydro Cannon for sure knocks out.
I think, well, might have been a potential slip-up by Fabio there, but let's find out if that is the case. Two Pokemon very low on health, and
Fire Punch
is able to knock out the Feraligatr. It might be a resisted move, but Feraligatr, Water type, is an irrelevancy. A KO on the Feraligatr, and that is going to make things a very decisive win for Colin 6.
Diggersby Toxapex has been used as a counter core in the past for Clodsire Feraligatr, and you see why. Diggersby knocked out the Feraligatr in the end. Shadowclaw had no fast attack pressure whatsoever, and of course the Clodsire, it was cake for Diggersby.
Very, very appropriate there. So I think that was a masterclass by Colin 6. I think he played things absolutely right. The Typhlosion usage was like without equal. He got the maximum out of it. So impressive.
They throw Thunder Punches after Thunder Punches, of course. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a Blast Burn because those deal so much damage against everything. But, I mean, the type advantage was just there, right? It was just Thunder Punch versus Mandibus, Thunder Punch versus the Shadow Feraligatr. Both are enough to put it in either farm down or to hit range, basically. So Colin, play to his win conditions there.
Yeah, what for me, looking at Typhlosion with that Blast Burn, there's not really much that you need to hit for that Blast Burn, because you're gonna go with Thunder Punch for the Feraligatr and the Mandibuzz. For the Clodsire, you don't want to be in that matchup ideally, not too much. You'll farm up a little bit and then dip out, which is what Colin did. So, you know, while I'd love to see a Blast Burn, I don't think we're gonna see it.
Honestly, if you're in that matchup versus the Clodsire, it's not too bad for the Shadow Typhlosion. If you land a Thunder Punch bait, you outpace, and a Blast Burn deals so much damage together with those Shadow-boosted Incinerates. Shadow Typhlosion is an absolute menace, and it feels so difficult to play against it, especially in the position of a Clodsire, because you know, if you're using a shield wrong, you're shielding 5 damage up, basically. Thunder Punch does nothing, but if you are taking a Blast Burn because you're trying to call a bait...
It takes like 60% off Clodsire. It's just so much damage, and Clodsire is so bulky as well. We're going to see it come once more, and it's going to be responded to by the Annihilate. Colin 6, again, happy with this. The Poison Stings are not going to be that threatening.
I want to say that the Annihilate has better use potentially in that matchup, though, because yes, Earthquake deals a lot of damage. Poison Stings do not really add up. You're absolutely right about that, but you have so many better targets. You want it on that Shadow Feraligatr, because then the Shadow Feraligatr can't utilize its tools.
Yeah, it can't. The Crocodile's snap shut with its jaws there, thanks to if Annihilate's in the play. But this is an Earthquake. Colin recognizing, respecting that his Annihilate is a valuable Pokemon, decides to shield this, and I think that is going to allow that damage to ramp up on this Clodsire as another Rage Fist gets launched.
I also really like Colin not bringing the Shadow Typhlosion there, showing it in game 1, saying it is not just bench pressure. Oh, we see a pivot out into the Mandibuzz, and the Azumarill is answering that. Fabio hasn't seen Azumarill in game 1, but now it's there. Was hoping for the Diggersby backline as well, but Azumarill is a hard punish for Mandibuzz.
Fabio is not happy to see this. This was a risky play to bring Mandibuzz in, especially... just look, the damage is negligible.
Not even Air Slash.
That's what makes it worse, because bear in mind, for those watching at home, Snarl is resisted. The Foul Play and the Dark Pulses would be resisted, and so it just has to be the Aerial Ace. Azumarill, that just bounces off the bulk of Azumarill here.
Oh, we're even investing a shield here on the side of Fabio, valuing that Mandibuzz. What is his plan with this? Does he want to preserve the Mandibuzz, trying to stall out the timer here and trying to go for a potential catch? Can he get an Ice Beam catch? Oh, he tries to go for a Play Rough catch on the Clodsire, but Clodsire actually goes for a combo play here, goes for a Sludge Bomb that is going to land on the Azumarill.
That was a really good play there, because even if he didn't get the catch, he was still able to get the snipe and get that Sludge Bomb off. It is a charge attack priority event as well, so Azumarill's energy is wasted here almost, so I think very well played there by Colin, but he underfarms and now brings in that Galarian Moltres. This is dangerous. There is only one shield on Fabio's side.
That was a huge play by Fabio to get that charge attack priority Sludge Bomb, to get some meaningful damage on that Azumarill. Put it in Aerial Ace for the Mandibuzz later if the alignment happens to go again. Goes to shield an Ancient Power here against the Galarian Moltres. Are we going to see a possible boost condition? No. Now Colin will have to make a call there. There is so much energy on that Shadow Feraligatr. Are you going to shield the Hydro Cannon up?
This is going to be very, very brave for Colin. He is no used to making brave calls.
He does!
He does make the shield, though, and that means this Ice Beam might be able to get the... No, here's a charge attack priority event, which Fabio is able to win. Oh, my goodness. This Galarian Moltres probably won't survive there, surely.
And Colin, overfarmed by 1, goes up to 1 over Ancient Power, trying to throw on the charge attack priority, gets rid of all of the energy, goes up to farm here, an Aerial Ace combo play. There is no shield left remaining. I think he has 2 Aerial Ace. Can he take out the Annihilate? And he has the switch timer up.
And can Colin swap out quickly in time? Can he make that catch? Oh, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's not able to do that. And Fabio launches the second Aerial Ace from nowhere. Fabio's gone, bam, bam. Thank you. I am going to take this. And it's just that Azumarill back in there. It has the energy, but Mandibuzz is so bulky. I reckon it can withstand 1 Ice Beam.
Can the Azumarill withstand the Aerial Ace, though? This is very, very low, even if it can. There is a Shadow for Relegator in the back with Shadow Claws and knocks out the Azumarill. Fabio goes for the Giga Brain play, shielding up the Mandibuzz against Azumarill while he has so many other fragile Pokemon in the back, stalling out the timer. A CMP catch. This is an Adequance level play.
I bet he's in the crowd loving that comment. So this really impresses me because to be honest, when Fabio brought Mandibuzz in and Colin responded with his Azumarill, I thought that was a really tricky spot for Fabio to wiggle out from. He played that so well, and I must give credit as well, because Fabio, to come from a losing lead position to go to a losing mid-game position and still somehow win against a player of Colin's caliber, incredible, incredible.
Had 1 win condition, which is incredibly hard to pull off, and that is the charge attack priority catch. You swap out your Pokemon, and then you try to throw for a combo play with a new Pokemon that you just brought in. At the same time, when Colin launches the charge attack. So you're going to catch a charge attack, but you have to do it 0.5 seconds before you catch it, so you can actually go to that charge attack priority event. You take the energy, you deal meaningful damage, because Mandibuzz does nothing against Azumarill. But if you put it deep in the red with a Sludge Bomb, you can just knock it out.
Yeah, and I think this is where, for those of you who are wanting to understand the tactics, it takes half a second to make a switch when you are mid-battle. When it's behind the charge attack, then the switch is instantaneous, but normally it's half a second. So you have to calculate that in and then make the swap, so that as soon as the swap comes in, you can then launch your charge attack. If your opponent, in this case Colin, is not able to react to that in half a second, which is really hard to do, it's such a surprise, you can get that tactic where you swap in and get that charge attack priority event. Impressive.
The thing is, I hope we can see a replay of that later, because I think that Fabio still had to throw a Poison Sting. So this might have been a situation where Azumarill threw a bubble against the Mandibuzz. It was swapped out for the Clodsire, so we are 0.5 seconds behind. Throw the Poison Sting, so Colin actually had a lot of time to interact with the Clodsire that was thrown in, decided to throw an Ice Beam, perhaps maybe miscounting or not being aware in that second that there is going to be a Sludge Bomb launched, and that damage on Azumarill was so important.
Oh, yes, it was. And so we go into a decisive Game 3. Galarian Moltres is resplendent on the field against the Shadow for Alligator. Bear in mind that the Ghost-type fast attacks from Alligator are not going to do very much, but those Hydro Cannons are dangerous, and the Ice Beam is practically a one-hit KO after a bit of chip damage. But look at how much damage Sucker Punch is doing. Charge attack priority event, and this time going straight for the Ice Beam. Colin immediately respects that. He does not want to take any risks this time.
Yep, knowing this matchup inside out, you always want to shield here. Even if it's a Hydro Cannon, it would be big damage. But look at the Sucker Punch damage adding up. You're putting it into Ancient Power range. Fabio now has to try and go up to a second Ice Beam. Can he even manage to do that? It is a lot of damage. He will barely reach it, throws it here, and I think it's Colin's time to just give another shield and farm down the Shadow for Relegator.
This is actually not too bad. Sure, it's a bit unfortunate that you are down a shield here, but having the extra brave. Oh no, it's an immediate swap here, and Clodsire coming in against the Diggersby. This is another position that Colin is very happy with, but this time Clodsire able to get that Earthquake off first. That might help, because Scorching Sun's debuffs are not fun.
The defensive line of Fabio consisting of the Clodsire and of course the Mandibus. They have hard answers in the back for Colin. The question is, which answers is Colin going to bring? And this time around, it is the Diggersby again. Also, the Azumarill in there. The alignment looks so bad for Fabio.
Yes, but he doesn't know it, and I think Fabio is also trying to still stall out this matchup. We saw this tactic before where he had Mandibuzz against Azumarill, where he was stalling this out, but he can't stall forever. Scorching Sands is a lot quicker to get to for Diggersby.
Clodsire is still going to throw up another Earthquake into the Diggersby, but Diggersby takes minimal amounts of damage from that. I mean, not minimal, but it's still not the most damage. And Colin counting perfectly, knowing that he's... Oh, there's going to be a catch on the 1 HP for Alligator with the Fire Punch. Of course, this is the lower energy move that has Fabio found another win condition here. Is he going to be able to perhaps farm down the Diggersby with a Mandibuzz? Is Colin then going to respond with another swap out because he doesn't want to give the big farm down? Is Colin going to lose the alignment on this one?
And here it is, and you can see the Azumarill coming in. Fabio, look at his reaction to that. He is not happy. This is going to do almost no damage at all when the aerial aces come through, but the Ice Beam is threatening. The Play Rough is threatening, but not before Mandibuzz is able to launch an aerial ace here just to do a little bit of chip damage. But first, before that damage register, well, just after that damage registered, this Play Rough, it is coming off the fact that it's the same type attack bonus. Going to do so much damage to the Mandibuzz.
Yep, Mandibuzz is really barely hanging in there, swapping into the Clodsire immediately. The switch timer for Colin is still not up. Also, no shields. There is energy on that Clodsire. Can you get this energy off on the Azumarill? Can you knock it out with Sludge Bombs before the timer is going to be up? He's going to throw at 4. He's going to take out the Azumarill, so that is one threat taken away from the face of the Mandibuzz. But has Mandibuzz enough HP to withstand multiple charge attacks from the Galarian Moltres? Because this is going to be an easy farm down. It's almost at 2 Ancient Powers. Is going to enter the matchup versus Mandibuzz with 2 Ancient Powers.
But then Mandibuzz also has some energy as well and is able to threaten with the aerial ace. The key thing is getting close enough so that Mandibuzz can actually knock out with the aerial ace, but it's going to be so hard to pull that off. But no, Colin shuts the door. A second Ancient Power will seal the deal on this Mandibuzz.
Colin 6 qualifies for the top 8 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Once again, the defending Stuttgart Regional Champion, proving how good he can read the lines of Fabio. Fabio trying to vary with his team, trying to bring different defensive answers to take pressure off of his Shadow for Alligator. But neither Clodsire nor Mandibuzz ever found the correct alignment in this matchup. They were answered by Azumarill and, most importantly, the Clodsire by Diggersby.
Yes, absolutely, but I must give a huge amount of credit to Fabio because he made that so difficult for a player of Colin's caliber. I was so impressed with the fact that he had the wisdom, the cleverness, for lack of a better term, to save that Clodsire, even though it was low on energy against the Diggersby, to farm up that energy and go, you know, I need to keep this Clodsire safe, because if I don't, I have no answer to the Azumarill. He did so well to eliminate the biggest threat to his Mandibuzz. Just so happened, he just didn't have enough energy to protect himself from the Galarian Moltres afterwards.
Game 2, the basically charge attack priority catch there was phenomenal. Colin 6 had no idea what was happening with him because the Azumarill was going to be the biggest answer for that Mandibuzz, but throwing an extra Sludge Bomb at it puts it in aerial ace range. This was phenomenally played by Fabio, and I think he showed why he was able to qualify for day 2. And I think if you're losing versus Colin 6 and an Adequance in a tournament, you can't be too mad about it.
No, not at all. Not with those fantastic performances there. I think Fabio should hold his head up very high there. This was a masterclass on how to play amongst the best of them and surprise the best of them as well, because I think Colin did not expect that catch, and you see the reaction there, and it was such a close battle. Going here with the Mandibuzz, and this was it, that poisons, and then immediate throw there. Oh my goodness, I mean, this is not a battle, this is a work of art right now.
Yeah, this was top tier Pokemon training there from Fabio, getting that Ice Beam. There's still a lot of energy in here in Game 3. We can see the second Ice Beam being launched into the Galarian Moltres. Oh no, that was still in Game 2.
That was still in Game 2. Yes, and that is how Colin can sit. I reckon Colin 6, looking back at that, will go, yeah, I made a mistake. I didn't realize that the Feraligatr had so much energy. I was out by 1. This is why it's important for those folks to make sure that you are counting correctly. There are many graphics from content creators around the world for Pokemon Go that are saying these are the counts. Feraligatr, you need For Alligator, you need 5 Shadow Claws in order to get to the Hydro Cannon, 7 for the Ice Beam. Little things like that. Just learn one of them at a time. One new Pokemon a week, and that will turn you from an average trainer to a great trainer.
If you're watching these top trainers week after week, you're going to see how much of a difference one fast attack can make. 5 energy, more or less, can make or break a game. And this is just what it comes down to in the end. Perfect energy management, reactions and responses that you might have, teammates. And now we're going to see another regional champion, Puman, versus XXL Cactus, who went for crazy plays yesterday as well. A top trainer. I'm really excited to see how this is going. And our first Skarmory of the day, of course, as well.
Yeah, Skarmory has been coming back into the meta. It has been so useful to use its defensiveness, for lack of a better term, to protect itself from a lot of key threats. That Shadow Kanto Marowak, for example, is not going to be too keen on the Skarmory because it's doing resisted damage here. Aside from the Skarmory, we have a selection of more meta picks. The Malamar again coming back in, which I'm very excited about. We've seen how dangerous Psywave is.
Yeah, Malamar has been performing in a few of the European events, but then it dropped in usage. Perhaps that is because Diggersby and Toxapex have been used less, because Malamar is just a phenomenal core breaker against those. If you're playing a Malamar that has really high attack, as opposed to the defense and HP, it just shreds through them. It gets a breakpoint, what we call it in the community. That means fast attacks deal 1 more damage. And if you're counting the fact that Malamar attacks once every 0.5 seconds, that is a lot.
Yes, it all adds up. I think as well, for those of you here, or perhaps those of you who are trying to work out the structure of these tournaments. So right now we are having the losers finals for each of the individual groups from day 1. There are 4 groups in total, so this is the second of the group. This is these 2 trainers. One of these 2 has will advance further and become one of the top 8. The other will end their tournament run here. Because this is a double elimination tournament, so both of these trainers can take 1 loss, which they have done, but not anymore. So sadly, one of these trainers' journey ends here. Who's going to go further, though?
The thing is, if you're playing the losers fans and you can't lose anymore, the last trainer you want to see is Puman, is leading the Malamar into a Shadow Feraligatr, and that is not ideal for the Malamar, because if you want to pace at the same time, you're probably going to lose the Charge Attack priority event. You're going to have to debuff your defenses, you're going to have to throw those superpowers, and then Shadow Claw is going to deal an extra amount of damage. XXL Cactus starts launching Hydro Cannons here.
Yeah, I like this idea, because this is now going to put the Malamar so low that if Puman doesn't shield and he doesn't, there could be a potential farm down here. But Puman going for the superpower, which is respected, because this would 1-hit KO, and I think this is going to allow XXL Cactus to get that full farm down.
I think the biggest problem here is that, yes, going to go for another Hydro Cannon immediately into the Clodsire. Puman is in a bit of a pickle here, because I think he has overestimated the defenses of his of his Malamar, because he would have almost reached another superpower, but another Shadow Claw would have knocked out at this position. Going to throw a Sludge Bomb here. So XXL Cactus going, hey, you clearly don't have a great answer to my Shadow Feraligatr. I'm going to use 2 shields for this Pokemon. This is exactly what he does. The Poison Sting fast attack pressure is not the biggest, and he's going to launch another Hydro Cannon. Has another one stored. This is not going to be shielded up. The thing is, Puman can throw on Charge Attack priority here and shield to knock out the Shadow Feraligatr, but maybe there is a catch happening. Goes for an Earthquake here. Perfect reaction from Puman.
Yeah, that was so impressive. I would have thought Puman might have considered accidentally going for the Sludge Bomb, trying to eliminate this Feraligatr, but wasn't able to do so. This is better, and now the Skarmory comes in, and this is great, because Clodsire cannot do a thing against Skarmory. The Earthquake single resisted, the Sludge Bomb double resisted. Skarmory is going to go, yeah, I'll take these charge attacks all day long.
The most important thing is that the Clodsire is so low on HP. Your Steel Wings will add up, and usually Skarmory has a horrendous matchup versus Shadow Feraligatr. You're hitting for resisted fast attack damage, but if the shields are down, 1 charge attack is going to be, especially at this range, enough to knock it out, and you're 1 shield up.
Yeah, and Skarmory is just going to fully farm this down because it doesn't mind taking more damage. It tries to get in. Oh my god! And then he was able to get a Hydro Cannon off. I cannot believe how good that snipe was. That was perfectly timed.
Takes out the shield, puts it all on the Moltres in the back. Pataman says, I'm not going to take any more damage from your Shadow Claws. I'm going to throw immediately. I'm already at 100 energy. No reason for me to overfarm. Goes for the Sky Attack. Has two very low Pokemon in the back. There is, of course, going to be the Galarian Moltres. And now you have to be very wise when it comes to when you are throwing your Brave Bird. Goes to throw it here, barely before he got farmed down. I reckon this next Sucker Punch could knock out already. How much damage is a Brave Bird going to do? It almost knocks out the Moltres going into the Clodsire here. Moltres is going to respond with an Ancient Power.
Interesting. I think Galarian Moltres is trying to maintain its health and not debuff itself. This Ancient Power is enough, but it's going to be so close. It looks like it's a double KO. There's one Pokemon left on each side, and it's on 1 HP with Psywave. Isn't enough. Sludge Bomb is able to take out that Malamar. Oh my goodness, how close was that?
XXL Cactus having great alignment, playing the Shadow Feraligatr perfectly, trying to get the last shield off of the Skarmory, seeing that he's in a bit of a pickle when the Clodsire was aligned onto that Skarmory with so little HP. He saw, hey, Pataman might have a win con in this game where I have such a big advantage. Stored the one Sludge Bomb instead of throwing it into the Skarmory for a little bit of extra damage. And that was the best choice he could have made. Knocks out the Malamar. This was high-level play. XXL Cactus is proving why he's here.
Yeah, for me, I genuinely did not think he'd be able to pull that off because I thought the Psywave damage would have landed, well, it did land, would have landed before he could throw a charge attack. Bear in mind that as per the rule, how the game mechanics work, the fast attack, the first turn of a fast attack and the damage registers before the charge attack can be launched by your opponent. So this was very impressive. I think what happened is that Clodsire had just enough health to survive one Psywave. But how do you know that? You know that because you trust your Pokemon, and XXL Cactus knew that. Power of friendship. That's exactly it. Well done, XXL Cactus, knowing his Pokemon so well.
And how could you not love Clodsire? Look at it. Look at his face. Italian.
It's a face of unfazed joy.
Yeah.
The joy is there, it just doesn't show it.
I'm gonna Sludge Bomb you.
I'm gonna survive. Nothing will faze me. I don't mind your Malamar. I don't mind at all.
So Pataman has to now rethink his strategies because obviously that Malamar is not withstanding Hydro Cannons from Shadow Feraligatr. Well, you're going to be put into farm down range before you reach the second superpower, and that is massive information. I'm 100% sure that Pataman would have won that first game if he could have gotten to that superpower. That would have been so much more value for him because then he gets a shield from XXL Cactus, can play with a shield advantage with the Skarmory in the back, getting it onto the Clodsire as well. But it just did not happen. How is Pataman going to adapt to this information that he just got? Will he find a better answer for the Shadow Feraligatr? Dunsparce is being led into Clodsire. You would think this is a good matchup for Dunsparce because of the super effective drill runs, but Clodsire is just so good.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Dunsparce needs to have 3 drill runs to take this out. Meanwhile, the Clodsire is able to just go for Earthquake after Earthquake. Neutral damage, but Earthquake is such a high damaging move that is going to cause problems for Dunsparce. Despite the fact that Dunsparce has little wings, it can't actually fly. So that's perhaps the thing where Dunsparce is going, damn, I wish I could fly now because then I could get away from these Earthquakes.
Yeah, and can we please give Dunsparce fly? I would love that.
That would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
Very strong coverage.
Pataman would really like that right about now as well.
Very interesting here that we can see that Pataman is putting shields on that Dunsparce, trying to get that alignment here. And this is going to be massive for him because his backline is so incredibly bulky. He has a Pokemon that is rather fragile, the Malamar, but the rest of the team is insanely bulky. So he says, hey, Dunsparce is maybe a little bit more fragile than the others. I'm going to put shields on this one and guarantee alignment and see that my bulky Pokemon can outbulk my opponent. However, now there is shield advantage Shadow Feraligatr in the back.
Yeah, well timed by Pataman, getting some extra farm while he can. He doesn't mind the poison stings. They thought, oh, you know what, let's get a bit of extra energy. Whatever comes in, we'll then have to take another Rock Slide or a Drill Run, and there's very few things that can withstand another Drill Run here. And so Shadow Feraligatr actually is not going to be able to farm this down. We'll have to commit to Hydro Cannon too.
And now he gets the shield back immediately, got the alignment that he wanted, and Shadow Feraligatr, as you said it earlier, it is going to take a little bit more damage from those rollouts as well.
Yes, and so Azumarill is not going to have any issues dealing with this Feraligatr here because the Hydro Cannons are resisted, the Ice Beams are resisted, it's only the Shadow Claws that are doing damage.
And they are doing a lot of damage, and Azumarill also can't answer with a lot of damage with those bubbles as they are resisted as well. Playrough is the only big threat in that matchup. However, the rollout damage put it in a more comfortable position.
Yes, it means that Playrough might be able to knock out after a few more bubbles, so we're going to see the Playrough launched immediately, no hesitation by Patoman, an immediate shield.
The thing is that Patoman, I think, only has one shield left remaining as well, and you don't really want to use it on resisted Hydro Cannons, but that puts the Shadow Feraligatr in such a good spot here because it can just overfarm like crazy. This is already Hydro Cannon range, and it's going to throw just right before the Play Rough is reached, so if you shield this here, there's just going to be another Hydro Cannon launched into the Azumarill. With 50% HP, Shadow Feraligatr is wreaking havoc.
And XXL Cactus puts Patoman in a corner saying that you have no choice but to not shield this, and now you have to shield the Dunsparce. Whether Dunsparce is going to get to another charge attack is going to be key in order to weaken this Feraligatr. One rollout away, and there's a catch as well. Incredible, but it is a catch. That Rock Slide has been launched. Is Pato expecting that catch and went for the Rock Slide as well? Incredible foresight.
This was such a genius play, knowing there might be a potential catch, and if that is the case, I'm going to still make this a win con for myself. Goes into the Clodsire, knows this. Moltres is super chipped. I can just go to 2 charge attacks and maybe win the game like that. Maybe I'm going to go for 2 Sludge Bomb here.
And XXL Cactus knows that. It doesn't matter if you Brave Birds now because he's going to get knocked out regardless. Might as well go for the harder damaging move. Patoman farming up to 2 Sludge Bombs, so he has one for this Pokemon and he has one for the next Pokemon as well.
How much energy is on that Shadow Feraligatr? There is a lot, but it's not enough. Patoman takes this game back with the Sludge Bomb here onto that Shadow Feraligatr. Sometimes bulk is still the way.
Yes, it absolutely is. You can hear the shouts in the crowd as Pato has been able to claw one back there. That was another closely fought battle between 2 fabulous, fantastic trainers. We are seeing a masterclass in the art of battle right now.
I loved the catch on the Galarian Moltres. It was such a nice play for XXL Cactus, but this is a heads-up Dunsparce play if you have an idea what your opponent has in the back. If it is, for example, an Ariados or the Galarian Moltres, if that is your team read, because Galarian Moltres is kind of strong into Patoman's team.
Yes.
Then you want to throw a Rock Slide when you know it can knock out, because there is such a big difference in Ground type and Rock Slide charged attacks. Because, you know, we call this the Edge Quake coverage because it is basically everything for effective damage.
Yes.
Flying types are double resisted for ground.
Yes, that's very true, and I think it was sensible because if you look at how low that Feraligatr was when Dunsparce launched the Rock Slide, Patoman had the wisdom to calculate that I can risk the Rock Slide, which does less damage compared to the Drill Run,
knock out.
because it will still knock out, and that way I cover the risk of the catch, and that is exactly how he was able to turn the tide of battle. So now Malamar goes up against Shadow Feraligatr. We have seen this in Game 1. How does Pato play this differently?
He has to use shields here. He can't just let the first Hydro Cannon go, or does he have another? Oh, that is very smart. Going to throw before, perhaps maybe switching out after that immediately because he knows he's going to be debuffed.
Yes, is he going to try and swap out immediately? Is he going to be catch? No, and an XXL Cactus is wise to it and decides to react and brings in the Sludge Bomb Clodsire, which is going to be so useful here, but it does have to take a charge attack first. But Clodsire's got bulk. He'll handle one, right?
Yep, Clodsire is going to be super fine because the pacing of Sludge Bomb is also so good. Patoman is not too happy with that situation, but luring in the background is Galarian Moltres versus Dunsparce, so there is still light at the end of the tunnel for Patoman here. XXL Cactus is going to throw a Sludge Bomb into a shield. We're shielding Azumarill now.
Yes, this is trying to stall out that timer, trying to allow more Ice Beams to come through. The thing is, Patoman feels a little bit safe because he's just like, oh, right, if I shield this, I can at least get an Ice Beam off, but there's no shield from XXL. It survives on 1 HP!
No 1 HP, and a dream for the Clodsire is going to be huge here because that puts the Azumarill into a such difficult position against the Shadow Feraligatr. Shadow Feraligatr, yes, resisted Hydro Cannons, but you can see how much energy he has. He knows it's not going to knock out even, but I'm going to Shadow Claw down.
I'm interested that how XXL Cactus didn't two straight away rather than having to farm down a bit more, but I think he wanted to avoid exactly this situation. So now Dunsparce comes in, XXL Cactus can launch another Hydro Cannon here, which goes shielded, and now what is going to be in the back? He needs to eliminate this. That Galarian Moltres wants Dunsparce gone.
Yep, and XXL Cactus knows that there's a Malamar luring in the back. Puman does not love this situation. The Shadow for Alligator is just so good, so spammy. The Galarian Moltres is going to be more than fine to play versus a Malamar in the back because those Psywaves do absolutely nothing. Does Puman have a catch available here?
Yeah, this is going to be tricky because we know Shadow for Alligator is at a charge attack. We know Dunsparce is a charge attack priority event that Pato needed to win, but he can't. Shadow for Alligator, phenomenal attack power, is able to dominate over this Dunsparce, and that is a key clearance.
Malamar is going in immediately, answered by the Galarian Moltres and XXL Cactus. Look at the damage he's taking from Psywaves. There's absolutely nothing. Nothing is happening here. Puman is going to throw the superpower in here. He does not have a switch timer up right now. He can clear those debuffs. He can go for a potential catch. Goes in for the Azumarill. Azumarill just gets farmed down. Galarian Moltres. Puman is waving goodbye, and the Brave Bird is going to connect on that Malamar.
Malamar is going to be absolutely wiped out. XXL Cactus realizing his dominance. Pato realizing that he could not win this, and this was an incredible game from two fabulous battlers. You can hear the applause in the crowd because they know how close this was. These two trainers took each other to the absolute limit. This was worthy of a grand final. That's how good that was.
XXL Cactus realizing, hey, Puman brought in the Dunsparce against my Shadow for Alligator. I don't need to swap. This is maybe not the greatest matchup for me, but I know that there is Malamar in the back. And you know what doesn't care about the squid Pokemon Malamar? It is a legendary bird from the Galar region. It is Moltres. Double resisting those Psywaves. Not resisting Superpower, but if you throw Superpower, you have to swap out immediately. You can't just throw your charge attack because your opponent is going to have to try and catch. Puman went for the one win condition that he had, but it made him predictable. It was a 5% win condition that he had there.
Yeah, it would have been very tricky. Bear in mind, for those of you that are familiar or you enjoyed the first generation where Moltres was a fire and flying type, and you're familiar with that, the Galarian Moltres is a dark and flying type from the Galar region, and as a result, Superpower will do neutral damage, but new Superpower does about, I'd say, maybe 50% or so, give or take, onto a Galarian Moltres. That Galarian Moltres on XXL Cactus' side was so healthy, especially because the Psywave chip was minimal, that it was fine and absolutely happy to take a Superpower.
Yep, the thing is, double resisted Psywaves still add up a little bit because they happen once every 0.5 seconds. So even if it only does 1 damage, it is still going to be adding up. Here we can see an Earthquake on the Clodsire. Very heads-up play there. Of course, not throwing a Sludge Bomb, that would be the worst thing you could do.
This was beautiful. I must admit that just seeing this was so clever because that took me by complete surprise. I did not expect XXL Cactus to do that because it was just so... I didn't even look at the timer. This was a fabulous catch as well, but then Pato, wise to it, reading each other's tactics so well to throw that rock slide. That is what won him that game on. Otherwise, this would have been a 2-0 easy, I reckon.
Yeah, but XXL Cactus wasn't thrown off guard by this. This was Galarian Moltres Masterclass. I have just recently gotten one and I love to play it already. However, I couldn't get my hands on how to play it properly. I got poor alignment. It never felt like it was doing everything that I wanted to because I'm watching so many of these tournaments. I see the top trainers playing Galarian Moltres, and when Galarian Corsola enters the meta, it's just going to get better. But watching this, I think I need to rewatch XXL Cactus matches and learn.
Yeah, and I think, well, another thing is when you get a new Pokemon that we know is going to have some relevance in meta, certainly I would class Galarian Moltres as meta now, but when you have a Pokemon like that and you're getting used to using it, try running it in the Go Battle League. Just set up a few teams. It doesn't matter if you win or lose with them. Practice makes perfect, and this is very much the case, in addition to learning about those fabulous attack counts. And now we're coming to the final matchup of Group D, the final lose final. This is the last trainer that will make it to top 8.
I actually don't think so. I think we have skipped Group C, so we're going to see that later because Gaifia versus Amind still has to happen.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
This is a grudge match.
Oh, right, okay. So it's a grudge match between Pablo, Dinas and Snor. If I recall, did they battle before?
Yeah, I think this is winners semis, if I'm not completely mistaken, and Snorek won that one. I hope that was correct. I think I've watched that one backstage. Someone else was casting that. We can see another Galarian Moltres here. We can see the Sand Slash. And I know that a particular trainer, Kaifia, in fact, says that something that he's very much afraid of is Moltres Sand Slash core.
Yes, and I think this is something that Pablo Dinas has been demonstrating with a masterclass of skill so far to get this far into the tournament. I think looking at the team, again, it's an example of a very safe and meta team. Probably the most unusual Pokemon out of the 6 is that Sandslash, but I don't think it's all that unusual, but it is very good.
I think I've built the exact same team for a tournament. I lost everything. It was it was a driver versus car situation. Here we can see the team of Snor with that Shadow Dragonite, the only Shadow Dragonite that made it into day 2. We basically haven't seen this Pokemon in ages. There were only very few trainers that have used that at all. Usually the evolution before that, Shadow Dragonair, is more popular. One EUIC back then with Tonon.
Yes, and he was very much was cooking, but I think the Dragonite, I think is actually a good idea, because one advantage that Dragonite has, it doesn't mind the counter damage from Annihilate. It can resist a few more things. Also, there's so many so-called mud boys in the meta, with Gastrodon being a thing. With okay, maybe Shadow Kanto Marowak isn't a mud boy, but is a ground type attacker. All the mud slappers. Dragonite doesn't mind that at all, because I'm just going to float my way over all of that.
And nobody is playing Shadow Dragonite. Did you actually know that?
Yeah,
I don't know how the defensive Shadow Dragonairs play, but if you have a really high attack Shadow Dragonair, you farm down with exactly 12 Dragon Breath against Shadow Dragonite, and then you leave with 1 HP and a charge attack.
Yeah, so you just have to make sure that when you have that...
Perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect, except when except as long as your opponent doesn't bring in a Malamar. That's the main thing, because that was what we were wanting to see in the previous matchup, but we have no Malamar in sight here. That Shadow Dragonite is going to be very free. The only thing is, you have to keep it away from that Alolan Sandslash and the Azumarill. Otherwise, rest of it, it's not too bad. Maybe actually that Galarian Moltres' Sucker Punch does chip away quite nicely though.
Yeah, and it is definitely bulkier. I think that can be a potential farm down for the Galarian Moltres. But other than that, I mean, you still have the option to go for a superpower and dip, as we call it, or a Dragon dip. You're probably going to get a shield anyways. Snorlax versus Pablo Dinas is going to happen now. The losers finals of Group D. Shadow Feraligatr versus the Clodsire. Shadow Claws are going to start happening. This is a very favorable matchup for the Shadow Feraligatr. Immediate swap out. Now Snorlax will have to be able, he has to be deciding what he throws here.
Yes, he goes for the Hydro Cannon because I think this is a sensible bait. Pablo Dinas, it has to respect that. He doesn't want to lose his Galarian Moltres so quickly, and now he's done that. Now he can swap out with a shield advantage into the Dragonite, which I think is lovely. That chip damage has helped, and now the Ancient Powers can be shielded once, if not twice over. So I really, really like this play. Dragonite, oppressive damage coming in thick and fast.
Yep, and I think he's going to outpace to a Dragon Claw before the Ancient Power is reached, so he can force another shield. But maybe, if this is a very defensive Galarian Moltres, it might hang on with 1 HP. We won't find out because it gets shielded. Sucker Punches do add up. Are we going to see a shield immediately from Snorlax? Very wise to throw that Ancient Power immediately, because if the Dragonite deals even more damage, it might not shield here. Let's see how much damage. Oh, there is an attack boost and a defense boost at the same time. And we're going to farm down the Shadow Dragonite here. Pablo Dinas with the 10% chance win condition here.
Wow, and you can see Snorlax going, that boost has completely ruined my game plan. He's shaking his head here. He does have some additional energy on his Shadow Feraligatr, so he does throw, and he does throw. He actually tries to throw on charge attack priority, does not get it because Pablo Dinas recognizes he might not be able to win that, and it will tank a Hydro Cannon instead.
Pablo Dinas now can farm up to a little bit more. There is a catch on the side of Snorlax, but is that really a catch?
I don't
because
think so,
you're
actually.
catching Hydro Cannons. Super effective. You're not going to be able to reach anything with this Clodsire. If Pablo Dinas decides to, it's his game now. And Snorlax is just playing with him. Overfarms a little bit, giving less energy to the Feraligatr and the follow-up matchup. But he can just swap into his own Clodsire and finish it with a Sludge Bomb, perhaps.
Yes, because Clodsire is able to tank 1 Hydro Cannon, but look, it's so close. That is going to be just a double KO, and there's 1 full health Clodsire in the back, and that is going to be big because that boost is what changed the dynamics of this battle.
You said there is Clodsire in the back, but you know, Snorek doesn't know it's Clodsire in the back. He hasn't even seen the full team. No information revealed. Didn't swap in the Clodsire to Poison Sting it down, but went for the double farm down here. Very, very heads up, not revealing the entire line and asserting dominance here after losing the lead. The Ancient Power boost led to a full farm down of the Galarian Moltres, leaving the Moltres with 1 HP basically. It only gave 1 Shadow Claw to Shadow Ferrari.
Yeah, that went as good as it could be for Pablo Dinas. I think if you are Snorek though, you should be thinking that, you know what, my game plan was actually fine, and Pablo Dinas had to rely on a little bit of luck, which is always a factor in these battles. Your alignment and what you get is a bit of luck, but also these boosts, these certain attacks. We have to bear in mind that an Ancient Power isn't a hard-hitting damage type move, so it needs to have something extra to give it that oomph, and sometimes you just get lucky and you deserve it because you're running that attack in the first place.
The thing is, versus a Shadow Dragonite, everything has oomph. You could just look at it and it has oomph. Infestation has oomph. Infestation Beedrill versus Shadow Dragonite probably farms down in the 2s as well.
So are you saying that? If I run Infestation Ariados and against Dragonite, that will work? Yeah.
Yes, Adalian, you should definitely try to do that.
I'll do that in the next battle that I have with you in a Play Pokemon Regional.
Yes.
Okay, I will.
Go ahead.
I will bear that in mind. Coaching 101 by Leonard Koenig, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that.
Honestly, I will have to try and get Shadow Dragonite on it then, because I have no idea about infestation counts.
Oh yeah.
12 energy?
I'm just going to nod cluelessly at you. How's that?
Right. Yeah, sure, perfectly. Okay, that is perfectly.
Which is funnily enough what I do with most of my battles, but that's beside the point. Let's see then if for Snorek, if I was in Snorek's position, I would actually just run the same team.
Yeah, the thing is that he lost this game despite having a very, very strong lead. So that is going to be a little bit tough. The ABA to the Shadow Feraligatr on the side of Pablo Dinas. Leading, oh wow, Shadow Dragonite into the Superior is huge for Snorek. Can he keep the switch though? Swapping in the Clodsire. And now Snorek is going to go for... He's staying in that matchup for a little bit. I think he's just throwing a Dragon Claw?
Yes, I think so as well, because think about it, if you use Dragon Claw, you can soften up this this Clodsire, and just you go for that chip and dip strategy, bring in the Dunsparce maybe afterwards. No, he's trying to go for a catch, doesn't manage it, but this is fine, because now one Drill Run will be able to threaten.
That is a perfect decision of Snorek. I figured bring in the Shadow Feraligatr after some Dragon Claws, but then the Clodsire has too much energy. You don't really care too much about the energy that Clodsire has with the Dunsparce. Yes, it is not the best matchup, but the Dragon Claws and the Dragon Breath did so much damage.
Yes, it definitely did. This is going to bring Clodsire really, really low. But yeah, I think this is a farm down opportunity because Stone Edge isn't going to be enough to knock out.
Oh, it's the bait as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because I don't think... Did Clodsire even have the energy for an Earthquake?
No.
I don't think it did, so I think it was calculated. As long as Snorek was managing the counts, then he should be fine here. And now this Superior comes in. Snorek's just going to chip away at this Superior. That's all he can do.
And he's actually, I think, going to get to 2 of those Rock Slides, which is going to put it in almost farm down range for the Shadow Dragonite. Or are we going to get to 2? This Dunsparce hangs on, has a lot of HP, is going to throw a Rock Slide into the Superior, putting it into the yellow at least for Shadow Dragonite to try and farm it down. And also, what is Pablo Dinas going to bring in here? Yes, of course, you have the Aerial Ace. I don't even think you need to shield that because there is no fast attack pressure whatsoever.
Yes, that's right. You don't need to shield that. However, there is a thought process of whether you choose to anyway, because Dragonite does benefit from having all that energy, having all that health, because otherwise this is what happens. But luckily, Snorek was just able to get a Dragon Claw off, and that is decisive, because now he can safely swap out if needed.
He can do that, or no, the Shadow Dragonite falls to the damage here, and I'm not sure about that decision, because now there's only the Shadow Feraligatr left. Shadow Feraligatr is going to need a lot of energy to go through that one shield, and then there's also Superior in the back. The Charge Attack priority event is won by Snorek, and that is absolutely big for him, because Pablo Dinas now has to shield. If he wants to keep the Shadow Feraligatr around, goes into the Superior. How much damage is he going to do? He's actually, I think, going to outpace to Aerial Aces here. Both trainers have one shield. Can he actually reach to Aerial Ace, or is he going to fall after that next Shadow Claw?
This is going to be so close. One more Shadow Claw after this one is going to knock out the Superior. Superior needs to get to another Aerial Ace. Is he going to pull it off? He is one away and just closer. Doesn't even have to throw an attack. That one Shadow Claw is enough, and Snorek claws back a win here under close circumstances.
He made this so close because I think that it was maybe a little bit of a brave call to take so much damage from the Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah.
Fast attacks. If you're in with your Dragonite, you can chip a little bit and then go into your own Feraligatr, and perhaps later, after you dealt some damage with your own Shadow Claws and your Hydro Cannons, you can swap out again to the Shadow Dragonite and deal some damage with Dragon Breath, farm that one down, and then perhaps you still have more HP to handle that Superior.
One thing that comes to my mind is in that matchup, we had the Shadow Feraligatr, we had the Superior, and we had the Clodside. We didn't actually have the two biggest counters to the Dragonite here, which is the Sandslash and the Azumarill, if I recall, from Pablo Dinas' side, which surprises me because I would have thought he would have at least brought one of those. The only rationale I can think of is that because Snorek lost with his Shadow Dragonite against that Galarian Moltres in Game 1, albeit because of a boost, I wonder if therefore Pablo Dinas was banking on Snorek not to bring Shadow Dragonite in Game 2 and therefore ran that risk of not bringing a counter to it, and of course got punished for that.
I mean, he would have won that game heavily if it wasn't for the attack and defense boost of the Galarian Moltres. Actually, attack and defense boost mattered because he he hung on with 1 HP. Now I'm going to see if Snorek makes a brave call here, and if he loses the lead, save swaps through the Shadow Dragonite, because there wasn't a clear answer so far, and if Pablo Dinas has a Lowland Sandslash or a Azumarill in the back to answer a save swap Shadow Dragonite. I wonder if that is what this Game 3 leads up to.
Yes, I wonder, like, if I was Snorek, I'd actually take a risk and not actually bring Shadow Dragonite anymore, because I think if I was in his head, I would be thinking Pablo Dinas doesn't want to get dominated by the Shadow Dragonite anymore. Has to bring a counter, so the Azumarill, the Alolan Sandslash are the way forward. And so, what do I bring to deal with that is the question.
The thing is, Pablo Dinas can handle that Shadow Dragonite somehow, because the last game, it came down to a charge attack priority event.
Yeah.
Though I don't recall if we have seen the charge attack priority in Game 1, so maybe Snorek just knew about this. Okay, let's see. Galarian Moltres into the Azumarill of Snorek. Snorek keeps getting those leads. He keeps getting away with this. Look at the Shadow Dragonite in the back there.
Yeah, but what Snorek doesn't know, or neither trainer knows, that how important alignment is going to be. Brings in his own Azumarill, which Snorek is going to be happy to deal with, because it's like, great, my Shadow Dragonite is going to avoid this Pokemon. Concerns though, what if Snorek is thinking there's an Alolan Sandslash in the back rather than a Feraligatr? This is one thing that he's going to have to think about, but the first play rough is coming through now, well, has come through, and this is now just going to be an even exchange of damage on each other.
I love how Pablo Dinas played this, because he actually dealt a lot of damage with these sucker punches, chipping the Azumarill. Okay, we're going into the Shadow Feraligatr now. I also like that play, letting this go, keeping 2 shields for the Shadow Dragonite perhaps, knowing that the Azumarill is going to be out of the picture.
Yeah, it may be after a few more Hydro Cannons. They are getting to a next charge attack, and actually Azumarill able to get the play rough off first, which I think will make Pablo Dinas very happy, because he now teases a shield away from Snorek.
I don't hate this. Oh, we're going to go into the Galarian Moltres here as well. Goes to 2 Hydro Cannons, and Pablo Dinas counts perfectly, throws an Ancient Power on the charge attack priority event.
Yes, and it's where the Pablo does. Oh, he makes a brave call, thinking this might not be an Ice Beam. Goes for it, and this is very clever. Now is able to get that Ancient Power off. What's also very handy, very little farm now for on the Galarian Moltres for Snorek to capitalize on.
Not a brave bird, but a brave call by the Spaniard. Galarian Moltres is sitting on low HP, as you just said. That is going to be little fun. Are you even coming in with the Azumarill, not repeating the Dragonite? They're taking the perfect counting here as well, knowing, hey, Pablo Dinas might get to a charge attack, and I'm rather going to sponge this with Azumarill. You could make the play, and no, dude, it knocks out here. You're going into the Shadow Dragonite here now, but there's 2 shields on Pablo Dinas' side, and the pacing of Shadow Feraligatr is so quick, and even though Hydro Cannon is resisted, we know the strength of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, Pablo Dinas' switch timer came on off as well, so after taking that shield, you can bring in the Azumarill, but the Azumarill is so low, there is so much dominating damage that can Dragonite actually farm this down, or at least threaten with a Dragon Claw. This Is this enough to KO? This is one of the bulkiest fairy types in the meta against one of the hardest hitting dragon types.
What is this switch time on Snor? He has so much to wait here. Goes for another Dragon Claw on the Charge Attack priority event. Is he going to get 2 shields from Dragon Claws versus a Azumarill? He is, but Pablo wants to get this Dragonite out of the picture. Going to throw an Ice Beam here. His switch timer is also not up, so I think that Snorek can go for a big, juicy farm down against the Azumarill. Can he land a Play Rough into the Feraligatr? I don't think that he has to throw. Pablo is shaking his head. This is going to come down to the wire. He has to farm down the Azumarill. Azumarill hangs on. It is going to get to that Play Rough. How much energy is on the Shadow Feraligatr?
And Snorek is able to get Charge Attack priority as well. Another advantage there, getting the Ice Beam off to eliminate that Play Rough damage that would have been launched by Pablo Dinas. And now it's a race. It's right to get to it first. Who's going to get to that Charge Attack? Play Rough is there. Hydro Cannon is there. Play Rough gets in for Snorek. Reacting. Pablo Dinas has to take this Play Rough on the Shadow Feraligatr, and this will knock out.
Azumarill takes it versus Shadow Feraligatr. Pablo Dinas having to shield up 2 Dragon Claws on the Azumarill to not get knocked out there, which I'm actually not even sure of if it would have at that range of HP. It is double resisted.
I think it just about would have. It would have done. It was, that Azumarill was so low that I think the shield was necessary, but it was a wasted shield in a way, because I'm sure there were better occasions earlier in the matchup that Pablo Dinas could have shielded, that may have changed the dynamics of the game, but it would have been so tricky to predict that far that these shields are valuable now, not later.
Yep. When he swapped in the Azumarill into the Shadow Dragonite, he realized, oh wow, I don't have energy on this and I'm kind of low, so this is going to be a difficult scenario for me to play with. And Snorek just capitalized on that, didn't panic swap or anything. I don't even think he could swap at this point. He's like, hey, I could just throw my energy here, it's going to be fine. It doesn't matter if it's a Shadow Feraligatr or a very low Azumarill. Shadow Dragonite will knock out. And again, Dragon Breath is a 1-turn fast attack, so even if it is resisted, if it's double resisted, it will add up over time because there is more of it.
Yes, and bear in mind that with Pokemon Go, you do not have immunities compared to, say, the video game, for example, where if you use Dragon Breath on a Fairy type, it would take no damage at all. But here it is a double resistance, which means even though you are in a very harsh matchup, you are still going to do a little bit of damage. And you can see the dominance here, surviving on 1 HP to throw a Dragon Claw. This Dragonite put in work in this matchup.
Yeah, but Pablo Dinas has to shield here as well in Game 3. Look at this, the shields on the Azumarill. Charge Attack priority event Snorek with the perfect energy management. Pablo Dinas a little bit unfortunate. It was 1 turn of energy that he was behind there for this, and Snorek is celebrating because this was an extremely clutch matchup. He wasn't... I mean, Pablo Dinas brought the answer to the Dragonite eventually. He brought Azumarill in Game 3. Do you reckon if it was a Alolan Sandslash?
Oh, that's it. Game over.
Been different? Yeah, I think
Game
so. Because
over.
I mean, your matchup versus the Azumarill is a little bit worse. It's difficult, right? You can't really safe swap it as well.
No, you can't. One thing, though, I will give credit as well to Snorek for is when in Game 3, when Azumarill was quite low, when Pablo Dinas' Azumarill was quite low, literally on 1 HP, and was about to launch that Play Rough, Snorek made the brave call to throw Ice Beam to eliminate it, because I think if he had taken that Play Rough damage and got the farm down instead, whether Shadow Feraligatr would have been able to threaten with those Shadow Claws would have been interesting. I also bear in mind, though, think that Azumarill would have had a Play Rough ready to go, so maybe that would have been enough. But I think it was the relatively riskier play that Snorek avoided by just going, you know what, I'm just going to Ice Beam, just in case.
Yep, because he knew the energy count perfectly. And I think that it is enough of us, but we're rather going to hear instead of Snorek. Let's take it to the winner's interview.
Thank you so much, Leo and Adelian. We are joined by the winner of that last match, Snorek. How are you feeling? That was a pretty sensational match.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I wasn't this far for a very long time, so I'm glad to be again in the top 8. Hopefully I can beat my best, which was losing the first round in the top 8. So 1 more win and I will be happy. Can lose after.
Awesome. So first top 8 of this season, which is really exciting. Now, you obviously had last night to prepare. What was it like looking at the teams in advance, and how comfortable were you feeling coming this morning?
To be honest, I did like 2 best of 3s of scrims. I had a plan in my head. I saw in the last battles that he didn't like to play Slash, so Slash and Moltres were, yeah, there was a small chance for them to appear together. So for the first game I thought, okay, I can bait out Slash with Clodsire and then Dragonite should be free. And in the second game I just played Dragonite lead, the best safe swap in the game. And
So I like that. So you identified cores that you felt were strong or weak for your opponent, what was most likely to be seen, and you played into those. And I also, we just spoke earlier, you were building Pokemon with slightly higher attack to guarantee charge attack priority there. Talk me through that strategy.
yeah, basically last season I was playing the best ranks on most of my mons. So yeah, and I lost a lot of games because of that, because of losing CMP. So now I took, now I thought otherwise about it and built high attack ones. Yeah, for example, my Feraligatr never lost CMP against anyone. So I just know I can throw it. I'm pretty safe. There is basically a zero chance that someone will win CMP against me.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, the problem with many of these Pokemon is that losing charge attack priority in a mirror match can be really, really costly. So I really like that strategy. Are you comfortable going through to the next round? Have you already looked at your opponents? How are you feeling going on?
I thought only about this match. I will figure something out.
Perfect. Well, congratulations. You played really, really well. Those are some very enjoyable matches. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Casters, back to you.
Very insightful to hear from Snorek, and as I suspected, he got Pokemon that would win charge attack priority. Having a little bit of additional attack on his Feraligatr, on his Azumarill, was key to winning key charge attack priority matchups in that last match, and I think that's what decisively got him deal. This is now the last losers finals.
Yep, it is going to be Kaifje versus Amind. Kaifje, a name that is really hard to pronounce for non-Dutch people. I'm trying my best. It's definitely not Kufji.
And I'm so proud of you because you said it first, which means now I can try and imitate you badly.
Try it.
Kufje.
Oh no, okay.
No, terrible. No, you say the name.
Sure. Okay, so Kaifje's team is something that I have used for practice as well. It is a very well put together team, but you have to know how to play it, especially against certain matchups. So Gastrodon works as a safe swap against multiple teams if there is not a Galarian Moltres or a Superior on the team. Unfortunately, in this Top Guard, those are everywhere. So Malama also has quite the trouble against that. He's one of the few Ariados players that we still have in the tournament.
Yeah, which I don't mind, because Ariados says, I love how quick it gets to its charge attacks. Lunge and Trailblaze, and also I talked about this yesterday, the variety in how you can either go for the lunge and punish with lowering attack or boost your own attack with Trailblaze. And here we saw that there is that Galarian Moltres as well. Well, the Galarian Moltres into Ariados isn't too bad because the lunges are doing neutral damage, as are the poison stings.
That is true, and the Ancient Power is not the most threatening attack, especially if it's debuffed. If you're getting the boost back, that is, of course, then a whole different story.
Yeah, as Snorek found out.
Yeah, definitely. That was huge there. Now, Superior in the back as well is going to threaten. I mean, Superior Moltres together is going to make Gastrodon almost unplayable.
Yeah, so maybe it's not relevant in this particular matchup, but certain Pokemon are not necessarily going to be as useful, but you can still use them as surprise. Going now, oh, Dunsparce into Clodsire. Now this is interesting because normally you'd think, yeah, this would be fine, but it's only the drill runs that are threatening. You'll need 3 drill runs to get to a knockout on this Clodsire. Clodsire can easily go for Earthquakes here.
Yep, that is true. Dunsparce's damage is minimal on the rollouts, therefore the energy generation is really strong. Kaifje is going to be fine with winning alignment here because Azumarill on the Galarian Moltres is a fine matchup, and of course having your Galarian Moltres on the Shadow Feraligatr is good as well. However, you need shields in those matchups.
Yeah, you definitely do, and so there's going to be just a continual exchange of charge attacks here. Perfect timing by a Mind Joker. I mean, I'm not surprised it's him going for the drill run again. This time to bring Clodsire into the red. And so now how does Kaifje react to that? Does he go for the immediate earthquake? He does. He wants to get a shield. And Amind's actually happy to go, you know what? You've done your job, Dunsparce. This is a farm down opportunity for me. I'm going to take it.
Very good pronunciation of you. Oh, immediate swap out into the Azumarill. And Mind Joke goes, yes, I didn't get the energy advantage, but I'm very fine with this, and Kaifir is going to have a little bit of an uphill battle here now.
Yeah, he will. I think the key thing is Amind needs to stay in on this matchup, weaken or eliminate the Azumarill so that his Galarian Moltres can then fly freely in the backline. But that is going to be a tricky thing because he will need to, Amind will have to invest shields here in order to make that happen.
The question is, can Kaifir get the energy back after this matchup? Because Feraligatr almost always comes out on top in those, but goes down a shield and then leaves it relatively low, I want to say. There is always a catch opportunity with the Clodsire in the back as well.
Yeah, there is. So let's see how this plays out. There is one more Shadow Claw, and then you can get another Hydro Cannon off, and this is going to be a knockout situation. Kaifir recognizing that, going for the shield in order to keep this Azumarill going, maybe get another Play Rough off ideally, and he does!
Yep, fires off the Play Rough, and the Amind is going to go 2 shields down here. Kaifir now has the Galarian Moltres, still very healthy. Does he go into it immediately? Yes, wants to get this energy advantage. Doesn't want to give the Shadow Feraligatr too much energy. You know you're going to have to shield an Ice Beam, is probably going to shield this one up here. It is maybe a win condition to call a Hydro Cannon here. Does Kaifir realize that? No, he does go for a shield, shakes his head, didn't want to see that one, but now he's going to be in that mirror matchup. That is a tough one if you have no shields.
Yes, and there's no opportunity for Kaifir to going for the Brave Bird here. This is going to be close because whether Amind's Galarian Moltres can withstand the Brave Bird, that is going to be key. Survives on 1 HP!
It hangs on here. Amind is going to retaliate with his own Brave Bird. Doesn't matter if you debuff your defenses. If you have 1 HP, it is going to knock out Kaifir's Galarian Moltres. But is there still a window of opportunity for Kaifir to win this game somehow? Gets 1 Poison Sting in, 1 Poison Sting to a Stone Edge. Is it going to be enough? The Hydro Cannon is already reached by Amind. It's going to outpace here, and the damage is going to be important on the Azumarill as well.
There was a lot of danger that Amind was going to get caught because Kaifir did have that opportunity, but Amind waiting patiently and now going for the Shadow Claw down. This is going to be so close, coming to the wire, but another Hydro Cannon seals the deal for Amind. You can see his reaction. He knew how close that was. Very well played by both these trainers. They're excellent for nothing you didn't expect from a loser's final.
This was more than just great. It came down to a bait call essentially from Kaifir versus Amind because he shielded up that potential Ice Beam. I was shocked as well to see a Hydro Cannon there, to be completely honest, because if it went unshielded, I think that was a proper lose con for Amind.
Yeah, and I think that often it comes down to the wire about these kinds of decisions. It takes one key decision at some point in the game, and it may not necessarily be right at the end. It's in the mid game that you could lose and be you could end yourself up in a corner where you can't wiggle out of in the end game as a result. The problem is you don't know you're going into that corner until you're there, and that is the big difficulty. It's that foresight, that wisdom of knowing where am I going to end up. This is what separates good trainers from the best.
And this is what I mean with lose con. It's short for lose condition,
yes.
Which is when you're in the driver's seat, basically. You have the right alignment or energy advantage, and then sometimes it comes down to baits when you're going, hey, I'll bait this, and if your opponent calls it, you're going to maybe lose that game or give your opponent the advantage back. And if you went straight for the Ice Beam in that scenario, for example, you know that you're later on going to be able to connect a Brave Bird because you're going to swap out anyways, then you have 2 of those big charge attacks that need shields, but your opponent can only shield 1. And if you afford to not shield the Hydro Cannon, then there's maybe some play for Amind. But I would have to watch that back completely to make a definite statement about that.
Yeah, there's so many permutation combinations with Pokemon Go battles. I love the fact that it is so quick, it is so rapid, it is so time critical.
It's hard to make those decisions on the spot.
Yes, and the best trainers are able to do that. And how do you become as good as that? You practice, you take part in the Go Battle League, you go to your local events, you test yourself, you test your mind, you sharpen it.
You spend time with your community.
You spend time with your community learning and getting better. This is the way that people become great trainers, and these 2 trainers are about to demonstrate why they are so worthy.
All right, the leads are going to be Galarian Moltres versus Superior. Huge for Kaifir, looking up to Amind. Amind shaking his head, likely knowing this is not the best. Goes into the Dunsparce immediately, and Kaifir is very ABA weak to Dunsparce. This is exactly where he needs it.
Yeah, so Amind actually now going to read that, oh, you know, this is not the perfect answer to my Dunsparce. I'm going to play this out. Let's see if I'm able to win switch advantage here, because this might give me an advantage later on down the line. So now there's going to be charge attacks exchange. going for the ice speed. Oh no, but Dunsparce goes for the drill run first. This might be a charge attack priority event, I believe.
Thing is, what I meant with ABA weak is that his lead was bad versus Dunsparce in the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah.
The Ariados also has trouble dealing with the Dunsparce, so there's only one Pokemon that can confidently handle the Dunsparce. And if your opponent save swap this Pokemon, then you're going to get it out of the way with the Azumarill, which is just bulkier than the Dunsparce and works with same type attack bonus boosted bubbles.
Yes, it is. And the ice beams are enough that you can just go for those multiple ice beams, slow down, and then the bubbles are going to be able to take out the Dunsparce, not before a drill run comes in.
What is the Superior going to do in the backline here? There's Ariados, there's Galarian Moltres. Those Frenzy Plans are always going to be resisted. Look at the bubble down even from the Azumarill. This is a little bit of energy there. Going into the Galarian Moltres immediately doesn't want to give a farm there. We're going to be in the mirror match. Cactus has a big energy advantage. You can just throw ancient powers here all day.
Yes, he can, and he also now knows that what the full lineup of a Mind Joke is, so he knows his Ariados in the back is going to be so useful against Superior. He knows he can then focus on just dealing with this Galarian Moltres and be fine in the backline. So the Ancient Powers being exchanged, rocks being thrown everywhere by both of these Pokemon, shields coming out as well, just to keep both these Moltreses in the skies.
Knowing Superior is in the back is the easiest shield of Cactus' life. Oh wow, he's going for a brave bird, brave decision much rather. Going to throw it here. Is it going to be shielded or not? It's a no shield! It's a call from a Mind Joke!
You can zoom! And you can see the reaction. He's not happy with that. Now the Superior has to come back in. It is racing to that Aerial Aces, which is going to do a lot of damage. Going for the Frenzy Blood.
Attack priority!
Oh my goodness, I don't know if that was a great idea, because now Cactus can actually get even more damage off before the Frenzy Plants launch, and Superior has no energy now.
Cactus is just dancing on a Mind Joke's head. He's in his mind now, is going to let this Galarian Moltres go and reveal the Superior in the back, and the Mind Joke shakes his head knowing, okay, I had no business winning this head also, I'm fine.
Well, we said this, but then he had no business winning previous match, and he still pulled it off. But here, there is no wiggle room. The Ariados bears down, fangs and claws ready to deal with this Superior, spinning it into his web and not letting go. That lunge wipes it out, and that is one fantastic battle.
So I had two interesting discussions with Cactus before this tournament. And within this tournament. So the one before that was him telling me, hey, I have been playing alignment-based strategies for too long. I want to focus on getting better at different aspects of the game, so I'm not going to play anything that needs alignment to work. And then he threw one of his games in the winners semifinals yesterday because he was too focused on not winning through alignment. And then we talked and we came to the conclusion that sometimes maybe he needs to play for alignment. This time around, he played a very alignment-heavy game against the Dunsparce, got the Dunsparce on the Azumarill where he wanted it, and was able to sweep with Moltres and Ariados perfectly. So sometimes going back to your comfort strategies, even though you want to try out new things, is the way to go.
Yes, it very much is. I want to see more Ariados action. I think it's an exciting Pokemon, has a very strong matchup against so much of a Mind Joke's team. The Feraligatr scared of the Trailblaze, the Azumarill scared of the Trailblaze, the Superior scared of the lunge. Even that Galarian Moltres doesn't like lunges either and is outpaced to it. So that I don't see a reason why Cactus doesn't bring Ariados back in.
Yep, definitely. Ariados is very well situated here. Mind Joke might have to bring more Pokemon to answer that, but can he afford to do that? Can he bring Clodsire and Dunsparce? Because Clodsire and Dunsparce get bullied by Gastrodon.
Indeed,
have the Superior as an answer for Gastrodon, so that would then again come down to alignment. What other Pokemon are there? Malamar is a phenomenal choice against Dunsparce and the Clodsire, so bringing those two Pokemon is a very brave call, but I reckon that you might be right. A Mind Joke has no other choice.
So what do you think? Maybe Superior, Dunsparce, Clodsire if you want to go with an ABB strategy, or do we want to risk go for ABA? I feel in games where it's 1-1, ABA is so risky to run.
It is risky to run, but sometimes you have to do it. You can be soft ABA to some things. I also don't know if it is a Stone Edge Clodsire from a Mind Joke side or if it is Sludge Bomb, because if it's Sludge Bomb, it's not that much of an answer.
True, that is very, very true. And so Azumarill comes in.
Wow.
Oh, this is a Mind Joke's face says it all. Galarian Moltres isn't able to dance away. Brings in the Shadow Feraligatr, responding to by his own Galarian Moltres on the Cactus side. Incredible alignment here.
It's going to come down to some shield calls here as well. Goes for the first Hydro Cannon. Cactus thinks, am I going to call this Hydro Cannon or is that a lose condition for me? Shakes his head, goes, I have to shield this up because if it is an Ice Beam, I lose all of my advantage. He's going to throw the Ancient Power here just before a Mind Joke reaches the Ice Beam. This will have to grab a shield back or else a Mind Joke's let this go without dealing any damage.
I think it's very good that Mind Joke shielded here. He needs to get both of these shields eliminated at a minimum. Going for 2 Hydro Cannons here. Well, so the first one comes in. Whereas Kaiftje making no hesitation there in shielding again because he can get a Sucker Punch this for Alligator down, but not before another Hydro Cannon can be launched.
Yep, he's going to throw another Hydro Cannon. Kaiftje knows it is not an Ice Beam, is super fine with that. It is going to deal some damage. You have a lot of energy on the Galarian Moltres. You have low HP here. You can get a shield back with a Brave Bird. Anything on the team of a Mind Joke. Loves Brave Birds? Nah.
Not at all. I think you bring Azumarill here and try and farm down would be the way to go, but even though you tank a Brave Bird, you're just going to have to soak that up. That's fine. This is okay. Let's go with this.
Throwing immediately to drop the defenses before the bubble damage registers, so you might get knocked out immediately. Didn't work. Hangs on with 1 HP. Too defensive, but now you can freely bring in the Ariados. And Mind Joke is laughing. He knows that is not the matchup my Azumarill wants to see, especially with half HP.
No, definitely not. As a Mind Joke making the wise decision to actually get an Ice Beam buff on this Ariados and try and soften it up a little bit more before Galarian Moltres comes in to bring the Sucker Punch. But Ariados brings in that lunge to soften up the Galarian Moltres, and this is very, very clever. Not only is this going to be chip, but it's also going to lower the attack. And now there could be a potential swap, but no. Kaiftje is just happy to go, tries to get a catch, doesn't make it. Azumarill's happy to take this anyway. This is incredible.
Doesn't get a move here, or does get a move with the Ariados, goes into the Azumarill. The Moltres is so low already, has to use a shield on the Ice Beam. This is going to be a definite knockout that the Ariados is gonna get later, but he's almost at 2 Brave Birds. This is a debuffed Galarian Moltres. Perhaps Kaiftje gave his opponent too much energy here. What is he going to do? Brave Bird is going to connect. It almost does have. Can you reach another Ice Beam before you get Sucker Punch to Brave Bird range?
That is the key thing. Another Brave Bird comes in. This is a test of Azumarill's bug. Has Kaiftje invested enough in the defenses on the Azumarill? Is it going to survive?
Doesn't knock out! He's going to swap out immediately. Now the energy is going to be sponged by the Azumarill. The defenses are up again on the Galarian Moltres.
And the Ariados, I believe, has some energy, because if it does, it might be able to actually knock out this Azumarill. Let's see the swap, and let's see, and the immediate Trailblaze comes in!
That's the boost on the Trailblaze. Is he going to knock out the Galarian Moltres with these boosted Poison Stings? The HP is so low, the defenses are high, attack is boosted, he goes for the Poison Sting down, it's a simultaneous knockout, but Azumarill prevails!
Congratulations, Kaiftje, and the closest of margins. You can see how close that was. The respect from both of these opponents. A Mind Joke not happy with how that went, but has to be so proud of how close he made that. Incredible play there by Kaiftje. It was the most magical, most amazing of artwork by Ariados there.
Ariados with the big wins there. I think that Kaiftje made this a little bit riskier than he had to, because the Azumarill in the back was dry, and after he threw the lunge onto the Galarian Moltres, which I definitely agree with, otherwise one shield up, it's very tough to handle it, he gave it 5 more Sucker Punches.
Yeah, that was, yeah. And this is what comes down to, that even if you're in a winning condition, you've got so many advantages in your direction. You talked about earlier about finding the lose con, or inadvertently finding a lose condition. It is so easy to be in a dominant matchup and still somehow lose. And if you're on the other side, if you manage to pull out a win condition out of being at a disadvantage, that's an incredible battler right there.
That is true. We have seen this multiple times. The stare into the... Oh, Kaiftje is
stare into my soul.
Yes, giving the camera a quick wink, raising his eyebrows, qualifying for the top 8 for the first time in his life. Look at this. This was crucial in game 1. Look at the Brave Bird damage, just barely not knocking out the Galarian Moltres. Quick stare into the sky, which is the venue here, but goes for another Brave Bird here against a shield after game 1, and I think this was a no shield, right?
Yes, this was a no shield here, and that was actually a call that did not go a Mind Joke's way, and he was forced to bring that Serperior back in. Also, he made the mistake there of, in my view, of going up to the Frenzy Plant and taking another Ancient Power. I wonder if Aerial Ace at that point would have been enough to knock out because of the debuff, but we didn't get to see that because it just simply didn't happen. And now Azumarill, in this case, was just able to get close enough, and Ariados, that farm down with the Poison Sting, that was so close, and holding holding on with one Pokemon is what sealed the victory for Kaifia.
The trail base boost was so important. The defenses of the Ariados are kind of low, especially when you want this high attack. Got Sucker Punch down eventually. The Azumarill hanging on to a little bit of HP because of the debuffs on the Brave Bird before was absolutely crucial. Kaifia winning with the slightest of margins.
And I'm not surprised. Trainers of this caliber, there's not going to be much that separates them. They're that good that it comes down to whispers of health, whispers of energy, just little whispers of everything.
Yeah, that is true. And if you're thinking at home, hey, I want to be as good as these trainers, how do I get the knowledge? How do I get the information? There is going to be a video for you now, and get out a pal pad and a pen to write down these notes, because we have trainer tips for you.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm out of the day 2. So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there's some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion, because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's what it takes for winning.
Yo pienso que para ser un buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir intentándolo, nunca rendirse. Solamente así se consigue el éxito.
I think if you just play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use strategies that work for you and you think is the best, no matter what anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you a good Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador, precisa treinar seu Pokémon e pegar muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar de Pokémon muito bem.
What an awesome set of some trainer tips. But if you want even more specific trainer tips, tune into this next match. We've got Inadequate against Stone Collection here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
This is a pretty massive one. I think everyone knows just how good both of these players are. Stone Collection hasn't quite got to the heights that many people know that he can get to. And this is probably not the player that he wants to be up against in these late stages, but he has every opportunity now.
Stone Collection is a guy who loves playing neutrally. He wants to play against other players who have pretty meta teams and are going to play pretty reliably and pretty predictably. However, as he said, this is the last place you want to be if you're that kind of player.
Yeah, Martine is a player that loves to get the alignment that he wants. He's bringing Shadow Drifblim, Shadow Kanto Marowak as well, and they can be so punishing. But the players at this stage of the tournament, they're all so good. They all have their playstyles. Let's take a look at the winner's bracket and who these players will be up against very soon.
If you thought this top match was difficult, it doesn't get much easier on the lower side. That's Tonton Batus, our recent regional champion, and PvP David 07, someone who is not unfamiliar to the top cut.
I think PvP David has a really solid chance. He is here in this top 8, and he will know that this is a really good opportunity this season for him, because he doesn't play that many regional events, but when he does, he usually performs very well.
definitely makes every trip worthwhile. But on the other hand, back to our current match, Stone Collection is a player who basically attends every single regional event. Of course, Inadequence does too, mostly as a caster, but definitely Stone Collection has made a ton of top cuts in the last season, could never really bring home that trophy, has one medal to his name in the 2022 Lille, got 4th place, but since then it's just been a lot of top 8s and top 16s.
I mean, Stone Collection's obviously a very great player to be in this position anyway, and he is so frequently in this position, but it will now really be a test of nerves. And he says, he goes, sometimes, you know, when I'm up there, I do get nervous being on stage. And I guess when you compare that against someone like Martine, a showman, he's toying with the camera, playing with it. I wonder, does that make it worse for a player like Stone Collection, or does that take the attention all the way over to Martine?
If he can just get inside of his own head and ensure that he is prepared for this match, Martine cannot use those tricks on him. Of course, it's easy to be pretty nervous on these big stages, but Martine, he puts up a big show, pretends he's all prepared, but he's probably nervous here too, right? I think Stone Collection is not someone you want to play.
Yeah, I think Martine is going to be comfortable in the sense that he knows that he has the experience, but he also knows that Stone Collection is such a high quality player, and when Stone is locked in, he can definitely make things difficult. So Martine will want to get some momentum in this first game one, and he's going to try and do so with these crazy picks that he's come up with this weekend. That Fortress, Volt Switch, Earthquake, Rock Tomb, that has caught so many players by surprise. Can it continue to do so in this day 2?
Fortress, a Pokemon that a lot of people have theorized is a really nice pick, a core breaker, so to speak, because it just walls off Ariados, it walls off Toxapex, and a lot of other meta staples. But when it goes up a Pokemon where it should theoretically be good against, such as Feraligatr or Mandibuzz, it often doesn't feel that good because its moves are so slow, don't really hit with same type attack bonus. So Fortress really acts as a good bench pressure most of the time.
And then you've got that Shadow Drifblim, that Shadow Kanto Marowak. They are so happy getting through the 2 shields, powering through. And you look at Pokemon like Shadow Feraligatr here for Stone Collection, which when there are 2 shields in play, both Drifblim and Kanto Marowak can win.
The king of neutral play on the right-hand side of your screen here. That's Stone Collection with his Clodsire. I want everybody to notice here, Stone Edge and Sludge Bomb. While he thought it was a nice idea to have coverage for flyers like Moltres and Mandibuzz and also Azumarill, it actually cost him a lot of trouble yesterday when it was aligned against something like a Clodsire where you don't have those ground type attacks to hit back against poison.
One thing I like about that approach is you accept that if you are going to lose versus ground, you're going to lose. So why don't you improve coverage against everything else? But we're getting straight into these games. That is a great lead for Stone Collection. Azumarill into Primeape, but Primeape with shields, it always has play.
Primeape is so strong. Look at how quickly he gets the little Drave's Fist. It seems like we just started this match where Primeape is already getting ready. Also, if we look a little bit to the backline as this matchup plays out, Fortress just looks so strong here for Inadequence. I think it's going to be up to Stone Collection to neutrally play that out with the Feraligatr and that Drapion.
I think the difficulty here for Stone is that because so many attacks are coming through and they're slowly getting boosted each time, at what point can you really come in to try and sponge any of this damage? Neither of your Pokemon in the back can take a close combat, so Stone Collection needs to be really smart with his shields.
I think you opt to play out with no shields and just accept that your Drapion is going to take a couple karate chops, take a close combat maybe, but you need to shield it up, and then it's up to you to just take it out with an Aqua Tail. At this point, Primeape is getting, oh, this is a really nice close combat, and it's going to go no shielded, double boosted onto Azumarill. Is this going to knock out? Yes, it knocks out!
That is a massive hit for Martine. We're expecting him to now instantly switch out, maybe into the Fortress as soon as Stone Collection comes in. Actually, you could just go into the Shadow Kanto Marowak either way, but let's check. Here comes the Drapion. Martine's actually going to stay in because he knows he can get to another attack, baiting that Rage Fist first.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go for the shield there. It's too risky to no shield. And of course, Stone Collection is a player who likes to play very safely, and that's just one example of it. But can he poison Sting all the way down? He's going to reach a Rage Fist, and this has to go shielded. But at the same time, your backline with the Feraligatr is going to be so weak with those shields.
But you do have an energy advantage on this Drapion, so you will be able to get an Aqua Tail against any incoming Shadow Kanto Marowak, or crunches against the Fortress.
Does Inadequance even want to come in with the Fortress here, knowing that it's going to sponge the energy a lot better? Yes, exactly. Here comes the Fortress. It's going to take one crunch.
This is great for Stone because that Feraligatr in the back will then be aligned against the Kanto Marowak. Martine desperately looking at the team sheets, trying to read what could be in the back. That is a big amount of damage. There is no debuff then, so another crunch is now coming through.
I would have liked to see him go for 2 Aqua Tails here, right?
I agree.
If he didn't get that debuff on the first one, this crunch is not going to knock out. You can never poison Sting all the way down. Do you hard pivot to the Yes, exactly. But it's read by the Kanto Marowak. Can he get to this charge attack? Get into Aqua Tail range with those Shadow Claws. It looks like he's going to be going going for that first Hydro Cannon. Is this going to get, of course this goes shielded, but now.
Problem is, one Bone Club will take out the Feraligatr, and then an Aquatail will take out the Kanto Marowak. So I think Martine could be okay here.
He needs to be very careful. Can he get...
When Martine looks in the camera like this, you know that he's confident.
Yeah, looking at the camera, giving us a little bit of a sly glance back here. Is he one Poison Sting away? No, he is not. That Bone Club's going to come through and take down this Drapion. Really, really clean plays here, knowing exactly when to pivot in with that Feraligatr, but at the same time, Martine was ready, had that shield advantage, and ready to go with that Kanto Marowak.
A big game one for Inadequance. He breathes a sigh of relief. That is the momentum, the exact momentum that he was looking for in the first game of these winners semifinals.
Those Rage Fist baits were absolutely critical. If he had gone for a close combat and had gone shielded, he wouldn't have made it to another charge attack. With those extra shields, Stone Collection would have been able to sweep through that backline with the Drapion.
That was kind of crazy, the amount of work that that Primeape did. Like, we talked about neutral play and Stone Collection, the neutral play there, but Primeape, that was neutral play into everything. If anything, that was detrimental play. You're a fighting type against a fairy, and you still powered through and took shields away from the remaining Pokemon.
In my opinion, Stone Collection needs to begin to lean on that Gastrodon, maybe as a lead, because the only thing you want to avoid, right, is this Drift Limb. Everything else, I think it looks not only okay, but really good. For example, Primeape, one of the main problems he had was he can't get that thing down if it has two shields. Gastrodon doesn't care. It will just mud slap through.
And the difficulty is, does Stone Collection go, okay, Martine was playing a little bit weak to Gastrodon, do I now bring it? But I'm now also fearful that Martine is inviting the Gastrodon, and suddenly that Shadow Drift Limb could come out of nowhere and punish me for it.
That's the call you have to make, but Martine, he feels like he's in his head. Does he know what he knows? This is a battle of the minds here. Can Stone Collection get the read right, pull himself back from the jaws of defeat here in game number 2?
And the leads are looking like Feraligatr for Martine against a Drapion for Stone Collection. Both of these Pokemon, Shadow Drapion, if it can get the bait correct, then it can be very good. But look at those backlines, Eric.
How is he going to deal with this Fortress? Game 1, he didn't respect the Fortress. Game 2, he's respecting it even less, it feels like, as the Drapion here being neutralized by the Feraligatr could allow that Fortress to make a huge sweep in the backline. Does Martine call the bait? This could be a very risky bait call. He smiles, he nods, does he? Oh my goodness, it's gone! Crunch goes down on the Feraligatr. Now, does he need a pivot? He's going to get Poison Sting down. What is the play here for Martine? What is going on?
He's allowed his Feraligatr to get fully farmed down. That is a massive momentum shift for Stone Collection. Here comes the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I would quite like perhaps Stone Collection to maybe pivot.
He needs to. He has to recognize the Fortress may be lurking. Does he go to the Azumarill or the Feraligatr? He's going to stay in. Is he going to throw the Aqua Tail? What is going on? He needs to use his... Okay, Fortress sweeps.
Fortress maybe sweeps, but if you can start to sponge damage on this Azumarill, you can draw out the Fortress and then try and power through with the Feraligatr. Remember, it's a non-Shadow Fortress.
Oh! He actually saves that Kanto, no, he saves the Drapion. He might be able to make another Aqua Tail later on because he transferred that Volt Switch damage to the Feraligatr.
Maybe, or just maybe using it as a catch potentially as well, but it's going to be very risky because any fast attack will take that Drapion down.
But against a 4-turn charge attack, you just have the opportunity to maybe make an Aqua Tail later on in the game. Rock Tomb comes out. I feel like you have to shield this. It's now or never. Feraligatr needs to put up some heavy damage against this Fortress, otherwise the Azumarill won't be able to chew through it.
I think Stone Collection's actually in a pretty good position here, because let's remember that Azumarill, it's so bulky, and Fortress doesn't hit hard. Even with Volt Switch, Earthquakes take ages, so this could be very tricky.
Wow. That's a lot of damage here. Is he going to be able to make it to another? I think he does. He makes it to another Hydro Cannon, but doesn't Martine want to throw an attack? Doesn't he want to know what the last Pokemon is?
I think Martine recognizes that is his win condition gone. He might still see the Pokemon in the back. That is incredible farming from Stone Collection, and there you go. Here's the Azumarill coming in. Martine recognizes that Stone Collection has taken this game. That was brilliantly played.
At the start there, I think trying to call that Aqua Tail bait could have been an amazing instant game-winning play, but he was down to a 50-50 there.
Wow. Martine was almost like locking eyes with Stone Collection, thinking, this is tricky.
He smiled at him too.
Because the thing with Shadow Drapion is you can win against a Feraligatr if you get a bait. If you draw a shield from the Aqua Tail bait, you will win. And Martine was desperately trying to call that bait, got it wrong. I think it was maybe
should have pivoted.
Yeah, it was maybe.
Maybe he was okay then. He was up a shield with the Fortress.
Do you think he was confident that his Feraligatr would hold on to another Hydro Cannon?
I think that's the case. Let's think about how this could have gone differently. If he had no shield Aqua Tail, I think he wins instantly, right?
Yeah, agreed.
If he shields, so there are win conditions for the Drapion, of course, and one of those win conditions is clearly landing that crunch. But if that had gotten a debuff, for example, and he got less poison things, he might have just lost this game.
If Martine had pivoted straight after taking that crunch,
it's over, I think.
You think?
Because Fortress up the shields, you always shield up those first couple moves, you always get those Rock Tombs in, and you're not taking a lot of damage. There's no fast attack pressure from Stone Collection.
Okay, but think about it like this.
Sure.
Fortress comes in, you can just stay in with the Drapion.
You could stay in, throw off a crunch.
You get 2 crunches.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think it was difficult for him at that point, but Fortress, it's one of those things, maybe it looks so good on paper against this whole team, but when you actually put it into practice, we saw against Feraligatr, it struggled. Against even the Drapion, you resist those poison stings, but it still does so much damage with the crunch.
So I think we're agreed that as soon as that crunch landed, it was very, very difficult for Martine to come back, whether or not he pivoted. Let's find out. We've got a decisive game, number 3. It's that Gastrodon up against Dugong.
One of those matchups that you might think is not great for the Gastrodon because you're mostly relying on fast attack pressure, but the Dugong is able to debuff you, kind of take away your main source of damage, and of course, Earth Power still hits so hard even when it's debuffed.
Do you know what I really like? Stone Collection is absolutely going heavy into Shadow Kanto Marowak. Martine does have that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back there as well. So Stone Collection, on paper, has managed to shut that down slightly. Let's see if Martine can dance around them.
In my opinion, though, Shadow Kanto Marowak is one of those Pokemon that with 2 shields, here we go, no longer having 2 shields on its side, it might not be as favorable into the Azumarill as you would think it could be. Here, he might just go for an Ice... goes for the Drill Run.
Yeah, but let's bear in mind, if Stone Collection lets this go down, which it's about to, how do you take out the rest of this Dugong?
He maybe, he can't hang on. Maybe he thought he could hang on to an Icy Wind, but not a Drill Run. You bring in the Azumarill here, and now this Azumarill will need 2 Play Rough still.
I think Martine's in an absolutely fantastic position here.
Dugong can try to sweep the game, but Dugong is not really one of those Pokemon that think, wow, what a great sweeper. We can just mow through the entire team with the Dugong. It's just so slow. And if Martine plays this dynamically with that Kanto Marowak, with that Feraligatr, he could be in a great position here. Interesting.
That's okay. Drill Run coming through. Play Rough will do a lot of damage. I wonder then if Martine will pivot out.
I think both of these players are going to instantly pivot out. Go to that Dugong, maybe go to that Feraligatr, but you play out the 2-to-1 shields as a Dugong versus the Feraligatr. You maybe debuff the last Pokemon. As long as you can get the shield down, basically. Yeah, exactly.
Here comes the Feraligatr. You may as well get to a Play Rough first, right?
3, 4, throwing on perfect timing in Stone Collection while Martine is out of Hydro Cannon. This energy's not going to really go anywhere as that
Now you have to come in with the Dugong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You throw this off. Now, how do you get that?
Dugong doesn't have a comfortable farm down.
Can you 2-shield farm? If you 2-shield farm this down, I think he's in a very clean position to win.
I think Stone could consider doing it, but do you want to save one shield for? Do you want to save 1 shield for a Marowak?
You know that the Marowak's going to be there. Okay, I think that's totally okay. You have to eventually shield one, otherwise those mud slaps are going to start tearing.
Now you got to shield. Yeah. You got to shield. Okay.
There's no choice here, but you're going to build up a ton of energy. Feraligator's basically dry, right?
You commit to the 2 shield. Will you not take another Hydro Cannon?
No, you can just throw 3 and then do the Icy Wind. I think you need to throw this Icy Wind.
I think you can just shield. I agree.
Yeah. Because now, what does Martine come in with?
Well, the Dugong can't be farmed down by Ice Shards.
Sure, but
it is
the Azumarill's still so healthy, right?
Here comes the Kanto Marowak.
Okay, here, does he try to catch? No! I love what he does.
Did you see Martine's expression there? He goes, exactly. Oh, you actually threw straight away.
Yeah, exactly. That was very, very smart because both these players know what the other one is thinking. And now this Dugong is going to hang on to these Mudslaps. I think you hang on. You hang on. Oh, is it just enough? No! You go to... Oh, why?
You've given them an opportunity! Stone Collection can now reach 2 attacks. Martine has just thrown that!
I think he could mud slap down. I don't know if he recognized that, but now, do you need to shield this though? Yeah, I don't think, you force him. You need to get the bubble in, then Icy Wind.
Yes, but Martine can farm up to 2 potentially.
No, you have to...
There's no shield. Yeah. You have to throw straight away.
Okay, is it enough? Icy Wind is enough, I think.
I mean, you have to throw and hope that Icy Wind is enough. You're the Shadow Kanto Marowak player, you tell me.
Oh, it hangs on, it doesn't even matter. We're never going to see that Icy Wind, but I think it definitely depends on the health of that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Stone Collection, Ice Beam comes through, onto the Marowak, and there we go.
Marowak goes down. Stone Collection wins these winner semi-finals against the great Inadequates. What a massive victory for the German. He is over the moon.
This is probably the most excited you'll ever see him after winning a match. A player who's very calm and collected. Despite all the nerves, he can keep it in and just show it off a little bit at the end here. What an excellent win to kick off what could be one of his best tournaments ever.
I think, speaking to Stone Collection slightly before the match, he said the one thing that I want is to not make obvious mistakes. Other than that, it's very, very difficult. Martine's such a brilliant player. He plays such crazy teams, such wild lines. All I want to do is play my game. And he did that perfectly because actually, it was Martine that arguably threw that match.
Stone Collection played that to a T. He played it the best that he could. Even though he lost game 1, for example, he didn't let that get into his head. He knew, I played the best that I could, the line just wasn't right for me. Game number 2, he plays extremely cleanly. Game 3, at that point, when you're trying to beat Martine, it's not about not making a mistake, it's hoping that they might make a mistake. Because he did everything he could just hope for the best. And again, what an amazing Game 3.
So the mistake that Martine made in that Game 3, he was in a winning position and it all changed when the Kanto Marak swapped into the Dugong because Martine was either trying to catch or wasn't confident that his Mudslap wouldn't take out Stone Collection's Dugong. By doing that, Stone Collection was able to get another Ice Shard through, bank an Icy Wind, and then bubble down with the Azumarill and have both an Ice Beam and an Icy Wind loaded so that no matter what, he would close out that series.
And that's one of those things that is really difficult to recognize. You have to understand Martine knew his Marowak, as you see here, is 1 stage debuffed. So it could be a little bit unclear as to whether that Mudslap was going to knock this out. And as you see here, it gets really close and you see the frames of HP left on that Marowak and debuffed. That Bone Club is just not enough. Ice Beam comes through onto the Shadow Cancel Marowak and seals the deal for Stone Collection. He is now locked in his 2nd medal ever and has at least a top 3 finish.
That was a wild match, and Stone Collection beaming, grinning from ear to ear. We could not be more pleased for him. And Martine will probably go away. We know Martine, right? He is a winner. He's a champion. He has that competitor's mentality. He will look back on those games. He will probably punish himself for a little bit, but then he will compose because Martine has done losers bracket runs before. This weekend could be no different. Let's remember Utrecht.
Yeah, when we casted that one, I think he went on a bit of an 18-game run or something like that just to sweep that entire tournament, blow Pablo and Dinas out of the water in those grand finals. That was a pleasure to watch, and I hope we can see something like that again today.
And let's remember, it's very easy for us behind the caster desk, easy for you at home to look at the energy on the Dugong and know that Martine doesn't need to switch out. But let's remember, that Dugong was in for ages against Martine's Feraligatr, and it's very difficult sometimes to remember, is it on the 5 Ice Shard cycle or on the 4 Ice Shard cycle? And so that might have been something that Martine takes away and goes, I needed to have paid a little bit more attention there because that was critical.
Dugong was such a great Pokemon for Stone Collection, basically only answered by Primeape from Martine, and he didn't bring that in game number 3, but I'd love to take a little bit of a bigger look at Primeape here. What could he have done about that Dugong? As you see here, Karate Chop and Close Combat basically can take out the Dugong from full HP.
Yeah, it's one of those strategies where we saw the dominance of Primeape almost sweep the entire team, put in so much work in that game 1, and you expect your opponent to perhaps adjust, to make changes to their lines to account for how dominant the Primeape was. So Martine then dropped the Primeape. He thought, okay, why don't I lean into something else and try? And honestly,
it makes sense, right?
Not only did it make sense, it would have worked.
It should have worked.
Kanto Marak would have taken out that game 3, and Martine's strategies on paper were near perfect. The execution was arguably what let him down.
This is why I love Shadow Cancel Marowak. Against a negative matchup, such as Dugong, such as Azumarill, they may be doing super effective damage to you, but your Mudslaps feel like they're doing super effective damage right back.
Honestly, I think anyone who doesn't have a Shadow Kanto Marak wishes they did because it is so popular and it is so strong. We're seeing it perform so well in so many day 2s. It's always on winning teams or medal obtaining teams.
I think the last couple of tournaments, it's been at least 50% in the top 8. This tournament, probably not an exception either if you look at the data.
But we don't have a Shadow Kanto Marak.
We have a little bit of a different stuff. Tonton Batus doing what he does best, bringing the spice. He emptied out the entire rack for this game, and it's going to be Greninja who will be the star of this show. Look how good it is against David's team.
Yeah, Greninja has positive matchups against Typhlosion, Galarian Moltres, and against Diggersby, but it has poor matchups against Annihilate, Azumarill, and Toxapex, so he needs to get that alignment correct. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Tonton leans into Charjabug and Greninja as well, because Charjabug has better matchups into Annihilate, Azumarill, and Toxapex, so those 2 Pokemon together can arguably cover David's team.
Well, the thing I think is interesting here is Diggersby into the team could be so interesting, right? You have such positive matchups with things like Charjabug, Dunsparce, or Clodsire. But against Greninja, Serperior, and Skarmory, you have no play whatsoever. What kind of player is David? Do you think he would go for a Diggersby here?
I think that Diggersby is not only very strong, it is extremely strong when paired with a Toxapex. So one of the strategies, let's remember that this is a team that I suggested to David a couple of weeks ago, right? So one of the strategies that I remember using is the Toxapex and Diggersby, and then you put a closing Pokemon like an Annihilate with them. And they don't need shields. Diggersby and Toxapex are so bulky that you can save your shields for Annihilate. If you can get alignment with that level of bulk and that pressure, it's basically game over. The question is, how flexibly can you dance around when you don't have alignment?
Keep in mind as well, while that Greninja might not have great matchups into an Annihilate, he can fight against alignment because a Hydro Cannon would knock it out from full HP.
So let's see if we see that Greninja. It is a Charger Bug lead. But David is running that Toxapex Diggersby Annihilate slightly soft to a Charger Bug lead. He's going to stay in for a little bit with this Toxapex. It is very, very bulky, but super effective Volt Switch and super effective Discharge available for Tonton Patus.
This is actually not a bad matchup for Toxapex. As most would believe, Discharge and Volt Switch is doing a good amount of damage, but Toxapex can basically one-hit KO the Charger Bug with this Sludge Wave if it goes unshielded, but it looks like he's going to be going for a Brine Bait. Tonton Patus knows that. Now PvP David can win the ones, I believe.
I think maybe you need to come in with Annihilate. You have to draw out the Superior to protect your Diggersby. The question is, when does David look to do it?
If he lets this Toxapex go down, he might not have to play in the back. Could he catch an X-Scissor? Oh, doesn't go for the X-Scissor catch, but now you can't shield, right? Because then you're just going to take another.
I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable about this play, Eric. You're losing so much energy on that Toxapex, and now you're coming in with the Diggersby. And what do you do? Because now you've just got a Superior to deal with in the back for the Diggersby.
And here is the problem. You can't go for the Rage Fist exactly because you don't outpace, and he's going to get the shield back almost immediately. It's so quick to the Night Slash.
Well, maybe you just two-shield this, save your Rage Fist for the Pokemon in the back. I think that has to be the play.
Yeah, I like that. He could have gone for an attack there, but no, he's going to let Tonton Patus get his Hydro Cannon, shield up, and no, Rage Fist Annihilate is so strong into almost any Pokemon on Tonton's team.
That Charger Bug still has a lot of energy, Superior with bulk and a shield available to it. The first Rage Fist. Of course, you can no-shield this, land a Discharge, but then you're going to be getting countered down. So you probably have to think about aggressively coming in with Superior at some point. This Discharge will actually expire the switch timer, so Tonton could come in with Superior straight away if he wanted to.
You know what I would have loved to see there? Maybe a close comment under the Charger Bug to prevent this move from ever being launched.
Potentially, but here's the close combat. This is now going to get
here we go. You have to shield this, right? What else are you going to use your shields on?
I think Tonton's in a great position here. Superior with a little bit of energy against a basically energy-dry Diggersby. So here comes the Diggersby back in.
Yeah, Fire Punch is super effective, but from a Diggersby, it's just going to tickle. We're going to see this Frenzy Plant being launched now, and you're going to see it doesn't even do that much to a Diggersby, despite being one of the best charge attacks in the game. Here we go, Frenzy Plant onto the Diggersby, and it's still in the yellow. Fire Punch comes down, but I think Tonton Patus is going to get to this next Frenzy Plant at the same time as this Fire Punch, and basically charge attack priority to win the game.
Yeah, I think even if we looked right back at the very beginning, losing that Toxapex makes it so difficult to take this Superior down. Superior charging up to that next Frenzy Plant already on charge attack priority. This will absolutely take down the Diggersby, and let's remember Charger Bug has a little bit of health as well.
Charger Bug was such a strong player there for Tonton Patus. I think PvP David, if he was able to swap into that Annihilate a little earlier, like you suggested, not go down all the energy on the Toxapex, I think a great opportunity would have been to read the fact that Tonton will go for the X-Scissor and then catch it on the Annihilate.
Yes, and
I think that was pretty telegraphed.
Annihilate is a ghost type, it is a fighting type. It double resists bug damage, so it could have been a really, really nice play. You preserve the energy on that Toxapex, you misalign the switch clock slightly, and you take double resisted damage.
And if you take that charge attack, you're going to go down to the Superior's Frenzy Plant no matter what. It doesn't matter that you took basically a scratch from the X-Scissor. Superior could never Vine Whip you down regardless. So it would have been a very nice way to kind of mitigate some of that energy from Tonton Patus and go into that Annihilate. Of course, PvP David can still bring this one back. He's got to be a lot more wary of that Greninja. It could take 2 shields from the Annihilate. Even though it was a bad matchup, he grabbed 2 shields and swept the game with the Superior.
And Tonton, he employed the strategy that we talked about, right? That Greninja and Charger Bug together. And obviously, because he chose to lead the Charger Bug, which is weak to Diggersby, he then paired those with a Superior, with a dominant matchup into the normal ground-type Pokemon.
You made a great call into the core that he wanted to rely on. Charger Bug and Greninja so solid into a lot of that team. But I want to point out something here. The Moltres from David looks so good in the Zero Shield scenario. It's basically able to one-hit KO most of these Pokemon. Probably the worst matchup is the Charger Bug, but at the same time, you still have the option to pressure with those charge attacks with those sucker punches. I would be very surprised to see him not lean into the motions a little bit in this next game.
It's tricky because I really think that Annihilate is the play here. If I'm looking at this team, I would happily put Annihilate against all of these Pokemon, with Superior and Charger Bug probably being the slightly more difficult ones to deal with. But if you can get an energy head start on
shield,
either, then
so
actually
easy.
you're fine. Yeah.
Here we go. Annihilate into Charger Bug as a lead here. As you said, if you're Tauntaun, this is probably where you want to see the Annihilate. But let's take a look at the back. Like,
yes!
oh!
This is a brilliant line from David because you can actually let this Annihilate go, and that Toxapex looks absolutely dominant in the back, but that disc speed doesn't really have a ton of play. Here's the first discharge from Charger Bug. It's correctly shielded by David.
Does Tauntaun know that he needs to bring out that Toxapex at some point in this game? Again, no real point to bait the X's are there because you would have to bait twice to make it worthwhile. Here comes the Rage Fist. That's an easy no-shield from Tauntaun Batus. Do you try to lure out this Toxapex though? It feels so risky because the Superior would basically get full farm, but at the same time you could get some meaningful damage with the Frenzy plans. Oh.
I like that he didn't throw. Tauntaun gambled on the chance that David would throw on Charge Attack priority, tried to get an extra Volt Switch through.
I love that idea because with that extra energy he would have been able to play out the 2 shields and actually knock out that Annihilate.
He's so close to another attack, but he's actually not going to reach it. If David shields this, he should be able to counter this down and then get the shield back.
Now here's the danger, right? Could this Greninja put in work in the back? Oh, he goes for the hard swap of the Superior.
Oh, David didn't bank an attack. I really would have liked to see him bank an attack first before getting out, but it might not make a difference.
These Frenzy
You
plants
also could have got the shield back, right?
Absolutely.
You could have just thrown an attack first, then gone in with the Toxapex.
While these Frenzy plants are going to do a ton of damage, it's up to Tauntaun Batus now to try to sweep this endgame with the Greninja. We've seen how much damage it can put up with those Night Slashes, especially if he can get a boost somewhere on the field. Frenzy plant comes out onto the Toxapex. PvP David doesn't go for that Brine, doesn't go for a charge attack, is going to try to farm as much as he can before Tauntaun Batus gets to this next Frenzy plant. Here we go. Poison jabs are adding up. He's almost at 100.
Yeah, but let's remember that Greninja, now that this Toxapex is so low, Greninja could potentially sweep. It also has shield advantage.
Here we go, Brian. I think it's just not going to be enough, so you might get another Poison Jab. That is absolutely perfect gameplay from PvP David here. What are you bringing as Tauntaun Batus? I think you need to bring the Charger Bug because the Greninja cannot take a Sludge Wave here. Catch from the Charger Bug. It's
Really nicely played from PvP David. That was so good. You banked a Sludge Wave
beautiful
on that Toxapex. You didn't throw. Tauntaun went for a brilliant attempt at a catch. Didn't quite pay off. Gets the X-Scissor at least into this Diggersby.
But now, isn't this in Hydro Cannon range? If Tauntaun Batus gets a couple of moves on the board.
But if it has to throw a Hydro Cannon before the
build up too.
Yeah, but look, you have to shield this Scorching Sands, and now you've got to have a think about the Sludge Wave and the Annihilate that's one attack from a Rage Fist.
I think he can try to manage this, but no shielding the Scorching Sands might be step number 1.
Big attack drop, big attack drop. This,
wait, pause. Couldn't let him farm down. If Tauntaun Batus gets the 2 charge attacks, he wins this game. Oh my goodness.
No, David's gonna reach a Fire Punch.
No, wait, he just needs 2 Night Slashes though. Oh, he's going for the quick attack down. Genius!
Really nice play from David. Committed to that full farm down. Knew that Tauntaun had a shield. I don't need to throw a Fire Punch because you just shielded anyway. Let's go for the quick attack down.
This was probably one of the most high-level games that we've seen all tournaments.
These players are so good.
I mean, Tauntaun Batus, Gdansk regional
champion. Catch attempt against 99% of the player base works.
You get it.
Every time.
No problem. But both of them are so in each other's heads that they're continuously elevating the level of this game up and up and up. We're not just playing chess here. We're playing 4-dimensional chess and checkers at the same time.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. David going for another ABA against Charger Bug. But this is the thing with Annihilate. It has so much play, even when it is slightly weak into a Pokemon. When shields are available, Rage Fist gives it so much more power.
Think about the lines that Tauntaun Batus has been playing, though. Charger Bug in the lead, Superior in the back. What does that invite?
It really does beg for Typhlosion to come in. And do you know what? David's going to be a little bit annoyed at that. And we'll speak to him afterwards, I'm sure, at some point. And he will say, I don't expect to see Superior.
But it's not worth the risk.
Charger Bug.
It might not be worth the risk.
You know what?
Right?
There is one thing about Charger Bug. If you can land that discharge against Typhlosion, then you can Volt Switch it down.
Absolutely.
Right?
But at the same time, there's no Typhlosion in the world who's not going to be shielding up those charge attacks. They're going to go for the full Incinerate down, and then they're going to get your 2 shields on the back end with those back-to-back Blast Burns, essentially. Tauntaun Batus played ABA weak, and he got away with it.
And David played ABA weak and saw the Pokemon that he was ABA weak to in that Charger Bug and still came out on top. But he had to be so meticulous. Let's remember, he didn't throw when Tauntaun went for the catch. He then banked the Sludge Wave and pivoted out. That 5 seconds of gameplay there was some really, really high-level stuff. But here we are. It's the decisive game number 3.
Here we go. He's trying to call the ABA weakness, but Tonon brings that Clodsire. He's not going to make that mistake again.
No, honestly, Typhlosion is not even terrible.
Wait.
Clodsire. And the Toxapex again looks like it has a ton of play. Honestly, Annihilate also has a ton of play. I maybe would have pivoted into the Annihilate, but this could be absolutely fine. You're going to shield this up. Do you bait a Thunder Punch? Is that criminal?
It's a little bit criminal, but you can often get away with it. We've seen players who are really proficient with Shadow Typhlosion, like Arrow, always go for the bait in this situation. Tonon, he's not one to make very risky plays.
I actually think that this is fine, because if you get the shield, then you can go this is going to do a ton of damage.
Burn onto that Clodsire.
That was massive. Annihilate comes through. You bank the Sludge Wave. The Sludge Bomb from the Clodsire. That's quite smart. You come in with the Superior. Sludge Bomb would have been resisted by the Ghost.
He has the Earthquake. He has the Earthquake on the Clodsire.
I think he only has a... Are you sure?
He has the Earthquake on the Clodsire.
I only 50% trust you.
Well,
that's reasonable.
That's pretty reasonable, and I can't argue with that. But does PvP David know
you can let this go? Yeah, but
I love this. He knows it's not a Frenzy Plant. Even though it's super effective, Frenzy Plant would have done more damage. Aerial Ace goes down on the Annihilate, and it's not in Vine Whip down range, but the Superior is going to counter down. Does he continue to... yeah, this is perfect. I would have liked to see him throw maybe one more counter.
Yeah, on Charge Type Priority. Invite the Charge Type Priority, but Tonon wouldn't have done that.
Okay, he may be going for the Vine Whip down, but I don't think it's possible. You get counter down first. Tonon has to go for the attack. Yes, he does, but his Superior is so low, it's not going to give a lot of farm for PvP David. But at the same time, I think this Clodsire and Greninja just might be able to mitigate the Toxapex.
I'm not sure. I don't think that Toxapex... I think that you can shield if you expect an Earthquake, right?
Yeah, I think PvP David is full aware now that the only win condition for Tonon is to start boosting this Greninja. Does he get the boost? First one always goes no shielded. Can this
you don't have to shield the first 2, right? Even with a boost, you don't have to be shielding.
Let's see it. Is there a boost? There is no boost, and I think he's going to be charging up to that Sludge Wave. Just going to... Oh.
I think you can just go straight Brian. You just need Chip. It's a Greninja. The poison jabs will be enough, right?
Well, yeah, Brian, not the strongest charge attack in the game, but he's going to get that shield anyway. Tonon he needs to shield up, goes for a nice slash. I think he needs to boost here and maybe hope that the next one is enough to knock out, but that's the only
I think David's in a really good position.
Oh, yeah, I think this is the only win condition at this point. It's the boost here. Does he get the boost? He does not, and I think that's going to seal the deal.
Let's have a look. Do you go for another? The Brian is coming through.
Beautiful.
This probably won't take out, but it is Greninja. It could be close, actually.
Now, if he throws a nice slash, that poison jab will probably sneak through and take him out, though.
I agree.
Let's see. Oh, actually, I think you hang on. Oh. Wait, well now he's just shielded up. Yeah, Incinerate has snuck through. This is a brilliant play from David.
David will now have an attack bank. The Incinerate will take out the Greninja. He'll be able to throw the attack straight away onto the Clodsire. Thunder Punch is about to land. Eric, this is sensational.
Thunder Punch onto the Clodsire. Double resisted charge attack, and it lands here to seal the deal for PvP David in the winner's semifinals.
Clodsire goes down. David stands up. What a victory for the young man.
What a play from PvP David to seal it there. Toxapex in the back was so strong both games, and Tonon couldn't find an opening to basically lure out that Toxapex, quote unquote. Even tried to use the Superior, but PvP David read that with the Annihilate.
That was so nicely played. You saw the power of that Typhlosion, and honestly, when you get the opportunity to get an Incinerate through like that, right? We saw the Greninja went to throw an attack. David came in with a Typhlosion just beforehand. The full Incinerate goes through. That's typically a 5-turn attack. You got it for free, you shielded. That is a huge amount of energy and damage.
It looks like a Black Friday discount here. One Typhlosion Incinerate for free onto that Greninja, sealing the deal for PvP David there, getting that Thunder Punch down onto the Clodsire. You don't see that too often.
No, that was definitely a festive gift for PvP David, but he wants to go further, and he'll be up against Stone Collection now in the Winners Finals. This is the first time David has been in the Winners Finals for a long time.
And I think Stone Collection hasn't ever been in the Winners Finals, so this is a monumental moment for both these trainers as they try to lock down their first regional win. 2 trainers who, if you said they haven't won a regional before, that would be pretty surprising.
Yeah, and I do have a lot of sympathy for Tonon. He's such a brilliant character, such a brilliant player, and we know that he hasn't been feeling very well this weekend. He said that he was finding it a little bit tough to focus, but he put in a real show there. Even with his back against the wall, he made it so close, and he forced his opponent to play perfectly in order to take him down. So huge credit to both of these players.
Now, just think about how difficult that lower bracket is. We've got Inadequates, we've got Tonon, we've got Colin 6. That is already such a stacked lower bracket, and the fact that only one of those trainers is going to make it out to fight one of Stone Collection or PvP David speaks volumes to how stacked this tournament is.
So for anyone who's wondering, why has David got Typhlosion, Annihilate, and Moltres? Well, the way that we were speaking about this team right? Eric's staring at me. The way that we were speaking about this team is at the very beginning of the max out season. Clodsire and Feraligatr were king. And if you remember, if you think back to that moment, what happened then? It was Diggersby and Toxapex that emerged to beat that core. And so when I was putting this team together, I basically said, well, hold on a minute. If everyone's using Clodsire and a water, like Feraligatr, or in this case, a Greninja, maybe Toxapex Diggersby could be the play. Did you see the amount of work that Toxapex did there? Just did not care about those Night Slashes. Anything else has to start shielding at some point. Toxapex goes, no problem.
Even against Charge Bug, for example, it is very convincing. I would almost look at Toxapex as a way to swap in and potentially lure out that Charge Bug, but of course, it's so easy to mitigate Charge Bug. It's not the bulkiest Pokemon. It doesn't have the greatest charge attacks, so it's Annihilate and Toxapex, things that are really bulky or have really efficient charge attacks. It's just so easy to whittle it down slowly.
And we know that Diggersby is about to receive a buff from this latest attack update. Fire Punch is going to do a little bit extra damage, but we've also got Galarian Corsola coming in, a Ghost-type Pokemon that uses Nightshade and Power Gem, two attacks that are resisted by Diggersby. If Diggersby is to emerge, do you put your classic partner Toxapex? Is that going to come back as a staple in the meta as well? What are your thoughts?
It's such a great core, right? Because Toxapex is not very great against Galarian Corsola. Of course, your Poison Jab is going to be resisted, and once your Poison Jab is resisted as Toxapex, you're basically not doing anything at all. Into anything that resists the Poison Jab, Drapion, Ariados, it just doesn't do very good into those matchups. But Diggersby comfortably covers all of those holes, and one of the things about Diggersby Toxapex, Annihilate is so good into those two, and that's why this team that PvP David is running is just genius.
It is a really, really strong team. I can't wait to see how far it can go, and that Annihilate that you mentioned, it is putting a lot of pressure on players. Let's hear a little bit more about Annihilate from PvP David right now.
Yes, exactly. I'm joined by PvP David. Thank you, Tomahawk and Nighttime Clasher. You just beat the current regional champion who's running a team with Greninja and Charjabug. How did you come up with a strategy to handle this?
Yeah, so it was obviously very tricky. Tonon is obviously a great player, but I had some strats in mind. Annihilate was really good, paired with like Toxapex, and Typhlosion was also really good. I did see or like could predict that it could go like very weak to Typhlosion lead, which it did, but luckily like in the last game, Typhlosion did crazy with the Blast Burn.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about the Typhlosion because we haven't seen it too much from Colin. You and him are running the same team, obviously. How many times did you bait Thunder Punches against Clodsire this tournament?
So yeah, this is actually the first time I brought Typhlosion into the tournament, like the first game actually. It's very nice as a bench pressure, but it is also really good when it's like good into the team. And yeah, this is not my team, as I said. This is a team from Farid that I stole, me and Colin stole. A team from Farid. He's probably happy that his team is doing well.
So you're obviously using his favorite Pokemon, Annihilate.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? How good is it in the meta right now?
Annihilate has been insane for me this tournament. I've basically brought it every game so far in this tournament, and yeah, Rage Fist with its counter damage is just so good.
Have you countered down or rather close combated down many Pokemon, or are you going for a rather always Rage Fist and then trying to farm down strategy?
Yeah, I would say Rage Fist and then just 2 shield with Annihilate. It's a good, very good.
Yeah, I think that works. So how do you feel going up against Stone Collection in the winners finals? Have you two played ever?
Yeah, we have played before. We played in EUIC, and then after that we played in Stockholm as well. So yeah, I have played Stone before. He has a very interesting team with the Clodsire moveset that he ran with Stone Edge Sludge Bomb, but we'll see how that goes. I'll take one game at a time.
All right, that sounds perfect to me. Thank you so much for your time, David, and we're going to kick it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Leo. And honestly, not only is David a really impressive player, the way that he presents himself, I think as a character, for someone so young, he is going to be a real asset to this Pokemon Go community.
Very humble and well-spoken. I'm so excited to see what he has to show us in those winners finals.
Yeah.
He said he hasn't been using Typhlosion much. I wonder if that may be something he wanted Stone Collection to hear, and he's just going to happily lead it in game number 1 into something like, what would be a target on Stone Collection? I don't know if there's that many things that you want it to go against, but let's see. It's back on the Typhlosion action on your right-hand side. That's Colin 6.
I am wearing the Typhlosion pin. I am a supporter. And if anyone's wondering, anyone who messaged me prior to this event, they said, Furry, what should I run? And I sent them the exact same team. I said, guys, if I were playing, this is what I would run. These 2 players have chosen to bring it. The question is, can Colin put on a performance similar to PvP David and progress through this round? He's up against, I'll say it, Eric,
Kaufia.
Yeah, Kaufia is doing a great job in this tournament, has already won one round today. I believe against a Amind. Colin 6, of course, was able to eliminate Fabio from that lower side of the bracket as well. But I want to take a look at how good Typhlosion is into this team. It might not have the best matchup into something like a Gastrodon, but everything else, it seems, it's pretty neutral.
I think, yeah, Malamar is obviously such a flexible Pokemon, and Malamar emerged as one of the potential core breakers to Toxapex and Diggersby, particularly when you have high enough attack to do extra damage with that Psywave, the Psywave breakpoint we call it. Not only that, Malamar also has a very good matchup into Annihilate, so that is a Pokemon that I think Colin will need to be very wary of.
I wonder what tricks Kaufia has up his sleeve. Does Colin know about his Malamar? Does he know if it has high attack or low attack? He could trick him a little bit here, right? If you don't bring the Malamar the first game, then Colin's probably like, oh, I'm guessing it doesn't have the high attack. And then game 2, you punish something like the Toxapex lead, Diggersby in the back, and you can just win a game off of that.
Now, we watched Kaufia yesterday, and we saw that he was very willing to play ABA. Colin's not typically...
Just AABA?
Yeah, maybe even AAA sometimes. He just goes triple, we can go hopes for the best. But Colin's not really that style of player. He is...
Quite the opposite.
Yeah, usually a safer, more defensive player, but he's now using a very aggressive team, and he will need to be aggressive if he wants to progress. We are getting into first game number 1. That is the lead that Kaufia did not want to see. It is Shadow Typhlosion up against Ariados.
Oh, actually the swap of the Annihilate, instant swap into this Azumarill. Now, he needs to go for 2 baits. Oh, gives him a free bubble, but tries to boost the Rage Fist as soon as possible to be able to do more counter damage.
You know what I wouldn't mind is you could even soft lose this with an Annihilate.
And farm that with a Typhlosion.
Exactly that, exactly.
Where, yeah, that energy goes everywhere. Either a Blast Burn onto the Ariados.
Ooh, this is a big shield because a Play Rough is a ton of energy to be able to...
Oh no! He tries to no-shield a Ice Beam because he knows the win condition for the Azumarill is to go for straight Ice Beam to win the 2s.
That is a very, very bold no-shield from Colin. Shakes his head, knows that that is not what he was looking to happen.
Right, but it could have been so heads up, right? Because so many Azumarills go for the bait. They're understanding that that's the win condition against the Annihilate, knowing that they will always shield. And if Colin made that call right, it could put him in such a great position.
Yeah, but Eric, when you're using a high attack Annihilate, Ice Beam is enough anyway. You just Ice Beam and bubble down. Regardless, you have to shield Annihilate there.
Sure, yeah, Colin could be using that high attack Annihilate. I'm sure you would know a little bit better than me, but as we see here, this puts Kaufia in a great position. He has that Galarian Moltres in the back. He just needs to happily no-shield this Azumarill and put it on the back of the Galarian Moltres to sucker punch through that Typhlosion.
I think Colin needs to get this Azumarill low and heavily come in with the Typhlosion. You have to be aggressive if you want to win against this type of Pokemon, because with 2 shields available, here it comes. Typhlosion comes in, Moltres is being met, but let's remember that this Typhlosion has access to super effective Thunder Punch.
It's so awkward, right? Because you have to keep throwing Incinerates to throw on proper timing, so to speak, but at the same time, that could allow your opponent to get to their charge attacks before and put you in a very awkward spot. At this point, though, I think Kaufia just goes straight for the Sucker Punch down. He has the Ariados at almost full HP. Colin forced to go for that Thunder Punch, and now a Sucker Punch comes through, and it's going to be a full farm down. He's almost at the Play Rough on the Azumarill. Can't be bubbled down, and it's just going to come out with a Brave Bird here.
Yeah, this is a huge ask for that Azumarill on Colin's side. It's already in the yellow. It's charge attack priority here, so he's actually going to let this go.
I mean,
it's not really going to make any difference at all, though. That Ariados has all of its health available, and it will be able to Poison Sting down.
And gets the boost for no reason, which means
boost.
Yeah, well, now he can't really have it for the next game. Anyway, it's going to be the Ariados that probably comes in here, the Poison Sting down that Azumarill, and Ariados really kind of taking a chill pill on this game, didn't do a whole lot.
He won't even throw an attack here. He recognizes that this game is over. He says GG to Kaufia. He knows that that was really well played, and Colin will have to rethink. I think that there were a number of things in that game that weren't optimal, and I think the first
not shielding the Play Rough.
Not shielding the Play Rough was the obvious one, but personally, I also didn't like that Colin saw the lead Typhlosion into Ariados and didn't throw the Incinerate. Some people might say, oh, that's smart because you know that they're going to swap and you can instant counter swap. But the energy on Typhlosion is what is important, right? So if you can get that energy and then you can make a decision as to what you want to counter swap, that could be key. So for example, when that Azumarill comes in, you could just throw a Thunder Punch into it if you really wanted to. Once you choose to come in with the Annihilate, you have to shield it. It was game over as soon as that Annihilate went down.
You don't want to swap Annihilate into Azumarill as much as you want to swap Annihilate and have them swap Azumarill into you.
Agreed.
If you're behind, and even through that Rage Fist, giving a free bubble, I think that was very uncharacteristic of what we usually see from Colin. If you're ahead a little bit of energy on the Annihilate, or even, you actually could come out of that matchup on top. But once he gave the free bubble, that was basically a lost
Now,
cause.
let's talk about this Azumarill, because let's remember
That's
that
the only Pokemon he has.
It is the only Pokemon that he was leaning on, apparently. But Azumarill is also paired with a Toxapex on Colin's side. And so for anyone wondering, how can you safely swap an Azumarill into a Typhlosion? The reason is, Calphia knows that Colin plays safe lines. If you are leading a Typhlosion into a team that has Gastrodon, it is very unlikely that you will have Toxapex in the back. That would be a hard ABA. That is how Calphia had safety. He had a safety blanket bringing in the Azumarill there. Colin perhaps hasn't had as much practice with this team. He picked it up, remember, Friday night.
He's usually pretty good about that. He picked up my LAIC team and did better than me in Pocket.
That is true, but Typhlosion's a tricky Pokemon to use. I think that if he had landed that Thunder Punch early, that would have made a massive difference to that game.
Typhlosion is just so strong when you can manage the energy properly. Colin only knows that the Gastrodon is the problem for the Typhlosion, so he has to be very wary of that. At the same time, does he respect the Gastrodon in game number 2?
You always have to respect the Gastrodon. It is so
It's
dominant.
so good into this team, honestly.
Exactly, yeah. Only Galarian Moltres has a really positive matchup, but actually Azumarill is fine, Diggerby's fine as well, and Annihilate, remember, it double resists the Body Slam, so if you can correctly shield an
But the Mud Slaps are the problem.
The Mud Slaps are the problem, but any high attack Annihilate reaches a counter break point against Gastrodon that's pretty pivotal.
Interesting. So with the Rage Twist, you can probably counter through that Gastrodon. Wait, you counter through before they Mud Slap through. We'll see if that's the case. It's Ariados again into a Moltres. It's not a great lead for Calphia. You lose all the even shield scenario, but you may be able to pull away an early advantage into zero shields if you no shield an Ancient Power.
Yes, but Colin will be pleased that the Azumarill is avoiding the Ariados. Ariados with 2 shields does have a decent amount of play into the Moltres, so the Calphia's going to stay in here, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
I love the Moltres lead because it almost prevents an Azumarill safe swap. You can Brave Bird and then basically go into what you want to go to. Now, does he go for the Brave Bird? I love this call from Colin, knowing that he wants to play evens and get shields down. Does Calphia make that call? He does make that call, and now...
Great shield!
I think he can even go for Trailblaze now. I would love to see Trailblaze here from Calphia. No, okay, he goes for the lunge. Does this assume that Colin's going to go for another shield? If you Trailblaze, you may be able to Poison Sting down a little bit more effectively, but we're going to go for the lunge here.
How do you take out this Ariados if you weren't to shield that? You have to shield, right? Now you're at an Ancient Power, you pause, you avoid a catch, and this Ancient Power will do a lot of damage. Calphia playing that 2-shield scenario like we expected him to, but now he can just Poison Sting down. He comes out with a ton of energy.
Yeah, when we would... Oh, this is even better for Calphia. He comes out with even more energy than before.
But slightly less health.
Slightly less health, but it's not like you can counter this down anyway.
Oh no! Trailblaze is going to land, and then Colin's going to have to
shield a lunge. He might have to shield a lunge.
Yeah, Calphia could go for a lunge. Maybe he shouldn't. But
I think
Colin's
he shouldn't.
making some bold calls. Just go for that Trailblaze. It's a much safer thing to do. Colin,
he hangs on.
You see what I mean? He would have called that lunge. So I think that was very sensible to go for this Trailblaze. It'll do a ton of damage.
Now you pivot to Azumarill. You just have to pivot to Azumarill. If that last Pokemon talks specs, you lose anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But just up a little bit of energy here. You should be able to pace better than the Azumarill and get to this Brave Bird onto the Azumarill. Will it go shielded?
I don't know if it's going to make any difference because Calphia has a full health Azumarill of his own in the back. This Brave Bird lands massive damage to Colin's Azumarill.
I mean, great call from Colin, right? Because you know the only way you win is if you somehow no-shield an Ancient Power and it's Azumarill in the back. Great call, and he's going to get this Ice Beam down. Has a slight energy advantage on the opponent Azumarill, but such a health deficit. Azumarill going to come in here and probably just play cleanup, Annihilate. Not much health left to its name either. This looks to be a clean win for Calphia.
Well, Calphia just needs to avoid a catch, right? That's the critical thing. Do not let your Pokemon get caught. Colin's given up. Colin's not even going to play it out.
I don't think you could win, even if you catch.
If you caught a play rough right now, you still have a shield available, right?
You have a shield available, but he's going... Yeah, you know, Colin could have probably tried to play it out a little bit more, but at this end of the day, Annihilate didn't have a charge attack. Oh, could have made a Rage Twist.
Maybe
in some situations.
Yeah, exactly. But that is a massive victory for Calphia. He breathes a sigh of relief. The players shake hands. That is huge. He progresses in this losers round and goes further here in Stuttgart on day 2.
Don't let this take away from what Colin has achieved at this tournament, though. He started in round 1, basically already losing in that early bracket to Steph, I believe, and then made a huge lower bracket run from lower bracket round 2 all the way up to the finals of his group, winning out, taking a Fabio, but falls to the other Belgian here inside of day number 2.
It was almost like a gladiator style. He goes down in that first round, plays so many rounds in the losers bracket, gets into day 2, wins his first game of day 2. Colin gets into that top 8, and he just doesn't have the strength or the energy to keep going, and Calphia puts him in the ground, progresses further in this tournament. Superbly played by Calphia. Great alignment and teams, right?
Yeah, Colin, of course, he did use this team that you prescribed, and maybe losing in the round 1 allowed him to practice more with the team. You said he could have used a little bit more practice, and that definitely did not hurt. He played some great games today and has a lot to be proud of, but will be unable to defend his title here at the Stuttgart Regional Championship. Kaifia, this is the run of his lifetime. Probably the best tournament he's played to date. Went to Worlds in Hawaii earlier this year, but he wants more. He said he just wanted points in this tournament, but he's getting a lot more than just points.
I mean, he's getting a ton of points and loads of cash as well.
He could still get his auto invitation for the World Championships. He says his goal is just to qualify for Worlds.
Nice.
Very humble player, very great guy, and he just made really smart plays here. Understanding that Colin understands that he needs to Brave Bird here and saving the Ariados for that backline. As long as there's no Typhlosion, he was free flying. And you know, if Colin leads Moltres, right? There's not going to be Typhlosion in the back. That would be a little bit ridiculous, considering that Kaifia could simply lead an Azumarill into that and win the game on the spot.
Yeah, this team is more designed that you
soft lose the Azumarill slowly.
Exactly that. You know you are soft to Azumarill, so you expect it every single game, and you're supposed to soft lose to an Azumarill so that it's in farm down health for something else. Because if you can punch down an Azumarill with an Annihilate, maybe one shield if you have to, you come out with a ton of energy. And part of the strategy, I would say, yeah, the beauty of the team, I like that. It's that you know one of your opponent's Pokemon is coming every single time. And that reduces the number of lines that your opponent can bring and gives you more information, arguably, than them.
Freed is walking us through the sophisticated machinations of his team here. And of course, we can still see PvP David go even further with this line. Of course, I think I would have liked to see Colin lean on that Diggersby a little bit more in those games, knowing that it soft loses to the Moltres, soft loses to the Azumarill, is good against the Ariados, and has overall so much neutral play that he can sweep with the Typhlosion or Annihilate. But of course, we have to focus on the present now. We're going into Snorek versus XXL Cactus, and these are some interesting teams, especially from Snorek. That's a Dragonite on our screen.
Yeah, I really like seeing a Shadow Dragonite get to this stage of the tournament, and both of these players, Snorek and Cactus, they are present in the Play Pokemon circuit, but they perhaps were not expecting to get this far this weekend in such a stacked tournament.
I believe Cactus has made a top 8 before. Snorek, though, this is the first time for him relying on that Dragonite. It's been so critical for him in a lot of games to break that Feraligatr in Superior Core. We saw him utilize just one shield to farm down an entire Feraligatr earlier today, and it was also pretty good at finishing off an Azumarill because the Azumarill cannot do any damage with those bubbles. Such a great dynamic play when you know how to use a Dragonite. Probably inspired by some of the Latin American International Championship teams. Speaking of Latin American International Championship
Look at this team. I wonder where the inspiration for this came from. Cactus using Colin's team from LAIC. Just kidding. This is Nighttime Clash's team that Colin did use in LAIC. Colin did do very well.
He's an expert at using other people's teams.
I mean, sometimes that's the strategy, right? You got to do it.
If he can focus his energy on just playing on the day and not think too much or tire himself out from making teams, it's clearly a method for success that has worked for him time and time again. It's working for Cactus too, though.
Yeah, I think Cactus will want to employ exactly the same strategy. Don't invest too much time on building the team yourself, but just train with it, practice. Do 100 push-ups every day, 100-kilometer run, and then just take Nighttime Clash's team, and you can find success. Can he find success today? We're getting into game number 1.
100 push-ups is not going to lead to much here as the Feraligatr leads into the Dragonite. He's going to need 100% of his strength if he wants to win this game here. The backline already looks actually pretty reasonable for Cactus, and he's always going to get a shield here.
Yeah, you get a shield, and maybe do you dip into Clodside to try and sponge some of this damage?
If you go into Clodside, you don't have to shield anything. On the other hand, if you go to Moltres, you might have to shield. Love this play. Does Snorek opt to throw? I love him throwing the Dragon Claw here. He now can pivot into the Feraligatr because it's in Hydro Cannon range.
Yeah, I really, really like this from Snorek, recognizing that he is a shield down. If you go Feraligatr into Clodsire shield down, the Clodsire can win. So he puts it into Hydro Cannon range. Only one is needed, and you're able to throw it before Cactus can even reach an Earthquake.
Cactus is a little bit ahead on energy, which means he can actually pull a shield back from this Feraligatr. Does he go for the bait? There's only one shield left on Snorek's side, so you might want to... He goes over 100 energy. I'm not sure how I feel about
I know you don't feel great about this, because that means that last Poison Sting, instead of giving 9 energy, it gave 1, right? So you lose out quite a lot there.
Now, do you pace to this next... Yeah, I think you still pace in time, but at the same time, we would have wanted to maximize energy to go back into that Dragonite matchup.
Yeah, especially at this stage of the competition, you want to see optimal plays. So that's something that Cactus will probably recognize and take away into later games.
But now down shields, goes for the Sludge Bomb. I think this is an interesting play. Do you hard pivot into the Feraligatr and start to try to farm this down, maybe even load a Hydro?
Quite a nice play.
Oh, wait, actually, this is a very glassy Feraligatr.
Really?
Lovely.
Eric, great call, because that was perfect. You came in with
The Dragonite can't come in now, right?
Yeah, the Dragonite will now get outpaced.
The Dragonite needs the Dragon Breath down. Does he make that call? I think he might be able to get there. It's so close. Hydro Cannon guns onto the Dragonite, and it hangs on by an absolute thread. But this is still not over.
The damage did not register from the Dragon Breath in time to take down the Feraligatr. It reached the Hydro Cannon. Dragonite goes down. That is a massive shift in momentum for Cactus.
I think all you have to do here is land that Brave Bird. You're going to tank this Rock Slide.
This is the high attack.
Oh, no. This does so much damage. Brave Bird onto that Dunsparce. How is this going to do? How is it going to fare? Does it knock out? I think
it'll be close. I think Dunsparce will hold on just.
Brave Bird. Oh my goodness. That is so much damage. But
he actually should have let the first Rock Slide go.
Now, does the Droron knock out the Clodsire? I think it does.
It absolutely will, won't it?
Clodsire gonna come in. Cutest Droron.
Oh no, wait, this could be close. This could be close.
Droron, hold to Clodsire. Let's take a big pause here and go for that Droron. I don't think it's enough. Does it? Hang on. The game is gonna
Clodsire goes down. Snorik takes game number 1. That is a massive. Eric, a lot happened in that game. A lot that we can talk about. We need to take a breath.
Take a breath. That was a fast game.
Okay. There was a pretty major, and I'm going to say it was a misplay there from Cactus.
You easily just take the Rock Slide. Snorik was already going over 100 energy.
Yes.
Very, very smart, by the way. And he threw on the charge attack priority. He basically did everything he could.
Okay, so the Dunsparce was going up to 2 Rock Slides. You should have...
Just keep farming.
Cactus should have done 1 more Sucker Punch and let the first Rock Slide go through, and then charge attack priority on the second Rock Slide. Not only would you have got an extra Sucker Punch through, but you also would have meant that you couldn't go down to the first Rock Slide, right? Now, when you go down to the first Rock Slide, there was a Drill Run available for the Clodsire. And Snorik then takes advantage of that. And that's what you have to do. You have to take advantage of your opponent's mistake, and Snorik did that perfectly. What a way to start this series.
I mean, of course, there was a world where he built up to the Brave Bird and then went into the Clodsire, right? If he went into the Clodsire immediately, he forced him to use energy.
Yes.
Otherwise, the Poison Sting's put in the Brave Bird range, number 1. Second of all, he throws the energy and then has to throw the Rock Slide onto the Moltres. Moltres still hangs on, gets a Sucker Punch. There are so many ways to win that game, but Snorik was able to just find his only win condition, essentially.
I mean, there's so many ways to win a game. There's also so many ways to lose a game. And when you're at this stage of a tournament, these Stuttgart Regional Championships are showing that you have to be meticulous. Snorik taking advantage there. 1 game up. This is the best of 3. He only needs 1 more to progress in this loser's round.
Feraligatr was such a monster here. Will we see it again? It's going to be the Feraligatr into the Dunsparce. This is a lead that Cactus has played a lot. He's led Feraligatr in a ton of games. I believe against Pokémon he did it 2 or 3 times, but he's happy to play this out always. Always just takes 2 shields from the Dunsparce.
Yeah, Feraligatr has a great matchup in the 0 shield scenario, but not so great when shields start to get used. But we're all here looking at that Galarian Moltres in the back for Cactus. Has a ton of play into Feraligatr and Superior. Will Cactus take advantage of it?
I think as long as he gets a shield here, he simply hard pivots into the Clodsire and brings out the Feraligatr. With 2 shields versus 1, you're always going to win that matchup. Oh, actually goes for the immediate Feraligatr pivot. Does he come in here? We've seen this before. You throw the Hydro, but you can't Sucker Punch down with the Moltres. Oh, he goes for the shield. Now I think you just go straight to the Moltres, right?
Straight into the Moltres, and you can start putting oppressive Sucker Punch damage in. You have 2 shields available. You probably, I would expect, shield up everything, right?
You have
shield
to shield
your
everything. We know how his Moltres plays.
Hydro Cannon does more than Rock Slide anyway.
I think Hydro Cannon probably knocked out his Moltres too, but at the end of the day, it's so good with, okay, I like this,
I like
out the shield, and basically, I feel like Snorik has to no-shield this to put it on the Dunsparce. Dunsparce doesn't have a great matchup into the Clodsire in the back, but of course, with the boost, oh my goodness, now it comfortably hangs onto this Rock Slide. You can no-shield this, and just...
Cactus has a Sludge Bomb Clodsire in the back. Serp is cooked.
This is one of the only differences between the LASC team that I and Colin and Pocket ran and his. He said he wanted to opt for Sludge Bomb because he expected more Zoomerl this weekend.
He could have farmed down. He could have gone for the full Sucker Punch.
Not that it's going to matter too much here, but he could have actually prevented Snorik from even seeing the back Pokemon. Here he's going to go with that Ancient Power, gets another boost. No, he does not. Now he's going to be trying to get to this Brave Bird against the Superior that Snorik led through. I think he needs to shield and farm down to find out the last Pokemon.
You have to get as much information from your opponent as possible.
You might be down on the count for this game, but you don't want to be down on the 3rd. He brings in the Clodsire, and I mean, yeah, that's the story well told. Clodsire's able to clean up here with that Sludge Bomb. A very, very nice adjustment maybe on this meta. Pace is a little bit faster against Feraligatr, better against a Superior and a Zoomerl. Just have been the right call, honestly.
Snorrick still going for that Frenzy Plant, trying to do a little bit of damage, but he knows that this game is all but over. Cactus has played this really, really well. I think there still could have been a little bit more optimization available to him. We saw, for example, he threw a little bit early on that Dunsparce when he didn't need to, but his alignment has been so dominant that he takes out this Superior, and he takes game number 2.
Now, I wonder if you want to bring out the Azumarill if you're Cactus now. You know that the Dragonite is a huge threat to this team. Actually, one of the things I was most worried about at the Latin America International Championships was all those Brazilian players using Dragonite and Gastrodon core. Here, it's kind of similar with the Dragonite and the Clodsire. It's a big threat against this team. Basically, pressures off that cancel Marowak completely. We've seen Cactus lead Marowak into a lot of superiors.
The way that Cactus is using his Feraligatr, he's using it so flexibly as if it's free. Because if we look at this team,
it is.
Snorrick, yeah, exactly. You have play into Azumarill, you have play into Clodsire. We're seeing that because you outpace that Dragonite, you're threatening shields first. Dunsparce, we saw the lead there. He was happy to get a lot of damage off them pivot. The Feraligatr mirror, we're expecting a high attack from Cactus. We've seen so many of Pokemon like that. And then any energy advantage on Feraligatr, and it also starts to threaten Superior.
Feraligatr wins some sort of shield scenario against every Pokemon on Snorrick's team. He's so happy to lead it. Even into a negative matchup such as the Dunsparce or the Dragonite, you know that you're going to get a shield from them before they get a shield from you. The only problem would be something like a Superior, but he always has those covers in the Moltres, in that Sludge Bomb Clodsire. How is he going to approach game number 3? I think you lean on Clodsire as your most flexible pick here, and you just have to play maybe a little bit disrespectful to Dunsparce, but understand that it is not a very good Pokemon on paper. It doesn't actually, in practice, it doesn't do a lot of damage. Feraligatr is fighting against it, Moltres is fighting against it, and so is Clodsire.
Do you think that Snorrick can expect that Cactus won't lead into Shadow Kanto Marowak? Because Superior...
He's done that so many times.
And can you disrespect it? Let's find out. We've got Dunsparce in the lead there. It's a great pickup. Galarian Moltres for Cactus.
Now here, I think you have to swap the Feraligatr, but it's just going to be answered by the Dragonite. Does he stay in? I think if he takes a Hydro Cannon here, this could be very, very odd, as it's already had the switch timers misaligned.
Yeah, but now, if Snorrick comes in with his own Feraligatr to try and sponge some of this water-type damage, it won't be aligned against the Clodsire. Maybe that's what Cactus is almost trying to bait out.
If he doesn't shield this char, okay, now it's very, very awkward because you can't bring in the Dragonite. He has 2 Shadow Claws to his name and will be able to put huge pressure. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. He's going to get to this charge attack and doesn't even make it down. Oh, you fully farmed down.
You one shield, full farm down. You've got energy, shield parity, and then energy for days.
Okay, yeah. I thought having the energy advantage would allow him to make a little bit more, doesn't actually get to that charge attack.
That's huge.
That's huge. I think Dragonite here just wins the game. I'm not sure what you would do if you are Cactus. You have to just hope that you hang on to these 2 Dragon Claws and get off this Sludge Bomb. If you can get this last shield, actually, Moltres may be a big player in the back.
Yeah, I agree. This is really nice. This is a great display of Shadow Dragonite and the offensive pressure it can put on teams. Getting to that next Dragon Claw just before the Sludge Bomb is huge.
He could make another Sludge Bomb here, essentially, farm up a little bit, not worried about the HP of this. I would have liked to see him farm up a little bit more because the Dunsparce doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure. Now, I think Snorrick's just going to bring in that Feraligatr, get ahead on energy, the hard pivot into the Moltres, but I think Moltres loses the one-shield scenario.
Go for a Hydro Cannon first. Get the Hydro Cannon off. I think you don't even need to. I mean, you can go for the Ice Beam to force the shield.
This has to go shielded, but Cactus, his only play may be to make a no-shield call. Is he going to do that? It looks like that's his call. Ice Beam fell onto the Moltres, and that seals the deal. Snorrick is in absolute joy on the left-hand side. He knows that he has played this line perfectly, got the right lead, but he just got the Dragonite where exactly he needed it to be. I think XXL Cactus should have leaned into that Azumarill because the Dragonite's so dominant against this team that you might want to make that adjustment.
He played triple weak to Azumarill there. Dunsparce loses to Azumarill. Feraligatr, okay, it has a good advantage, but you can come in with an Azumarill to sponge all of the damage. Same with that Dragonite. You can come in with an Azumarill to sponge all of that damage. So yeah, maybe that would have been the play for Cactus. Snorrick, on the other hand, taking full advantage. Shadow Dragonite progresses. I quite like that.
It's so nice to see these players making their best run ever on the stage here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. We already had Koifia go very far and continue to go far at his best tournament ever. Snorrick, it's the same case for him. Stone Collection, PvP David, so many players are making a name for themselves here. Already players like Colin are eliminated from the tournament, so the door is wide open.
Yeah, we had so many massive names when we entered this tournament. We looked at the brackets and we were like, this is really stacked. It's almost one of those events that we're like, I'm a bit pleased we're behind the caster desk because this looks tough.
it looks stacked, and we weren't even in the bracket. That just speaks volumes. I mean, what else does that mean? Of course, Martine is still in that lower side of the bracket. He is such a monster as a sweeper, but of course, he's going to have to get through Snor at some point, as Snor has very confidently taken these games, putting it on the back of Shadow Dragonite, even in the face of a very scary Feraligatr and Cloudstar core into his team. Gets that Hydro Cannon there. And
that was massive, right?
Yeah.
That almost changed the game.
Yeah, if he had Dragon Breath down this Feraligatr, I think there would be no question of him winning this game #1. But of course, Snor, a nice celebration there to take this one home. When things didn't look great in game #2, XXL Cactus was very composed here with that Cloudstar, understood the assignment, and game #3. Got that ABA into the Dunsparce again. I liked it better when the Feraligatr was in the front and the Moltres was in the back, because you always get 2 shields, right? And Moltres always cleans up. You can't do it the other way around. You can't swap Feraligatr into that Dunsparce. You can't stay in either.
No, I completely agree. And this Ice Beam landing, wow, takes that Moltres out of the sky. Cactus says GG, Snorik with a grin on his face. I don't blame him. That was a massive win.
It's pretty cold here in the festive season in Stuttgart, but it's also pretty cold for that Moltres as it falls there in game #3. Snorek just playing perfectly there.
I know, that was superb. And I think it's always very, very difficult when you're using Galarian Moltres and any Pokemon that has that offensive pressure. Do you lean more into attack, or do you try and give yourself some defense, some bulk? Because that Moltres went down when some might not have.
As we established yesterday, a very high-rank Galarian Moltres with a lot of HP, for example, may hang on to an Ice Beam.
Yeah. And Ice Beam did tons there. It did tons for Snorek, because this will mean the world to him. That was really, really impressive. We spoke to him earlier today as well, and he said, honestly, just getting to this position, top 8 for the first time in a long time, it feels magical. And the last time I got into the top 8, I lost straight away. So for him, this is the furthest he's ever got in Play Pokemon. That's quite a nice thing.
Snorek is, of course, no stranger to regional championships or Play Pokemon. He is actually a pretty common judge here in these tournaments, and it's really nice to see that our judges, our professors inside of the Play Pokemon circuit, are so well-versed when it comes to playing. Not only can us casters play the game, but the professors can too.
Yeah, the professors. There's so many good players, and they do all different things. And we've got showrunners, we've got professors, we've got casters obviously doing very, very well. You at LAIC, you performed pretty impressively. That was really great to watch. And actually, if you didn't follow LAIC, we have a little video for you from the winner of LAIC, Marto Galde, coming right up.
I played against him.
My name is Marto Galde, and I'm from Argentina. If I won the World Championship, I will call my family. They would be so proud of me. It would be unbelievable. My favorite Pokemon changes from time to time. Right now, I like Grookey a lot. It's my favorite starter, and I haven't even played the Galar game. The furthest I ever traveled to a Pokemon tournament was Worlds 2022 in London. The experience for me was mind-blowing because I got 5th in the world, and it was not something I didn't expect, and it made me so happy. In this moment, I look up to Colin 6 a lot because I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and I feel like he's way ahead of a lot of players. So I like to stay up a little late. Sometimes when you play video games, it is like that. So when I'm competing, I like to eat healthy stuff because if not, the stomach might be a bit bad. But my favorite food is burgers. I don't recommend to eat them in a tournament though. It would probably be Grookey. It's just so fun and goofy. I love it.
Marto Galde is looking up to Colin 6, possibly one of the best trainers in the world right now. But you know who beat him? Kaifier.
Oh, well, yes, he did.
2-0.
2-0, and hey, that was the most dominating display. I'm actually quite sad about that because Colin was on my caster picks, and now he's no longer there, which means I'm now out of the running.
And now Kaifier is going to go up against Tonton Bateuse, who is on my caster prediction, the last one, who is still in the tournament for that one.
So you must be quite conflicted now, surely?
I am, because I've known Kaifier for a long time now. This is why I'm able to pronounce his name correctly, I think.
Yeah, I know. You're one of the only ones. I think we should have a video of you just repeating his name several times, and everyone else can just chant after you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to lead here, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
But actually, let's check out, as we're progressing faster in the losers bracket. How these trainers have done so far, what their routes were. Gaifia winning 2-0 versus Colin, and Snoring beating XXL Cactus Tonton Bateuse, previously lost in his winners matchup, and now is going to face up against Tonton Bateuse.
Yeah,
against Gaifia.
Yeah, this matchup is going to be so good. I've just been so impressed by Gaifia's skill, his variability in how he plays. But Tonton Bateuse, I didn't think that Tonton could lose, and he has now. But it was under very close circumstances against a very good player. If we remember end of day one, Tom Hawk was asking, do you reckon PPP David has what it takes? I said yes, and he has proven that point.
Yeah, that is true. PPP David is insane. Going to match up against Stone Collection. Wonder how that is going to go. Stone Collection actually kicking out Inadequence out of the winners bracket. And that is also something that few people have seen coming. Also, Inadequence with a rare Inadequence miscount in that situation. He thought that the Dugong had an icy wind, and it didn't. He could have farmed down, tried to go for a catch, therefore gave the Dugong another ice shard to get that icy wind. And yeah, that cost him the game. Afterwards, backstage,
we were
told him that, and he went, I can't believe that.
Yeah, it came as a shock, and this is a world's finalist as well, which goes to show Inadequence, Yakai, all of these great trainers, they might seem almost infallible.
Yeah.
But there are occasions where even the best slip up, and so you, as a trainer coming into these events, you can come in, play against Colin 6 in round 1 and take a win. It's all possible. You just bring your A game.
Yep, that is true. You will have to play up to your best potential if you want to beat these trainers. Talking about these trainers, Tonton Bateuse versus Gaifia, who's not only attending with the Azumarill, of course. We are going to see those Pokemon in a second, but Tonton Bateuse's team has been causing a lot of trouble in the last few regionals. This core of Charger Bug with Greninja is so hard to stop.
It is. Greninja is one of the quickest Pokemon to get to a charge attack. I think very few can match up to it. Perhaps Primate with Karate Chop, Rage Fist. Otherwise, Water Shuriken gets to a Hydro Cannon after just 3 Water Shurikens there. That is so quick, and Hydro Cannon, one of the best water attacks going.
Night Slash is even faster. You go up to 3 Water Shuriken and then only 2, so that pacing is just completely insane. That's 15 turns for 2 charge attacks. If you're in a matchup versus a Psychic type, this is so dominant.
It's just painful to watch, and of course, don't forget Night Slash, you get the chance of a boost. Greninja's attack so high anyway. Imagine what happens with a boost.
Yep, that is a lot of damage added to that, and I mean, it is only like a 10% chance to boost. However, you're doing it so often because of this incredible pacing that it actually comes up more often than you think, and that is what we also call the boost con. It's the win condition when you boost. Sometimes if you're in a bit of a pickle, you can win with a boost. However, this is a Skarmory into a Gastrodon lead, and that matchup is rather interesting.
Tonton's going to absolutely love this, and they're going to actually stay in for a little bit. Bear in mind, Mudslap takes single resisted damage against Skarmory here, but it's interesting to see these matchups, both trainers not looking to switch out.
Steel Wing also is resisted on the Gastrodon. Gastrodon very bulky. You can see that they do about the same amount of damage, and the Skarmory is actually, it has to throw a charge attack into that Gastrodon, will then come out with a little bit of energy, but it is not as dominant as you think. Does Gaifia predict a Brave Bird here?
Brave Bird would have been an interesting move, attack to go for, but no, going for the safer Sky attack to stay in this matchup longer. Tonton Bateuse playing the long game here, taking another Earth Power. There's a shake of the head there by Gaifia. I'm not sure he was happy with that though.
Yeah, the timing was a little bit off here. He's 1 shield down, giving extra Steel Wings, and now there is a Sky Brave Bird loaded already. Tonton is farming up to even more energy, tries to be knocked out by that next Mudslap to give less farm. He is 2 shields down on the side of Gaifia, really wants that alignment, however, has a lot of energy here.
And this is really good because Greninja is so powerful when shields are down. He has a 2 shield advantage, is able to take a lot of damage. Body Slam, though, is not going to do anything. The shield's now coming in. Tonton demonstrating that a shielded Greninja is so lethal.
It does 1 damage to Dalian, keep that in mind.
Oh, yeah,
we're going to a charge attack priority here. Tonton opting to throw the Hydro Cannon slightly less cheap in energy, but is going to, on the charge attack priority, knock out the Gastrodon. What does Gaifia do now? He can wall the energy of Greninja. This is why he gave up the 2 shields, because Greninja is so oppressive into neutral matchups. There's only 1 Pokemon that really walls it.
And there's one, there was an attempt at a catch there, which was very successful. Now answering with the Clodside, but Gaifia going to struggle here because the Dunsparce does have a shield advantage. Sure, it will take 3 drill runs to knock out the Clodsire, but the shield is going to be up very, very key. Is Kaifia, does he have the opportunity to maybe make a bait with Stone Edge here?
I think that he kind of has to. Oh, he goes up to so much energy, almost 100, and then there's going to be a drill run, and that is going to force Kaifia to throw on suboptimal timing or overfarm over the 100 energy. Look at this. He's going to throw one. Oh, it was a charge attack priority. Even that is good for Kaifia in this situation.
Yes, it is, because at least now he gets his damage off on the Dunsparce. Tonon is more than happy to take one attack and is able to now go for that drill run. No, there seems to be an overfarm here, and maybe a mistake. Oh no, it's fine. Tonon has been able to secure that drill run, maybe banking on the fact that it's going to be charge attack priority, which he will win.
The Greninja is going to wait for that Azumarill in the back. Azumarill can overfarm a little bit more. Goes for an Ice Beam. Is going to be able to knock out that Dunsparce. And now, how much energy does Tonon have on that Greninja? How far can this Greninja go? It's almost 2 Hydro Cannon here.
Yeah, and going for the immediate Hydro Cannon, not wasting any time with any fishing for boost with Night Slash. Wants to get off as many Hydro Cannons as possible. Has 1 shield as an advantage. Is there enough in the tank from this Greninja to take out this bulky Azumarill?
And Tonon Batteuse has not tried to go for a Night Slash boost here, which means that he thinks he can comfortably Hydro Cannon this Azumarill down, but Azumarill is going for the play rough, not even going for an Ice Beam here, which I think would be enough together with Bubbles to knock out the Greninja here, saving some more energy. Kaifia is racing to that next charge attack, is trying to get to that Ice Beam or play rough in the same pacing right now.
But the problem is that Greninja has 2 Hydro Cannons, but will only be able to launch 1 because Kaifia has the play rough ready. Was that a charge attack priority event? That is key. This is going to be a crucial moment in the game. Is he able to launch an Hydro Cannon? And no, play rough comes through. Greninja is going to be knocked out, and Kaifia takes 1-0 against the indomitable Tonon Batteuse.
Tonon Batteuse can't believe it. Should I have gone for that Night Slash boost? Because the Hydro Cannons were just barely not enough. Kaifia could have won this, I think, even more comfortably if he actually went for Ice Beam baits at this point, because the defenses of Greninja, the HP of Greninja is so incredibly low that an Ice Beam is going to deal a sizable chunk.
It will do, it will do. You have to bear in mind, it's not just about type matchups in this game, it is also about the frailty, for lack of a better term, or the fragility of certain Pokemon. Greninja is all about its phenomenal attack, but it has to sacrifice its really poor defenses, and an Ice Beam is going to be enough, therefore.
Yeah, definitely. Poor defenses, however, the pacing and the attack on Greninja is incredible, and that's why it has worked as a core breaker for Tonon Batteuse so many times in this season. Actually, he has played every single European tournament, and he has top-cutted at every single European tournament this season. Look at this. Dortmund, he was a runner-up. Then in Lille, something. In Gdansk, he was the regional champion. He's trying to get it back, but his back is against the wall. But so far, he has crawled back from so many 0-1s in this tournament.
He has. We witnessed at least 2 occasions on stream yesterday where he used game 1 to get a feel for his opponent's playstyle and then reacted accordingly. And this ability to react, I think, is the best in the business as far as Pokemon Go is concerned. The ability to go, you know what? I know your game plan. You are not going to make that same game plan with me. It's not going to work in game 2 or game 3. Brilliant trainer, and I'm very interested to see if Kaifia can actually break that chain and knock out Tonon Batteuse for good.
I like the phrasing of that, but it is a little bit of a risky strategy to give up game 1 already, just to grab some information. However, it has worked for Tonon Batteuse so far. So good. What do you think in this game? Do we see a Charger Bug? Because Charger Bug actually doesn't play a very bad 0 shield scenario versus Ariados. When it comes to more shields, it is tougher because of those debuffs. But you have play versus Gastrodon because of those neutral X-Scissor. Against Malamar, it's great. Against many Pokemon, it's great. I expect a Charger Bug. No way!
Can you believe it? Tonton's making the reads of his life. He has Skarmory into Ariados reacting with, and Greninja comes in to respond against that Clodsire. Those Hydro Cannons will outpace to the Stone Edges and the Earthquake so quickly. This is going to do a huge amount of damage. No shield from Kaifia.
He has to no-shield this and hope for something, for a miracle, because the alignment in the back looks even worse. Not only Skarmory versus the Ariados, but also the Superior onto the Azumarill. There's just nothing going on for Koifi. That is a shield advantage, at least.
That's the problem is here that now Greninja can farm up a lot more and then only KO with a Night Slash as well. So this is even easier. Now you're using a lower energy attack in order to take out the Clodsire, and you still have another Hydro Cannon ready to go. This is a lovely, wild situation for Tonton Batuse.
A lower energy or a Lola energy? Azumarill is coming in here, is the Pokemon that can handle Greninja, but at this point, you know you have your Skarmory for that Ariados, so you don't need that Greninja anymore. You're free to just throw Hydro Cannons here.
Yeah, all this Greninja is going to do is just chip away at this Azumarill. Thank you, I'll take a bit more health, no problem at all. 2 Hydro Cannons launched onto the Azumarill. Will this bring it into the yellow and bring it closer, and bring Tonton Batuse closer to victory?
There is going to be another one launched immediately. Charge attack priority even. Koifi is not too happy with that situation. He knows this is an uphill climb already because the Ariados has to face up against Skarmory.
Yes, indeed it does. Azumarill now able to launch that Play Rough, which is going to take out the Greninja, but I think Greninja has done a fantastic job eliminating the Clodsire. Good job, Greninja. Eliminating the Clodsire, and now Superior coming in to respond, and then we're back to the Skarmory versus Ariados, and this is a situation we've seen so many times in day one. There is no wiggle room for this spider. Their web will not spin around the steely talons of Skarmory.
This is what XXL Cactus has suffered from against Tonton Batuse on day one as well, but he just stopped tapping. Koifi is a trooper. He's still going for it, going for this. He's even using a shield, so he actually wants to play this out. Let's see if he can find a way, because this man clearly has a vision here. Is he trying to go and play out this matchup, try to stall the timer a little bit?
Yes, that might be a strategy here, because we have seen this before. You can be in a really bad matchup, and if you are able to use your shield, if you are able to just weaken, I mean, the timer's so close, it could be doable. I think this is really clever here. A lunge will lower the attack of Skarmory, which may force Tonton Batuse to switch out as well. Who knows what will happen here after this lunge goes through?
The thing is, I think that Tonton Batuse is going to be extremely fine with swapping out the Skarmory. I think he's bored at this point. He just wants the Ariados to shield again. He's 2 shields up. Koifi actually finding a way to beat a Skarmory with an Ariados. That is very interesting. However, the Superior.
Yeah, the Superior will come back in at one point once the Azumarill comes in. This is clever, trying to get a snipe on the Skarmory here, not able to do so. Tonton on ball with the timing here, but the Ice Beam is going to come in and at least weaken the Superior even more. Tonton says, nope, I know this is super effective attack. Shield comes in, and I'm going to utilize it now.
Yeah, the shield advantage is coming in very handy here. An absolute no charge on the Frenzy Plant. Not needed to deal any more damage than it has to. Takes out Azumarill, and now a very rare Vine Whip down on Ariados.
This is a double resisted Vine Whip, but the problem is Ariados is so low on HP, even that wasn't able to get farmed down. It's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, and though Vine Whip isn't the best fast attack, it still was enough, and so this was a masterclass. I will give commendations to Koifi for using our Ariados to the best of its ability against Skarmory. That was so good.
That is not a lot of ability against
but it was good considering the circumstances, right?
Which suggested the Shadow Sneak yesterday, which I find an interesting position against Skarmory. I still think that Skarmory is going to absolutely dominate that matchup.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. But I wonder if you had a Skarmory without shields and you had an Ariados with 2 shields with Shadow Sneak, whether there is a chance. Is there a chance?
I think there is a chance, definitely, because the pacing of Skarmory is so incredibly low that you kind of don't get to all of those. You don't get to 3 charge attacks until your opponent has basically Shadow Snuck you down at some point.
Yeah.
And those shields will come in handy. However,
we do not have that
Shadow Sneak.
Yeah. We don't need to worry about that. Just go to show the novelty of unusual movesets here. But we come back to whether now Koifi will actually use Ariados this time. Is it risky? Is it too risky?
very risky. It is also not the strongest of Pokemon against the rest of the team. I wonder what the target was. I think Kaifia wanted to go for an alignment-based game. Even versus Greninja, Ariados isn't the perfect answer for it. You get outpaced, Hydro Cannons deal damage, and then you can swap out later on. You still have a lot of wiggle room. However, of course, lunges would have to be shielded at some point because they will just straight up take you out. Trying to get into that Superior is also a very good idea on that Ariados. So I see when your opponent is bringing Superior and Greninja regularly, Ariados might be a good shout.
Yeah, it just Kaifia just didn't get the alignment in game 2, and he just couldn't wiggle out of it. That was the difficulty. You had Skarmory, Greninja, Superior. This was a classic ABB that Tonon Batus ran against Ariados, and it worked because Ariados was in the lead.
Yeah, Ariados really in a poor position there, but it seems like Tonon has to go for risky strategies now as well, respecting Kaifia and saying, hey, I might need a little bit of luck or a good prediction here. Game 3, the lead is Skarmory versus the Gastrodon. We've seen that in game 1.
Oh, yes, we have. And this is actually a matchup where, even though in theory, Gastrodon will struggle here, the Steel Wings are resisted, the Mud Slaps are going to do singly resisted damage, so there is some play. You will be able to weaken the Skarmory quite a bit, even if you do get knocked out as a Gastrodon.
Yep, these Earth powers deal a lot of damage, considering it is against a flying type. Part 2 to the steel typing as well of the Skarmory. And look at this, we're already in the yellow, and Tonon Batus does not want to switch out, knows if I give up alignment with my Greninja, it's going to face the Azumarill, and we know how that goes.
Oh yes, we do. Azumarill, one of the best answers to that Greninja there. Tonon keen to keep away from that. Another Earth Power being launched. Bear in mind that there is a small chance of Earth Power also lowering the defense of that Skarmory. What could that change thing? Is there going to be a defense drop? No, there isn't, and Skarmory is able now to get to attack. This is what we saw in game 1, launching Sky Attack with perfect timing. This means now, if Skarmory is able to knock out, then it would be alignment based for Tonon, but no, Kaifia says no, I want alignment, thank you very much, and I will take that from you.
It is a huge shield call by Kaifia, not to shield. Wow, the Vine Whip down before the Body Slam could be thrown. He tried to throw it immediately, didn't work. One advantage here on the Superior goes into the Klotz. Oh, a catch on the Hydro Cannon, and that is so much free energy for Kaifia, and he knows that he can dominate that matchup. However, he is shields down. The Greninja is pacing so fast.
Yes, it is. One shield might make all the difference in this matchup. This is 2 water-type Pokemon, but Hydro Cannons will be launched left, right, and center by Greninja here. Who is going to blink first? And they both throw their charge attacks at the same time, but Greninja, with his higher attack, is able to launch the Hydro Cannon first. Play Rough coming in very soon indeed.
I would still love to see Ice Beam baits in this situation, because this Greninja is just going to shield up anyways. You need the Greninja here. You don't want to shield anything on that Superior. Goes for an undercharge even. Then you might as well throw an Ice Beam. We're going to see the next Hydro Cannon here, and the HP of Azumarill is dwindling.
It is indeed. The bulk can only withstand so much. Like a dam, Azumarill is desperately trying to hold on to all that water that is soaking up and is just not able to use it. Tries to get a catch.
No!
It is a clever catch. Another Play Rough landing on the Superior. You did not expect that, did you?
Kaifia expected that, and he waited a turn even, but then he still threw because he thought he didn't see that swap out. And
Kaifia actually attempted to make a catch as well there and wasn't successful. Tonon Batus reacting in time, launching the Frenzy Plant. Very well played there by Tonon to maintain his composure. Stone Edge coming in now, the neutral attack in this scenario.
And now there is a different win condition opening up for Kaifia. Can he farm down the Superior before it reaches the Frenzy Plant? It goes for the Aerial Ace. You can never shield this. Kaifia knows this is an Aerial Ace. He's going to not put up a shield. Now it is Clodsire versus Greninja. Not typically the best matchup for you.
No, typically not. But then Kaifia is able to launch that Stone Edge straight away. He's relying on the fact that Tonon will throw on optimum timing, and therefore just throws the Stone Edge straight away. Gives away a free Water Shuriken, but it's necessary here as Greninja now trying to get even more energy, going to maximum or close to it. Night Slash now very clever here as Clodsire is so low. Night Slash would KO.
So Kaifia still hangs on to that one shield, lets the Clodsire go, has a bit of energy, but this is so much energy on Tonon Batus. Greninja charges up to 2 Hydro Cannons. One shield is being put up by Kaifia. Does he know how much energy there is on the Greninja? Greninja is just going to throw the next Hydro Cannon, and Tonon Batus
is going to win this battle and move further up in this tournament. The indomitable Tonon reacting once more from a game 1 loss, going game 2, game 3. He is unfazed. Look at him in the camera. Nothing phases this man.
Oh, and there is a good sportsmanship handshake and a little hug with Tonton Mateus and Kaifi. Tonton advancing even further. I think this is this top 4 now?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, no, it's not.
We'll get to it very soon. But Tonton Mateus, take nothing away. This player has shown why he's so worthy of top cutting in every single tournament. He does so well. He's unfazed by anything that comes through his way. And I think if he continues playing like that, he will be in the grand finals. Bold prediction.
Yeah, Tonton Mateus, that would be completely insane. 4th tournament of the season, 3 grand finals. I don't think that has ever happened before. He is very, very close to getting that GOAT status. I mean, he is already qualified for the World Championships in Anaheim. He is definitely missing that World Championships title.
Yeah, I think it would be, and because Tonton has a regional championship to his name, he has an international championship to his name, and I distinctly remember as he was winning the international championship, he was looking at the crowd and he's doing, ah, yes. He knew. There was so much confidence, and I would love to see how far he went there. Brilliant player, just brilliant in so many ways.
European trainers cooking, and Nighttime Pleasure is cooking sometimes.
Oh well, we take him in. We'll count him for this one. Yeah.
Fair enough. Now you can see the damage that is being dealt. Azumarill getting that charge attack priority here, just barely not getting enough energy on the side of Tonton Mateus, just missing one single turn of advantage here. Clodsire in this game 3 going for a catch on the Azumarill. That was so good, even sneaking a bubble, but it just wasn't enough. Greninja has a terrible matchup. But
yeah. And then Kaifi was very good to bring Azumarill all 3 times. I think it was necessary because Tonton was relying on Greninja so much. And you can just see here the counter catch in a way from Tonton was just so good. I can't believe it threw me by surprise. Yeah. That's how much I was in awe at just the skill level shown by these 2 trainers.
Indeed, and now there you can see Kaifi knowing it wasn't enough to beat the great Tonton Mateus, who keeps losing game 1 but then coming back so strong. And honestly, sometimes you're seeing those spicy picks on teams. You have seen LAIC finals, Vitorello 12, who rarely brought the Shadow Alolan Marowak, which it was still cool that it was there. It saw some use. Fire spinning on Alolan Sandslash was very, very cool. You see Shadow Typhlosion, and PvP David said this was the first time he brought it in his last matchup versus Inadequance. Yeah. However, it wasn't versus Inadequance, it was versus Tonton. Yeah. However, Tonton is bringing Greninja every game.
Yeah.
Always.
And Greninja will actually be able to outpace even Typhlosion's Thunder Punch as well. So that's going to be a tricky one to deal with. But let's not talk further about that. Let's come to where the matter really is. Inadequance here with that Primate, one of the few top trainers to bring Primate into day 2 with Karate Chop, getting to that Rage Fist so quickly. All you need is 4 Karate Chops. In my view, that is the fastest charge attack in the entire Pokemon Go meta right now.
Yeah, it is matched with Poison Sting Aqua Tail from Drapion.
Oh yes, of course, so it is. But we haven't seen much of Drapion. I think Drapion's fallen out, but Primate is scary. And you know what? I don't mind tanking an Aqua Tail. Let's say I'm a Kanto Marowak. I can even though I'm a Shadow, I can still survive an Aqua Tail. But those Rage Fists, sure, I'll survive it, but I won't survive the Karate Chops after a few more of them.
That is true. It even has a decent matchup into an Azumarill. But you've said Shadow Drapion is falling out of favor. It is in the winner's final on the side of Stone Collection, trying to defeat some superiors in this tournament. Superior for Relegator. Shadow Dragonite has been MVP for Snor. It is also one of those spice picks that is brought every time. You can see a lot of bulk on Snorlax's team to cover these defensive weaknesses of Dragonite.
So let's see if Inadequance will bring Fortress, which is a steel type, able to withstand Dragonite's attacks. But no, going for the... No, he has brought the Fortress, but now it's coming into against the Azumarill, which is an interesting thing because the Volt Switches are doing super effective damage, as are going to be the Rock Tombs and Earthquakes are going to be neutral. What does Azumarill do here? Because all of its charge attacks are resisted by the steel type.
Let me tell you, I have been in this exact matchup versus Inadequance at a local, and it is not good for Azumarill. Yes, Bubble does something, but you're leaving the Fortress with a lot of energy and a very decent amount of HP in the end.
And it's even worse because Fortress has actually just used a Rock Tomb to lower the attack of this Azumarill, so the Playgrounds are doing even less.
Yep, and at this point you're almost going to be able to farm down, but I think you can almost farm up to 2 charge attacks and then throw another Rock Tomb before the Azumarill deals some more damage with yet another charge attack. Play Rough is letting it look at the pitiful damage.
I mean, Fortress is getting quite low despite the debuff on the Azumarill's attack, but what, if I was Inadequance now, I'm thinking, why is Snorek staying in with Azumarill? He's not doing well here. Why is he getting out? Why is he doing that? Okay, switching into the Feraligatr to try and get a farm down, and Inadequance trying to race to the Rock Tomb. This is amazing, because now Inadequance can swap out after debuffing the Feraligatr. That's so good.
He has farmed up to an Earthquake. This gets shielded by Snorek. The damage of Rock Tomb is not the strongest, but it debuffs for sure. And now there is Primeape in versus Shadow Feraligatr with a little bit of an energy disadvantage.
Yeah, it is, and Primeape is able to now get this Rage Fist off, but the Karate Chops are going to do even more damage. Inadequance surely shields just to protect this Primeape. It is so squishy. But that's fine, because now Feraligatr won't get to another charge attack, I don't think. Oh, it does, just about!
But that's so fine. Look at the backline of Snorek. Just put up another shield. There is a very, very low HP Azumarill with few energies to its name and Dunsparce. And if you have energy advantage up to Dunsparce, Snorek said GG before bringing in the Dunsparce. Inadequance is karate chopping a little bit up to 2 close combat just so that nothing happens in case Snorek picks up his phone again and he's just going to close combat this Dunsparce back into its Pokeball.
Dunsparce disappears in a whiff of fists and flurry. What I found really amusing was a Snorek there pressing the button right at the very end. I thought he was going for a laugh. He was going to just shield and go, I'm just messing with you. But no, he did make things easier. He did put the no shield and just ended that battle very quickly. But that would have been entertaining. That would have been funny.
I really liked what he did there. The anticipation on Martine, thinking, okay, which Pokemon is it going to be in the back? Is it going to be the Dragonite? Do I have a good answer for that in my Primeape? And he just said, GG, brought in Dunsparce.
Oh, fantastic. Both of these trainers are fantastic in their own right, and what I think is really cool about them, particularly in Snorek, is Snorek recognizes Inadequance's win condition there, and when he knew that he didn't have any wiggle room, they're able to calculate almost that there's no way out of this for me. Let me take more time to reconsider what do I do in game 2.
Yeah, you play the game and you tap the screen, and I'm going to take all of my focus and put it on game 2. Let's see if this focus pays out in a great lead. It is Fortress versus Shadow Dragonite. That is so good for Inadequance. He is nodding because he knows this is not even a switch out here.
Yeah, it isn't, because what's Snorek going to do? Bring in Shadow Feraligatr and take some effective Volt switches. No, that's okay, but this is interesting. This could be something really big now. What does Inadequance do? Does he shield this? This is a call. Oh my goodness, Superpower does a huge damage to Fortress.
And this almost knocks out the Fortress, and then a catch onto the Shadow Feraligatr, dealing a still decent amount of damage. It's going to debuff it. Now, Inadequance goes out into the Primeape. Primeape has helped so much before. You can just farm up to the charge attack priority. Doesn't go for it because he thinks that a Rage Fist doesn't knock out there. Puts up a shield here.
Maybe he's trying to get some additional farm and doesn't want to boost with Rage Fist quite so early. Wants to get to maybe 4. Yeah, is that? I don't think it's possible. But now he's forcing Snorek to no shield, because if he shields, he'll just Inadequance will just turn out Rage Fist. So I like this, a calculated play here by Martine.
Yep, and there's already some damage onto that Shadow Dragonite. Immediate Rage Fist here, knowing this is going to be the Dragonite, has to put up a shield. He's pacing so incredibly quickly to those Rage Fists. The Dunsparce is in the back. The Dunsparce does not want to see the Primeape, but those Dragon Breath deal so much damage.
The Primeape is disappearing fast. Inadequance needs to switch out, but he has the perfect answer to the Dragonite. The Dugong is coming in. How quickly is going to be the reaction going to be? Going for the Dragon Claw here, trying to get a bait attempt. It falls for Inadequance, realizing this could be the superpower. I am not taking any chances 2 times round.
If it was the superpower, the Ice Shot would have knocked out, perhaps. Going for an Icy Wind here. Still, if you get the first debuff, this matchup is still not very good.
It does make it better for Inadequance, so it gives him more time to make some plays in the end game, but it is getting close. Inadequance is being pushed into a corner by Snorek here. Rock Slide's now coming through, and Rock Slide does actually get faster.
I think what was crucial there was that Snorek didn't immediately swap out when he saw that Dugong and took some more damage, because now the Fortress can maybe knock out the Shadow Dragonite with 1 Volt Switch. We're going to see the next Rock Slide connecting from that Dunsparce. Is it going to knock out the Dugong? I think it is going to hang on with a little bit of HP. It has a charge attack ready. He's going for the charge attack priority.
Yes, indeed it is. And so now with this Dunsparce being weakened further and the attack being dropped, is there opportunity for a swap out in Inadequence's side? So he does swap out into the Primate and gets a lot of farm on there. Is this going to be a play? Oh, trying to get the Rage Fist caught on the Dragonite. I don't know if that was a good idea, but it certainly saves the Dunsparce a little bit longer. I don't know if it's going to help though.
I really like this because this put it in Volt Switch range otherwise, and Martine is going to farm down the Dunsparce, slams on the table and takes out Snorek from the tournament.
It was incredible. I think that catch attempt by Snorek actually helped Inadequence, if anything, and he knows that, oh, this was so close for him, but he managed to find that win condition, took advantage of a potential miscalculation by Snorek there, and sometimes when an opportunity presents itself to you, best trainers just jump on it quickly, and Inadequence is a fine example of that.
Yeah, that was such an interesting decision, and I actually think that wasn't really a catch attempt from Snork. He wanted to try and Dragon Breath, surprise Dragon Breath, the Primap down in this situation, but Martine reacted so incredibly quickly through the Rage Fist, got the boost, and then I think like just the damage from the Karate Chops alone were enough to put the Dunsparce so low that any other Pokemon could farm it down.
Yes, I think that you're absolutely right. That's a very fair assessment. Dragon Breath is so oppressive, and especially against Primate that has not got the best defenses, it should work. But sometimes when your Pokemon's in the red, your opponent's Pokemon is in the red, and there's just subtle differences between the two. All those little extra bits of HP make the difference. It's so hard to, in the heat of the moment, calculate who's going to come out.
This was as close as it can get. Inadequence was playing versus Stone Collection before, and he won the first game on the back of Primate. But then he did not bring it anymore. He let the Primate in the back, put everything on the Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, and that hasn't particularly worked out well for him against Stone Collection. So now I think he's just picked up Primate again and said, hey, this worked before, I'm just going to Primate you.
Yeah, and as I was saying at the start of the battle, Primate, one of the quickest Pokemon to get to a charge attack, and those Rage Fists have the advantage that not only is it a great move, it also has the ability to boost the attack, and so your subsequent Rage Fists are going to do even more damage. Or let's surprise someone, that close combat. I'm not going to lie. If you get close combat after boosting with Rage Fist, I'm terrified.
Yeah, it knocks out basically everything. Also keep in mind, Primate attack is so much higher than the one of Annihilate. 5 Karate Chops to a close combat, that is absolutely crazy. Especially because you get rewarded by baiting so much with Primate. If someone shields a Rage Fist, you're going to save some energy. You need 4 Karate Chops to the next close combat.
And we can see here that there were these Karate Chops were fabulous in trying to chip down that Dunsparce a little bit more, and then the attempted catch comes in, and just in time for Inadequence to react and go Rage Fist time. There we go. Yep. And there you can see the reaction. It meant so much to him there.
Yeah, but the Karate Chop, actually, if he had gone for one more Karate Chop, if he didn't immediately throw that Rage Fist into the Dragonite, it would have been farmed down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's an example of a world's finalist reaction times being that good. Like, I'm amazed. I don't think I could react in time to that. It was that good.
I don't think that this was pure reaction. I think that was him knowing that this is the win condition of Snorek and going, hey, he's going to have to swap in that Shadow Dragonite, so I have to be ready to throw that Rage Fist immediately.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes I wish I could just delve into Inadequence's mind and just see how do the cogs work. It's just so, it's mesmerizing to see how these top trainers think. Commiserations and congratulations to Snorek, though, to come so far. I think it's another top cut. It's not the first time that Snorek has top cut, is it?
No, it is definitely not. Snorek has been performing really well. He has also day 2 in this season already, or he was really close. I think this was he was definitely in a group final. I don't quite remember if he won that one, but Snorek is up to his A game at the moment, and he is one of the big contenders to qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, he keeps going. You keep visiting those local events, the local challenges, the League Cups at the local Play Pokemon venue, travel to a few more regionals. We spoke earlier about all the different regionals and special events taking place in Europe, Birmingham being the next one. That is another opportunity for you to get up to 350 championship points. That will bring you one step closer to Anaheim with the World Championships in August. I cannot wait. Plus, beautiful California, sunny California. Why wouldn't you want to go, right?
Italian, give me a prediction. Who's going to be the world champion? Who's going to be the world champion?
Ooh. So, we have a difficulty here because I would like to, for a long time, I see a lot about what's going on in Europe. I see some of the trainers in the US. They talk about examples like Dunebug, like It's Axis, like Wadaj, like Out of Pocket. Here we have people like Colin 6, Tonon Matheus. But let's not forget, there are other regions in APAC. They're talking about Jakobovic, they're talking about Rick Flareon, and all of these fabulous Australian battlers as well. For me, the thing is, what's coming from Japan as well? What about the trainers from there? Crescent Angels, if you remember him from the World Championship.
Yakai.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. The defending world champion is going to be there because he gets a guaranteed invite to defend his championship. There's so many great names, and we've seen great trainers lose in round 1 here. Imagine what will happen to World Championships. I think it's too hard to say, but I did make my bold prediction, right?
I mean, even a Tonton Bateus at this World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, he went 0-2. Can you imagine a Tonton Bateus going 0-2? That's how good the trainers at this tournament are. And obviously, it's the World Championships is the highest tournament that you can ever play.
Yeah,
bigger than a regional.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and the vibe is just amazing there. Anywho, we want to show you a little bit more of what goes on at these events, so we have something very exciting for you to check out. Don't go anywhere because the winners finals and more finals are coming very, very soon.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow. Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
It's amazing how many trainers enjoy the various Pokemon games available at these regionals. We have the video games, we have the trading card games, and we have Pokemon Go. And at International Championships, we all even have Pokemon Unite as well.
Unite is a very, very crazy dynamic game you can play on the Switch and on the phone, which is really, really, really cool. Some Pokemon actually do better on either of these, so that's also very interesting to see what these trainers choose to play on. However, we're playing Go. That's only on the phone, and that's good as it is. And the next match that we're going to see is going to be the winners finals. We're going to see Stone Collection versus PvP David, and it's been a while since we've seen Stone Collection on stage for winners finals in day 2.
Yeah, it's been quite a distance for Stone Collection to get this far. Bear in mind, now we're getting to the crescendo of this tournament. One of these trainers may be your Stuttgart Regional Champion. Neither of these trainers have lost yet, and they have gone through several battles so far against very close margins. Because this is a winner's final, this is a best of 5.
Yeah. against very close margins or against very close margins, because Stone Collection actually had to overcome inadequacies in his last matchup. Here you can see the 4 Waters team, Gastrodon, Feraligatr, Azumarill and Dugong, covered by 2 poison types, Drapion and Clodsire, to beat those grass types.
And what's interesting though is you highlight the 4 water types and you think, oh, well, grass type's going to have an absolute field day against Stone Collection. But Stone Collection's been very careful to make sure if I'm going to present a water type for your grass type to feast on, it's going to be that Dugong.
He hasn't played versus any grass types so far.
Oh, has he not? Oh, well, that might also that helps, and he's not going to play a grass type here either. So PvP Day's not going to have to pull something else out of the bag. Maybe that Thunder Punch Typhlosion is the way to go, especially against Dugong.
I don't think it's the way against Gastrodon though. But can you imagine bringing 4 water types to your team into a tournament with 41% superior usage, and then day 2 50% usage, and
he's still avoiding a superior.
superior.
You know what would be really funny is if he then gets one in the finals and still beats it.
Yeah.
How crazy would that be? But anyway, yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, it should be fine. But the first Titan to overcome, if you're Stone Collection, is PvP David. PvP David is the first trainer to to give Tonton Batus a loss. That in itself is an accolade.
So what do you think are we going to see here? Because I think you kind of have to bring Galarian Moltres on the side of PvP David, because otherwise the Gastrodon goes incredibly unchecked. We have seen Stone Collection lead Gastrodon into matchups like this a lot of the time, so I'm going to think if PvP David has prepared a lot for this, I think we're going to see a Galarian Moltres lead in Game 1 for PvP David.
I was thinking that maybe Azumarill might be quite safe because it's not too
We're gonna see.
We are going to see very soon. So you're thinking Galarian Moltres, I'm thinking Azumarill. Let's see where he comes in. Oh, a complete change up there. So an Azumarill from Stone Collection, but an Annihilate for PvP David.
Oh, Stone Collection hasn't brought the Gastrodon. PvP David doesn't have a Gastrodon answer. That's very, very interesting. PvP David is going to play out this matchup, goes for a Rage Fist here.
Raging through this Azumarill, the first one goes unshielded, which is unsurprising because this is going to be the Rage Fit that does the least amount of damage. Azumarill struggles against the Annihilate, but is going to threaten now with the Ice Beam here, which I think is sensible because it's a good bait.
Very good shield call from Stone Collection, going for that bait. He wouldn't have knocked out the Annihilate though, so it was a little bit risky as well. PvP David is now going to go for a close combat here. Is Stone Collection going to shield that? Because Rage Fist would put him in a big farm down range here. Going to put up that shield, that's very, very strong. Immediate pivot out into the Azumarill, and it's answered by the Feraligatr.
And this is a crunch for Alligator as well. Is there play to maybe fish for a debuff here, or do you just play it safe and go for that Hydro Cannon? The lovely advantage is Azumarill is having to throw Play Rough here to deal any damage at all to Feraligatr. The Feraligatr is safe. You can just go for Hydro Cannons left, right, center.
And I mean, this is a full HP Feraligatr, so I think that you don't even necessarily want to shield here. Yes, you want to throw as many Hydro Cannons as you can and then possibly farm down with a Shadow Drapion later.
Yes, that would be a very clever idea. Fairy types taking super effective from poison type attacks, but we need to get to that stage first. Is Stone Collection going to engineer the weaknesses of Azumarill by launching another Hydro Cannon, bring it closer to the red? Not quite there. Will it get to another Hydro Cannon? No, it doesn't. Ice Beam comes through from Azumarill first.
Stone Collection is deciding to let this go. This Azumarill is absolutely energy dry. The Shadow Drapion looks like it's going to have a field day feasting on this Azumarill here. Can you get the entire farm down? PvP David is committing into the energy farm. He's trying to reach the ice. He doesn't get it. The full farm down on the Shadow Drapion is looking so incredibly strong right now.
And PvP David wants to put Annihilate on there because he does not want Toxapex to have to deal with the Shadow Drapion. He's making a shield call. Is it a crunch or auto? He makes the wrong shield call. Annihilate is annihilated off the map.
A knockout, and now look at this. The Toxapex in the back comes through. Fast attack damage with the poison traps. It is resisted. We're going to see a no shield on that crunch. Very sensible because it can debuff.
And is there going to be debuff? There is a debuff as well. It goes from bad to worse for PvP David. Another rush to that second crunch here. Stone Collection getting it. Now PvP David surely has to consider shielding because this is going to do so much damage with the debuff.
Yep, he is shielding once. Now Stone Collection is going to outpace to the crunch before the second brine, so he can safely shield that one up. Go for another crunch, and then he has to take care of the Toxapex later on, because I don't think that the Drapion is going to hang on to it too much. Now we're going to see the debuff crunch hitting.
This is good though, because even if now the Toxapex is weakened, if this brings it close enough that Azumarill can just overcome that final thing, this is going to be so close. This is, and Prime comes in, but I think this, while this KOs, is Azumarill from a Stone Collection side gonna have enough? That is the key thing. The hard counter to Azumarill is Toxapex. Will Toxapex be able to withhold? No, it cannot withstand any more damage. Ice Beam enough to freeze it down onto the ground and knock it out at the same time.
Stone Collection really avoiding that Toxapex in the back on the Azumarill, taking the knockout later on as well. Very strong performance. I like that game plan. Playing the zero shield scenario of Feraligatr versus Azumarill, knowing, hey, I don't need the alignment in the back there because my Shadow Drapion, it can just sweep through 2 Pokemon.
It can indeed, and it demonstrated that this is the best thing about Shadow Drapion, the buff to Poison Sting, that fast attack that Drapion uses to not only generate energy, but also chip away at that Azumarill. That was key, and I think the game was somewhat lost when PvP David had to let Azumarill get farmed down in order to keep alignment.
Yep, that was a very good catch by Stone Collection. I'm still curious that we haven't seen that Gastrodon yet, because Gastrodon looks very, very strong into that team. It has decent play versus Annihilate. Actually, let me think about this, because Earth Power is a lot of energy. You need 6 Mud Slap to reach. That's 18 turns. That's almost 2 Rage Fist. And if it goes shielded, you're in a terrible spot.
Yeah, that's true. And the problem is as well that Gastrodon's running Body Slam as its a second charge attack. Body Slam, that just bounces through Annihilate. Annihilate doesn't even barely notices that. And so the thing is, if you get a bait call wrong, it's just so risky. So while on paper Gastrodon looks good, I think Stone Collection predicts Annihilate is going to come often. That's the issue.
It is basically a 50-50 matchup,
and
calling it or not. And we're going to see Azumarill into Annihilate once again.
Yeah, we have seen this before, so Annihilate does have an advantage here, even though the typings may suggest otherwise. The outpace, getting to that Rage Fist so quickly is so handy, and perfect timing by PvP David, wasting no time, getting that Rage Fist off, but with fast attack timing being impeccable.
Yep, 7 counters before the Rage Fist, and now Stone Collection is going to throw that Ice Beam here. Is PvP David going to call that? No, he wants HP on that Annihilate. Even if it is an Ice Beam, that's fine with him.
Yes, because the problem is that Ice Beam will weaken this Annihilate so much that then the bubbles will start to become too threatening. So I think it's a sensible shield, and Stone Collection realizes that and is now going, okay, you're keen on Annihilate, and a shield of the second Rage Fist in order to preserve and get the final shield off. Tries to make a catch, doesn't manage it, and it's responded to by the Feraligatr. We have seen this before.
Yes, this looks like a repeat of Game 1. I really liked how PvP David adjusted from going for close combat and a swap out into Rage Fist and trying to catch them. But he wants to stay in that matchup, I think, with the Annihilate. But now he baits out a swap out of the Azumarill, trying to get that Toxapex on it later. I think this has to be his game plan.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Play Rough coming in now. We saw that this was no shielded earlier. Will Stone Collection change tacks? No. Decides to no shield as well. Wants to just get more Hydro Cannons off. Will he get to another before Azumarill gets to another charge attack?
I don't think he does, but now we're going to see something very, very interesting, because he is actually going to be in that same spot, but the switch timer is up for PvP David. So his chance of winning this game might be immediately going into the Toxapex once that Shadow Drapion comes in.
Yes, so let's see now, how quick is that reaction going to be? An instant reaction, going back to the Annihilate, no farm possible on the Shadow Drapion, and going for the Rage Fist here. But does Stone Collection know this is just a Rage Fist? Because this is going to deal resisted damage to the Dark type, that is Drapion.
That is very interesting, and also like a really nice strategy from PvP David there, because he wants to get that switch timer up for Stone Collection, wants to get out the Azumarill there, and even if Azumarill beats the Annihilate in that matchup, you can farm it down with the Toxapex.
Yes, and so this close combat is now going to knock out the Azumarill. Oh no, it just about survives an on-charge attack priority.
Perfect.
That's great, because now the Annihilate is going to take neutral damage, but the defense drop means it's going to get knocked out even with the undercharge. Oh no, it doesn't!
A big undercharge, and now he wants to give as little farm to the Toxapex as possible. Throws an Ice Beam here as well, immediately got one more bubble in for the farm. This is chip damage, but this can be very valuable.
Yeah, you know, at this level, getting that extra bit of damage can be the difference between a win and a loss. A crunch coming in now. We got a debuff in last game. Will Stone Collection get another debuff? This is going to be crucial to dictating how this endgame unfolds. Crunch comes in. No debuff this time.
No debuff. And there's also the Azumarill sitting in the back for PvP David. He has played this up, but he catches the crunch, and that is game deciding possibly. PvP David playing to his win conditions, getting that catch, and it looked decent for him already, but now that the energy is loaded onto that Azumarill, it looks very bad for Stone Collection.
It does indeed. That crunch was completely wasted. He desperately needed that. No shield on PvP David's side, and he's going. Another crunch is going in. This Toxapex does survive this with no issues at all, getting to 2 brines now, but I think he just poison jabs down surely at this range.
I mean, he has 2 brines, so he's fine with that. This is basically 1 HP on the Drapion, so I think maybe that would even be a shield KO. Probably not, but PvP David ties it up 1-1 with an amazing Azumarill catch.
Yes, that catch really did change things. It was such a surprise to Stone Collection, and I think Stone will be going, if only I hadn't fallen for that.
Yeah, but would it have made a big difference at this position? Because that one crunch, I mean, he basically got farmed down, right, before he could get to the next charge attack, and there was still a shield on the side of PvP David. So I think, nevertheless, even if he didn't get caught on there, actually then he could have farmed down that Azumarill. That was a very, very interesting one.
Yes, it would have changed the dynamics, or it certainly would have made things a little bit more complicated for PvP David, but to mitigate that risk, he went for an excellent catch, and he deservedly takes that win for that little bit of finesse, a little bit of extra skill needed against the indomitable Stone Collection.
But was that a possible lose con? That if Stone Collection doesn't let this get caught, that he farms up more poison stings,
yes,
it's a little bit more damage. Maybe if he doesn't want to take too much bubble damage, throws an Aqua Tail to knock out, and then perhaps goes up to 100 energy, throwing an Aqua Tail, and then getting to the crunches that he needs. I think that could have been. It was still very.
It would have been close just because of how low Drapion's health was. But anyway, we speculate no more. Let's go into the decisive game 3. Oh, sorry, not decisive. The game 3 of a best of 5. As now Annihilate faces off against Shadow for Alligator. Super effective Shadow Claws from Alligator, but Rage Fist from Annihilate is going to be problematic.
Yeah, but now Stone Collection is trying to check what the attack of the Annihilate is. I really like that one because he loses the charge attack priority with his Feraligator against the Annihilate. Very smart throwing on 6 Shadow Claws here to get some more information that is free to him. Because PvP David knows he is going to win that charge attack priority most of the time. Gets the first shield out and he is going to reach the second Hydro Cannon. Will we see a catch here?
No. Oh, yes, we do. We see a catch, and this was very well timed. Again, a Hydro Cannon being launched onto the Azumarill. Now this Feraligator isn't going to be able to do very much. It will not reach another Hydro Cannon before being knocked out.
Yep, and he actually tries to go up for another Hydro Cannon and swap out into the Gastrodon. Very good play by Stone Collection, knowing his Pokemon in and out, knowing that you can reach. In fact, another Hydro Cannon goes for the Gastrodon, and it's very well positioned against the Azumarill.
This surprised me immensely. Stone Collection, knowing just how much health he had in his Feraligator. Incredible play, and now this Gastrodon is able to mud-slap its way through the Azumarill, unfazed by all of the charge attack, going on charge attack priority, and Gastrodon wins that calculated by Stone Collection. Are we surprised at this point?
The big thing is this going to knock out? Yes, it takes out the Azumarill. That was a close call here. So much energy left, and immediately forcing a throw with the Mud Slap off the Rage Fist. So all that energy that PvP David built up here. Oh, he's actually going to shield this, knowing that there isn't a lot of energy left. Wants to get an Earth Power out. Can you get a farm down here? Yes, you absolutely can. There is going to be the Earth Power. You have a Hydro Cannon left, but there is the Drapion in the back that is not well positioned against this Pokemon at all.
Well, you say this, but the Drapion does have access to Aqua Tail, which will be quite handy here. The Earth Power is also going to weaken this Diggersby, and now it's a race to get to that Aqua Tail before that Scorching Tank comes in. Charge attack priority event, and very clever by Stone Collection, throwing at that point so that he can make sure Diggersby is left with no energy afterwards. Incredible play here, but we all know what's about to happen.
Very strong charge attack priority here. The damage is being dealt. The next attack would have been a shield here from PvP David. Does this Scorching Sand knocks out? Or no, it doesn't. It actually hangs on. It's going to reach to another Aqua Tail. Barely. The Shadow Drapion is so good. There is still a Hydro Cannon. If you shield this, you're going to be Hydro Cannoned.
And this is the key thing here. Now Feraligatr comes in 1 HP, and that is all it takes for Stone Collection to make this 2-1. An incredible foresight. That farm down to get the Hydro Cannon and swap out was brilliant. I cannot believe his foresight there.
You can hear the crowd applauding because this play was mesmerizing, knowing, hey, my Shadow Feraligatr is low, but these bubbles won't knock me out if I farm up another charge attack and bank it. Go into the Gastrodon, throwing on charge attack priority. Getting that knockout with the Earth power was massive.
Yes, I cannot believe. I'm still in awe. I'm still in awe at Stone Collection's sort of wisdom there. Because I didn't think his Feraligatr would survive 3 bubbles. I honestly didn't.
It was a very, very close call, but this is a very bulky Shadow Feraligatr, and that is one of the problems of Azumarill, because Bubble is a decent fast attack with decent damage pressure. However, there's so many water types in the game, so many water types on the team of Stone Collection.
Yeah, there's 4 on his team.
Well, Gastrodon is part ground type, Shadow Feraligatr isn't, so you're resisted in most of those matchups.
Yes, and I think that's the tricky thing. I think Stone Collection realizes that Azumarill is going to be on so many teams, Clodsire is going to be so many teams. I can bring a whole load of water-type Pokemon, and I can deal with the 2 biggest meta threats in this tournament.
And Superior doesn't exist for Stone Collection.
I mean, he just knew before he even came in that I'm not going to come up against a Superior. It's just going to happen.
Oh, wow!
This
Wait.
is interesting, because Clodsire can threaten with the Earthquake.
No!
But
it can't! It is a Sludge Bomb Stone Edge Clodsire.
Oh yes, we forgot Stone Collection is running the most unusual of moves that has to rely on Stone Edges here, whereas Toxapex can go for the Brine. How does this matchup work up?
So I'm just very much confused because Brine is super effective, but it is just not that strong in terms of energy and damage ratio. So you're going to see this here. It's going to deal slightly more damage than a Stone Edge, but the matchup isn't nearly as bad as it was versus an Earthquake Clodsire.
Yes, and I think Stone Collection has many times been caught out by not having Earthquake on against his opponent, particularly in mirror matches against opposing Clodsire. None here, another Brine coming through, but Stone Collection will survive this.
I think he's going to swap out into the Shadow Drapion soon. Maybe he reached for that Shadow Drapion before, doesn't go for that one now. Shadow Drapion is really good into the backline of PvP David, and he might be able to redistribute. We're going to see another bit of damage. You know that you're outpacing. Now, the energy advantage is on the side of Shadow Drapion. Only 4 counters coming through.
Yes, and Shadow Drapion is able to get that crunch off as an immediate no shield by PvP David here, which I don't know if he will live to regret on that one. Oh no, and the debuff comes in as well, which makes things even better for Annihilate here. Rage Fist coming in, but this will do minimal damage. It's a resisted attack.
You want to shield this, but you can't shield this. It's not worth it. It deals a little bit of damage, but now the counter range is just so big. You would get to another Aqua Tail. This is going to be a huge farm down for the Annihilate, and it is going to pose a big threat. However, Stone Collection can then Mudslap down.
I think the key thing is whether he can get to another Aqua Tail. He cannot. There is just not enough bulk on that Drapion. What do you bring in here? The Gastrodon will farm down, but will have to take a charge attack.
PvP David is going to go for a Rage Fist here. The question is, has Stone Collection counted perfectly? Does he want to preserve HP? This is a difficult shield call. He says, this is a Rage Fist. I'm going to take that one. Another counter is going to come in here, dealing a lot of damage, but you have the energy on the Gastrodon. Azumarill is going to come in. You're going to pivot out into that Clodsire. Can't reach the Sludge Bomb in time. Going for a Stone Edge, but it's dry. It's dry.
It is dry, and the problem is as well that Stone Collection has 2 shields. Toxapex can do no damage. Those poison jabs are triple resisted by Clodsire. It's ground typing, it's poison typing, and so this Brine comes in. Surely this is the time to shield, Stone Collection. Please, shield!
Stone Collection has seen before. Oh, he wants to get extra farm on that Gastrodon there. He has seen before that there is going to be the Azumarill in the back. He has the energy advantage. He has the shield advantage. But how is this going to play out? Oh, he's going for a body slam bait. This is going to be incredibly important. And no shield from PvP David. Genius call, recognizing another win condition.
And that was just no hesitancy there. He didn't even think about it. He just knew this was a body slam. And now it is a race to get off as many charge attacks as possible. Stone Collection being pushed into the corner here, going for the Earth Power. Again, a no shield though. Is this a potential mistake by PvP David? We'll find out, because this Azumarill is still quite bulky.
Oh, the Azumarill has so much more HP, but Mudslap deals so much more damage. He's going to go for a full farm down. He doesn't throw those charge attacks. PvP David is not falling for that bait, and he ties it up 2-2.
What was absolutely incredible. Losing with 2 shields is something that you almost never see at this level. PvP David recognizing that, right, you're going to hold on to the shields? No matter, I'm going to bubble through anything you will throw at me.
Yep, I would have liked to see a shield on the Clodsire there.
Yes,
that you can basically farm down the Toxapex there. It has so little energy generation. And if you can't farm it down, go to 2 Sludge Bomb.
Yes.
Force a shield with the Sludge Bomb onto the Azumarill. It is not going to get that much energy from your Clodsire. And if it does, you can swap out at some point. And then you still have Gastrodon in the back.
Yes, agreed. I was thinking, when Stone Collection didn't shield that Clodsire, I was thinking, oh, I don't know if this is the play.
Body
and I
slam
felt...
call.
Sorry?
Body slam call of PvP David.
Yes, that was also a fabulous play. The PvP David seems to be having a psychic intuition as to what's going to happen. He didn't shield one body slam and then the other earth power afterwards. No matter if you don't shield that. It did do a fair amount of damage, but Azumarill's bulk, so impressive.
The question is, would he have gotten to 3 earth power?
Yeah, I think that was a push. That was going to be the tricky thing. And I think Stone Collection underestimated how much health he had on. And this Clodsire into Azumarill, and this is the Sludge Bomb Clodsire as well. So Stone Collection has an immediate advantage, immediate swap out from PvP David therefore.
Oh yeah, he goes into that Annihilate, and it seems like he's staying in that matchup for a little while longer. This has to be a resisted charge attack. Stone Collection doesn't quite know what to do against this save storm. Is he going to go into the Gastrodon to avoid the Galarian Moltres later, or no, he plays this out?
I think what he's trying to do is take some damage on the Clodsire so that the energy is consumed there, and then maybe bring in the Gastrodon. That might be the play, but let's see what Stone Collection does. No, staying in even further and trying to get another Sludge Bomb off before a Rage Fist comes through on Annihilate here.
This is going to be no shielded as well, and now the question is, will you bring in the Gastrodon at some point? Because if you just mud slap it down very, very quickly, the Galarian Moltres is just going to come in and have a field day against you. Now a close combat is launched, it is resisted, but it deals so much damage, and this is going to connect. Is it going to take out the Clodsire? The best Azumarill answer, no. It hangs on with a decent amount of HP, throws a Sludge Bomb. Stone Collection wins the first matchup, but will that win him the game?
Yeah, Annihilate is a big threat to his team, and I think he's concerned about dealing with it. The fact that he's managed to beat it with the Clodsire of all things is impressive, and now Drapion comes in and the Poison Stings rack up damage on the Azumarill, but the charge attacks do nothing.
And this is looking like a catastrophic backline matchup. PvP David hasn't shown the Galarian Moltres in any of the previous 4 games. Stone Collection is heavily anticipating another Toxapex. This is why he wants the Gastrodon in the back. He wants it on the Toxapex. He's feeling very comfortable in that matchup, but he doesn't know that there is Galarian Moltres lurking.
Yes, and I think he needs to lure that out. He needs to figure out a way to know for certain what is coming next. This Drapion needs to get these crunches off quickly, preserve as much health as possible, but PvP David has 2 shields and he's letting them both go. Is that suspicious for Stone Collection?
You can charge attack priority here with an Aqua Tail, trying to go for the knockout here on that Ice Beam. It is going to be shielded. Will you give a shield back? Is that a tell?
Yes, I wonder if that is. Let's see what Stone Collection does here. You do have a shield, but Galarian Moltres is strongest in the no-shield scenario, and Stone Collection opened the door for Galarian Moltres to come in after this. The immediate swap out. What is the reaction from Stone Collection? None, unfazed, and is going forth on the attack against this.
Yep, there's going to be an Ancient Power reach. He's going to get to 2 Aqua Tail. PvP David knows Aqua Tail is something that I do not have to shield. What is sitting in the back? Is it going to be Azumarill? Is it going to be a Dugong? Or is it going to be Gastrodon? Tries to go for a catch. He brings in the Gastrodon. He has softened it up, so there is Body Slam range.
Yes, it is indeed. And now PvP David wanting to get to 2 Brave Birds here. This is going to be tricky because the defense drop is going to be problematic afterwards. What will PvP David do? It survives!
He gets to that Body Slam, forces the Ancient Power throw from the Galarian Moltres on the charge attack priority as well. Gastrodon is such a champ, hangs on there, gets Stone Collection back into this game. Clodsire is being brought in, but it is just not enough damage from those Poison Stings. Galarian Moltres is hanging on there. Now the Drapion is trying to farm down, gets the farm down, but Azumarill is sitting there. Galarian Moltres hangs on as well. PvP David advances to the Grand Finals!
Well done to PvP David. He's shaking his head. He knows just how incredibly close that was. Best of 5 going down to the wire. A very, very worthy adversary in Stone Collection here. I cannot believe what I've just seen. That was 1 HP in a dream for PvP David's Galarian Moltres.
Yep, had the Ancient Power loaded for that clutch 1 HP. Gastrodon survived. The Galarian Moltres, being the surprise factor for PvP David, was incredibly strong there. He knew that Stone Collection, he has seen the same line over and over again. It was always the Toxapex in the back. Why would he change that in the last game? He brought the Galarian Moltres, knowing that Stone Collection, if he wins the lead, he's going to try to play alignment-based games for Gastrodon onto Toxapex.
If that didn't convince you, to get a Galarian Moltres by using your daily incense, nothing will. This Pokemon is here for the long haul. It's going to be dominant now. I think it's going to be dominant for the next good few months.
Yeah, get one.
Go out there and get one. Trade for one. Do whatever you need to do. Get one and use it in a PvP tournament. It is amazing.
Catch one already, trainers. This is absolute PvP David masterclass. This was one of the best team reads I have ever seen so far, and this shows why best of fives just play differently from best of threes, because he just knew that his opponent is going to try and adapt his play style to the teams that he brought before. Let's look into those highlights. Perfect undercharge from Stone Collection there, actually getting one more bubble to get to that next charge attack, and if it was a Galarian Moltres in the back, this would have changed the game.
Yes, I believe it. Well, it would have. I think this. I love this attempt at the catch as well. That really did change things a lot. There were so many fabulous catches which PvP David did, which I feel if he hadn't, then he would have lost that game early on, and this wouldn't have gone to a full-on best of 5.
Yep, indeed, and there we can see another Aqua Tail connecting, and that was a very clutch survive here, and the Hydro Cannon that was stalled earlier. Perfect knowledge of Stone Collection about his own Shadow Feraligatr, knowing, hey, I can take 3 bubbles, I can farm up to a Hydro Cannon, and then swap out immediately.
So I want to also remind those trainers watching that PvP Davis now punched his way into the Grand Finals, which is really, really impressive. What I also want to highlight, Stone Collection has taken his first loss, and because this is a double elimination bracket, he now drops into the losers finals, where he has a chance to redeem himself to get back into that Grand Finals and fight for that rematch against PvP Davis. So all is not lost, and it does mean that Stone Collection's lovely Sludge Bomb Stone Edge Clodsire may make another appearance.
Yeah, but I wish he kept it for that Azumarill for him, of course, in that matchup. That would have been so strong against the Azumarill. There wasn't a real answer. And of course, the Toxapex was such an interesting play against the Sludge Bomb Stone Edge Club, because you see this matchup and you're going, wow, that is so good for Stone Collection. And then you realize, wow, wait, the only person having super effective damage in that matchup is going to be the Clodsire. And PvP David just identified that, mastered his Pokemon, and again, PvP David with one of the best team reads I have ever seen. Of course, you sometimes see games just won by the alignment of the team, and that is, of course, great team reading, but that is also a little bit based on luck, knowing, hey, where is my opponent going to position what Pokemon? But this time around, he played a different team, or the same team, 4 times in a row, and in the last game of the best of 5, he knew that Stone Collection was going to adapt his team.
It's a classic example of a mind game. Oh, mind joke, mind game, mind joke, mind game. A mind game where you do, right at the end, you do something different and it catches your opponent off guard. And I think that was calculated by PvP David.
100%.
It was very calculated. And again, an example to trainers watching at home. Some of these best trainers, the battle in the minds of these trainers starts before they even lock in their teams.
That was mesmerizing. I'm very impressed with PvP David. And honestly, of course, he has the advantage going into that Grand Finals by being the only person on the winner's side. So he has to lose a Grand Finals before he then has to lose another Grand Finals before he isn't the regional champion. So are we going to see a bracket reset? I don't know. PvP David is on fire, literally.
And I think
not literally.
Well, perhaps not literally, but figuratively, and not running any fire types, but inflaming the competitor. Oh, he is. Oh, yeah, of course. So yeah, very appropriate. Let's hear about his team. Let's hear from the man himself, PvP David. Where are you?
Thanks so much, Adelion and Leo. I'm here with PvP David on the floor. What an amazing grand winners finals there. How did you feel when the Clodsire stayed in against that Annihilate?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's probably Drapion in the back and maybe Gastrodon. So I was like, maybe Moltres can potentially sweep if it avoids the Drape. That was...
How do you think that would have gone if he threw like a Sludge Bomb, for example, and went into the Gastrodon? Would that have been a problem?
Yeah, it would have been a problem for sure. But like, I was hoping that he would stay in and maybe Moltres could do something there.
And I'm guessing he wasn't really reading the Moltres in the back. Was that your plan?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I dropped Pex at the start, because like it put in a lot of work in like the game 1 and 2, right? So I was thinking he might drop the Asa and go like hard against the Pex. And in the end, it worked out with the read with Moltres.
Really nice reads, of course, on those games. I hope this goes all the way. Super cool team from Farid with the Typhlosion. Didn't get much play there, but may have more opportunities in the later stages of this tournament. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Great to hear for PvP, David. Thank you, Eric, for that interview. I think what's lovely is I remember when PvP David came to some of his first tournaments, and I knew of his reputation as a player from the grassroots, but he was quite quiet, quite shy, just in his own mind, thinking about how he's going to battle. Yeah, and now he's got better and better. He was already good, don't get me wrong. You'd already beat me easily, but to get better and better, and now he stands at the cusp of being the Stuttgart Regional Champion. I am so proud to see just how far he has come.
Yeah, look how far we've come, right?
Haha.
The skill level in the Pokemon Go community. You know, watching, growing up as a player, I have been watching the changes in even the top trainers' strategies. Everyone is growing so incredibly fast in their skill levels as trainers. It is incredible to see. I have seen so many matches of, for example, a Colin 6 or an Adequance over the years, and they just keep getting better. It feels like the sky's the limit.
Yes, it absolutely does. There have been many trainers as well who are looking to be in PvP David's position, but they have actually taken a loss and ended up in the losers bracket. However, they are vying to get in to that grand final, so we can actually see who is there waiting at that losers final. We have a matchup now. Where we have Tonon, Batus and Inadequance, both of whom have taken a loss. I mean, this to me, this matchup could be a grand final matchup. What do you think?
Tonon Batus versus Inadequance is for sure something we've actually not seen on stage before, and these are two titan trainers of the game, of course. However, Inadequance is also very often on our side of the tournament in our lovely area here. So this is why we don't see him that often competing against those top trainers. So it's not a surprise that these two haven't played against each other on stage yet.
He hasn't.
Maybe they have, actually.
Yeah, but he hasn't. The thing is, Inadequance hasn't lost it. Clearly, this is his first tournament since coming second at the World Championships in Honolulu in August this year. And it's been several months where he's been casting, he's been doing all his work promoting Pokemon Go, and now he's like, you know what? I haven't competed in a tournament in a while. I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit rusty, not sure what I'm doing.
He's not.
And he's clearly he's not. Wow, what an amazing trainer. And he's playing against Tonon Batus. I keep singing this gentleman's praises.
Yep, that is true. And Inadequance, of course, again, going in with a very uncommon team. Low bulk, I want to say. I would give this like a C or a D, probably. I would have to.
If you were grading it as a teacher, yeah?
There is a Fortress which has decent bulk, and Dugong is, of course, a strong, bulky Pokemon. But Shadow Drifloon, paper. Shadow Kanto Marowak, not paper, but the Shadow definitely
Cardboard.
doesn't
Do you want to go with cardboard, yeah?
Exactly. Primeape.
Paper?
Paper.
Okay.
And I forgot the other one. Shadow for Alligator.
Cardboard.
Cardboard, exactly.
Okay, this is going to be the new tiering system that people are going to listen to. It's going to be paper, cardboard, and then like this thick book for Clodsire. Anyway, speaking of thick books, we have Skarmory as a standout, and then we have the paper that is Greninja here. Those two Pokemon have been so strong, but then against Fortress, they're going to struggle because those Volt Switches dealing super effective damage on both of them.
Actually, I think this is the first team that is really going to threaten the Greninja of Tonon Batus, because you have Primeape that can outpace Greninja.
Yeah.
Then you have Fortress, which threatens with Volt Switch. However, you reach a Rock Tomb in like 20 Volt Switches, which is going to be very slow.
20 turns.
20 turns, of course. I meant it, and it's also 16 turns, by the way.
Sorry.
But you also have the Kanto Marowak, which is good against Greninja because it just farms down.
And this is very good as well for Greninja. Now that's what you want to see, a Ghost type going up against a Dark type. Immediate swap out into the Primeape and a reaction with the Charger Bug. Charger Bug is actually really good here because it resists the Karate Chops, resists the close combat. The Rage Fist, first one, absolutely does not go shielded.
The only issue that Charger Bug has in this matchup is that it can't really go for these bug-type attacks, and Discharge is just a little bit worse than X-Scissor because it costs more energy with the same damage. But in Adequance, he can't shield this because definitely the Greninja is at best going onto that Marowak, and Marowak can't win this without shields. Wait, he's going for a close combat. This is going to be unshielded. Does this knock out? No, it doesn't!
Wow, so
but he doesn't go for the move. He doesn't have the move. There is the Karate Chop down. He flips the switch.
And
Superior versus Drifblim.
And one Vine Whip takes out the Primate, which is incredible now. And now the Drifblim comes in. This is where you want Drifblim to be. And this is going to be quite tricky as Greninja comes in. But now you have two Shield Shadow Kanto Marowak versus the Greninja. Greninja doesn't have the defenses to withstand this Mud Slap.
But Greninja has a little bit of energy advantage, and that is so crucial in this matchup because, yes, you usually get Mud Slap down in that matchup, but if you have energy advantage, you might actually get to your triple Hydro Cannon. Goes for another Night Slash. Is this the time for Inadequance to call it? Yes, it would be, but it is not going to be shielded here.
Well, the shield comes in, and now Greninja is able to get to that Hydro Cannon. Is he going to? Just about manages it on 1 HP, and Inadequance unhappy with this outcome. He knows he's fallen for the bait twice, and Tonton Batus has outdanced his way here.
But that is super fine with him, because now this is definitely Astonish range, and you're playing, of course, versus two shields. Superior, wait a second, Superior deals a lot of damage still with those resisted Frenzy Plants. Can Inadequance dance around that?
Yes, bear in mind that even though Frenzy Plant is resisted damage, that is huge. The Icy Wind comes in, which is going to reduce the damage on Superior, but there's two shields here. For those of you watching at home wondering, why is he not using Frenzy Plant rather than Aerial Ace? Even though Frenzy Plant is resisted, it still does more damage than a neutral Aerial Ace in this scenario, just because Frenzy Plant is such an amazing attack.
It is debuff Frenzy Plant now. Can this Drifblim hang on? It wouldn't matter anyways, because there's still a shield left remaining on Tonton Batus, and Tonton wins this with Superior. Two shields up against Shadow Drifblim. Paper.
Yes, indeed, paper it was, and I think the key play was getting those baits off with the double Night Slash on Greninja against that Shadow Kanto Marowak. That is what was key in winning Tonton Batus, because he was so close to being knocked out there. Inadequance was banking on Tonton, going for the Hydro Cannon and shielded twice. Unfortunately, sometimes you go left, sometimes Tonton goes right, the dance happens, and Tonton gets past.
And Tonton didn't even need to use his second shield in the end.
Yeah.
So even if Martine had... Actually, if he had thrown one less Mud Slap and instead thrown a Bone Club at some point, would it have changed the game so that...
It would have given Superior more farm unless Inadequance did that at the end, just as the switch timer came up, so he could immediately swap out and bring the Drifblim in. It would lead to an outcome where Superior versus Drifblim would have happened, and the Shadow Kanto Marowak would have been there at the back after, but whether it could do anything with no energy is questionable against the Superior, which would have survived a Drifblim.
I think that you would put up a shield there in the situation as Tonton Batus, though,
yeah,
for the Greninja.
Yep.
But then again, Greninja is going to reach that Hydro Cannon even earlier. And do you do as much damage on a Mud Slap with two Astonish? Probably.
Yes, that's a very, very close call. And the thing is, you have to remember that we are talking about this right now with the freedom of time. These two trainers, brilliant though they are, do not have that luxury. For those of you who are battling in the Go Battle League, that luxury isn't always there. So being able to be efficient with your thought processes and in order to secure victory, that is what makes these trainers so great. It allows you to be able to match up with these. You think like them, you will be as good as them, and then it's finding out how to be that teeny bit better.
Greninja is just such a freaky Pokemon that Tonton Batus keeps on bringing to these tournaments. Superior versus Primeape in the lead, and this is not something that Primeape is too happy about. You would rather want to see a different kind of Pokemon. The Greninja, for example. But now, what are they going to play here? Oh, he catches the Frenzy Plant on the Fortress!
Oh, it's just an Aerial Ace, so this will be neutral, but this is still okay, because now Tonton Batus actually lures out the Fortress and brings in Charger Bug against it. This isn't ideal, but Tonton's team is quite weak to Fortress, and this is the closest and best answer for it, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. The Discharge is going to connect, deal neutral damage. Of course, Inadequance doesn't want to use shields on this Fortress. He has a phenomenal energy advantage on the Primeape built up already. He is going to Rock Tomb here. It is going to make the next matchup even better. A shield is being put up by Tonton Batus, a shield that is not going onto that Greninja.
I'm interested here because I would have thought he would have no-shielded and tanked the Rock Tomb here. Instead, going for a very aggressive farm down. He knows he can get away with that. Going for the lower energy move as well. Very clever, Tonton Batus. Shield, there's no need to go for the Discharge. The X-Scissor is enough despite the resistance from the Steel-type Fortress.
Clever, yes. Unfortunate, also yes, because he had to use an entire charge move here. Is going to swap in that Superior again. And now the Superior is just so incredibly bulky. Superior here in this situation is going to throw another aerial ace into the Primate. And I think Inadequance needs to go up to as much energy as possible and then knock out with close combat.
Yes, he will have to, but Tonton Batus needs to get to those aerial aces. The more shields he can eliminate, the better. Tonton, immediate no shield. At this range, surely a close combat is going to knock out the bulky Superior. It's going to be close, just about knocks out. Incredible play from Inadequance.
And now the switch timer isn't up at all. Inadequance putting everything on that Kanto. Marowak is going to go for another close combat here. It's going to connect. The last shield is remaining for that Greninja, but look at the Foundry here. He gets to that Rage Fist. Are we going to shield this? Zero shield scenario for that Greninja in the back. Can Marowak overcome this?
That's going to be so tricky because the Mud Slaps we know are so painful. A full Mud Slap comes through as well, which is going to be so handy, and you can't shield it. Is Inadequance going to take that risk? Yes, he makes the right call. Does respectable damage now, but here Greninja comes in. It's a race to the charge attacks. One more Shadow Claw, one more Water Shuriken, and the Night Slash comes in. Now the shields come through.
Shield is very important here, of course, otherwise your last Pokemon will get knocked out, but you can throw a Bone Club here that is going to knock out very soon. You have more than two. You can throw the next one already into that Charger Bug, and Inadequance is going to tie that game up.
Let's see if this does get the KO. It's a charge attack priority, but no! Charger Bug wins. See a charge attack priority over the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and as a result, Tonton Batus, believe it or not, uses the Exodon, knocks out Inadequance out of the tournament.
I forgot how much attack that Charger Bug has. It is a monster. They both have about the same amount of bulk, but Kanto Marowak just has this Shadow, which makes it so much more damage usually.
It does indeed, but bear in mind, being a Shadow Pokemon has no relevance on the attack of the innate Pokemon itself. As a result, in that charge attack priority event, Charger Bug, despite not looking as though it has that attack, actually is able to win charge attack priority over the Kanto Marowak. That was so close and very worthy of both these trainers that it came down to a charge attack priority event.
I'm going to be honest, this happened to me a lot with Charger Bug already, because you said it. It does not look like it is an attack-heavy Pokemon, and it has more bulk than it has attack, if you can calculate that up. But it is just still very, very strong. Winning charge attack priority, sometimes it just comes down to minimal things like this.
Yes, oh, absolutely. And it goes. And also, one thing that amuses a lot of trainers watching Pokemon Go, who have come from the video games or trading card games, is like, why is Charger Bug, a Pokemon that isn't fully evolved, so popular in Pokemon Go? And this is the reason. The full evolution into Vikavolt isn't needed. We just need to get that extra attack on.
In that lower level range, look at this. Karate chop down here. Both Pokemon hanging on onto 1 HP. And here we can see in Game 2 that close combat knockout. But what I would really like to see is how Inadequance plays that endgame versus the Greninja with the Marowak, because he actually waited for the charge attack priority and then had to use the shield against the Greninja.
Yes, he did have to, and you can see Inadequance's reaction there when he knew he was not going to win that charge attack priority event. He nods to his opponent going, yeah, fair enough, you did well. You can see the respect and camaraderie between both these trainers. They know each other so well. They have battled each other so many times that they're good friends. They have a lot of respect for each other.
Definitely, you have to have respect for each other if you are Inadequance and Tonton. Genuinely have respect for other human beings. Just a quick side message on that side. But I think that actually, if Inadequance hadn't gone for the charge attack priority event against the Greninja, having to forfeit that last shield, a Bone Club could have done more than 50% because Greninja is extremely frail. But it would have been probably close still.
Yes, it would have been. Now, bear in mind, so Tonton Batus is now moving further to the losers final. And who is he playing? He's playing against Stone Collection.
Oh wow, Stone Collection versus Tonton Batus is also something we have seen on stage before already. Can't remember how that match went, but definitely it is going to be a straight up screamer. Those trainers are insane. Those trainers are absolutely on fire. The top 3 are therefore already determined.
Yes, they are indeed. So all of these trainers are going to go away with something. They're going to get some accolades, booster packs, prize money, championship points. That brings them one step closer to the World Championships. Although admittedly, Tonon already has an invite, but that's beside the point. Very, congratulations to all of them, all they've achieved so far. But only one player can become champion. For those of you at home, you want to know, how do I get involved in organized play Pokemon tournaments? This will tell you everything you need to know.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
I love organized play. I actually host my own local play Pokemon tournaments in Manchester in the United Kingdom. I may have said that already, right? Maybe once or twice.
I think you have mentioned that before, but what I have also mentioned before when it comes to these local tournaments is that basically when it comes to being a Pokemon Go local player, I count myself as Dutch. I have participated in so many tournaments in the Netherlands already, regularly playing against powerhouses like Tactical or Inadequance. By the way, you can scan this QR code to find the locations near you, as it says on the screen, and you can find the next tournaments in your area.
And what's the best thing as well is that the professor or professors that are hosting these events will be some of the professors that you may also see at these regional championships. These professors are volunteers that are there to help you have a better experience, to enjoy how to play Pokemon, be it in the video game, the trading card game, Pokemon Go, or Pokemon Unite at the International Championships, for example. There is actually a Unite event and a Unite stream happening as well today to determine which teams will go to EUIC, so keep an eye out for that. All of these games can be enjoyed, but the key thing is you can play with your friends and you can enjoy all the lovely Pokemon that are available.
Yeah, but the coolest game is Pokemon Go, obviously.
Obviously, we not only do we have to say this, but we want to say this because we're biased and
we want to put special emphasis.
Oh, of course, of course.
The entire Pokemon franchise has accompanied me through my entire childhood, young adulthood, and now it's starting to become older adulthood.
For me, it's gone from childhood to adulthood to your dream, to share the joy of Pokemon with all of you here and at home. Honestly, the honor is so deep that I want to dig into the ground. Like
so many tournaments that I have watched on television, that I have watched on Twitch, that I have participated in, and all of them were a great experience. But if you're looking to get better at this game, and if you want to participate in a tournament and win tournaments, we have some tips for you. So note them down. It's about Louisville.
I feel like a lot of big weaknesses right now is deck selections. A lot of players do be playtesting a whole lot with their decks, with their play groups, and then decide last minute, this may not be the best choice. And so they switch when they should have probably went with their gut feeling.
I think the biggest weakness players have is kind of getting too focused on the metagame. I think it's more important to play something you're comfortable with, because you'll always do better with something you're comfortable with rather than something that's just strictly meta.
In these regionals, it's definitely nerves. And you can fix that by scrimming, knowing your typings, and also making sure you hit the right move. And shield alignment, that's always a big one too.
I would say that the big weakness that players mostly have would be overthinking. And the best way to fix that is to just slow down, take a deep breath, and rethink your original thought, because your original thought is probably the best thought you had.
I would say the biggest weakness would be trying to memorize archetypes and patterns to specific mons and not realizing that every player is a different person. So therefore, the best way to overcome it is not to just stick to one strategy for the same team, but to diversify your own mindset going in, knowing that each player will come with their own type of biases and skill sets, and you just have to adapt in a reasonable way to allow yourself some more wiggle room and not be so stuck to one thing.
Welcome back, trainers. We are now in the late stages of this tournament here in Stuttgart. It is day 2. We have the losers finals coming up. Tonon Batus versus Stone Collection. This is going to be a big game.
Both of these trainers have taken down Inadequates earlier today, so they have a lot of adrenaline going for them, a lot of momentum going their way. Stone Collection got so close to taking down PvP David, took it to game number 5, but honestly, that Cloud Sire with Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge was so unconvincing against Annihilate.
It's crazy, isn't it? Sludge Bomb, Stone Edge, Clodsire has a medal. Stone Collection has another medal as well. And Tonon, we mentioned earlier, he said, look, I'm not feeling hugely well this weekend. He's in the losers finals. He's doing pretty well.
Maybe it brought him a little bit more motivation, wants to win this tournament as quick as possible, and then he can go home. But of course, it was interesting to see, honestly, that Sludge Bomb, you can go straight Sludge Bomb on Annihilate and actually win the Zero Shield scenario. That is crazy to me.
Yeah, and these players are knowing all of these different matchups and different scenarios. There are so many different Pokemon that all of these players have had to face. And they've also had to face a ton of really high quality competitors. Here is the losers bracket. Look how far Stone Collection and Tonon have had to come.
If you were to predict out of these two players, who do you think is coming out on top? I think both of them have such interesting teams. Stone Collection with his signature neutral play team, and Tonon Batus with really something quite unique.
I mean, Tonon has already won 2 matches in the loser side of the bracket. He's had to play a few more games because he went down earlier. Stone Collection, he's only just lost to PvP David in those winners finals. That was a best of 5. That means he's played 1 best of 5 already, and he's got another best of 5 to come. But Tonton's, he's nothing new to a best of 5, is he?
A lot of momentum going Tonton's way, but if you're Stone Collection, you had those last 30 minutes to collect yourself, prepare for this match, and kind of understand what has my opponent been doing. I literally just got to watch him play 2 games.
I think that's a pretty good idea, actually.
I like that advantage.
Yeah, but also, Stone already played against Martine. So he knew Martine's team. So he must have used all that time.
Exactly.
Yeah, preparing for Tonon. So perhaps that extra preparation will have helped here. Tonon hasn't really had that same opportunity. He's literally just come off the stage with Martine and now back on it here with Stone Collection.
Greninja honestly looks really good into this team from Stone Collection here. While most people might think, oh wow, Greninja resists all the moves from Drapion. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop right there and say Drapion is pretty convincing into Greninja, honestly. It paces so quickly to the moves, and the poison stings really do add up. But on the other hand, it's that Clodsire. We're always coming back to how interesting this moveset is here. What do we think about it?
I think that if you can avoid ground, it obviously is going to have a lot more play. But actually, do you remember against PvP David, it didn't really have the play that it wanted to.
In Toxapex,
which was wild. And I actually remember when I was exploring different Clodsire move options, Toxapex was one of the reasons why I was like,
you need it.
It's uncomfortable without Earthquake.
And Toxapex isn't one of those Pokemon that is on everybody's team. So generally, I thought it would be a little bit safer to bring a Clodsire with this moveset. On Tonon Batus' side, though, he does have that Skarmory, so it's going to be one of those cases where that Stone Edge is going to be super beneficial. Against the Greninja, you're going to pace a little bit quicker, be able to knock out with those Poison Stings and those Sludge Bombs. Of course, the Superior as well. Dunsparce, though, going to be a lot more uncomfortable.
Now, one thing about Skarmory, which usually has a beneficial matchup against Ground-type Pokemon, doesn't actually have the matchup you'd think it does against Gastrodon, because the water typing of Gastrodon means that Steel Wing is resisted. Gastrodon is also very, very bulky. Sky Attack will not do a lot of damage, so Skarmory almost forced to be throwing those Brave Birds.
Outside of the Superior, Gastrodon is so good into this team from Tonon Batus, but he knows that. He's locked in, and we're headed into a game number 1 of our Losers Finals.
This is it for these players. We have the Gastrodon on Stone Collection side up against the Dunsparce. This is a very advantageous matchup for Stone Collection. Will Tonon stay in or immediately pivot out? He's going to maybe soft lose this matchup.
The best part about this matchup is you can basically take 2 drill runs and then do a charge attack priority on the 3rd one with that Earth Power, cleanly knocking out the Dunsparce. Or you can just throw the Earth Power immediately and Mud Slap all the way down. It is such a nice matchup. You come out with so much energy.
And it's one of those situations where you have to think as the Gastrodon player, okay, my opponent is staying in. Does that mean they are weak to Gastrodon in the back? Do I invest shields early here?
And that could be misleading here because he's not actually weak to it in the back. So maybe Tonon wants to set up a situation where his Drapion, his Greninja can farm down and have a more advantageous position.
Do you come in with Greninja now?
I don't dislike that. You can outpace to this next charge attack as long as, I think this is not good. This is really not good. He's getting the perfect Mud Slap down. What can you even bring into this now? Just a Superior, but that completely opens the door for the Drapion to come in, have an energy advantage because you need to swap that Greninja in, and then they can throw an Aqua Tail.
Do you do double Body Slam, or is Earth Power the right
Earth
attack?
Power is definitely the right one because you don't. You're gonna go down here. You bring in the Drapion. Here's the problem. You got that one-turn bring in. Ooh, Feraligatr. I like this actually because.
Do you think you should have gone for a little chip first and then gone?
If he no-shields it, you're in so much trouble, right?
Okay.
You would need to go for a crunch. Now, you hang on to this Night Slash. This is not a bad matchup. They can never water Shuriken down, and you're just going to comfortably get to these Hydro Cannons. Tonon Batu's not wanting to throw on bad to charge attack timing.
I think the other thing that's nice about here is Stone Collection knows that his win condition is probably preserving that Shadow Drapion. So drawing shields away here, do you think that you would shield this Feraligatr?
I mean, at this point, we're in crunch range and Poison Sting range, so you simply can let this go down, but you can invest one shield, but you would never want to invest two.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Stone Collection wants to draw that final shield away from the Greninja. He's already at a Hydro Cannon. And Tonon Batu's now maybe has an opportunity to farm a little bit extra. He knows
Switch timers are up though. If he throws a Water Shuriken, he could come in with the Poison Sting and then get that crunch off. He has to be very careful though. He may just opt to let this Feraligatr go down for now though.
Going for a Hydro Cannon. This is interesting. Perhaps expecting potentially
that's a really good idea.
So I don't dislike this from Tonon. He actually draws the shield, which is interesting because Tonon is already at another attack.
What a read! Now, he needs to build up to 2 charge attacks. If he builds up to 2 charge attacks or throws the crunch here, this could be weird if it debuffs.
You should just crunch and Poison Sting down.
He could crunch here, but what if there's not enough? Yeah, say he debuffs. He might not get the Poison Stings he needs. Is he going to get it? Yes, that's the Poison Sting down. One Frenzy Plant's going to land, but is an Aqua Tail enough?
I think you just have to throw the Aqua Tail at this point because even then the Poison Stings will do a lot of damage to this Greninja. Remember that Feraligatr has an attack.
Yeah, I think it's just too little too late. Not enough energy on the side of the Greninja. Crunch is going to be knocking out the Greninja here. Honestly, Aqua Tail would have gone pretty close, but it was just a little bit out of range. Nice crunch landing from Stone Collection. Honestly, the combination of the Gastrodon and the Drapion, for him, so good.
And Drapion shows that it is the dark type of choice, taking down that Greninja, giving Stone Collection one game. He has the early advantage in these losers finals, but let's remember, this is a best of 5. Still plenty of room for Tonon to come back, and we know that Tonon is an expert at doing that.
On paper, Greninja is so good against something like Drapion, but when you're behind a little bit of energy, you have a one turn to swap in, you are behind a shield, the Drapion can make it a very clean matchup and not even take a move to the face after taking out your entire Greninja.
I wonder very early in the matchup, when that Dunsparce stayed in, allowed the Gastrodon to fully farm it down, was there an opportunity to come in with Greninja there, or was Tonon so confident that I need to allow my Superior to be aligned onto that Gastrodon that he chose to stay in?
To some extent, you needed to wait for the Gastrodon to empty the energy and come in with the Greninja and then charge attack priority on the body slam with a nice
Can you remind
slash.
me, Eric, what was the line that Stone Collection just ran there?
He was ABA weak to the Superior.
He was heavy ABA weak, not just soft ABA. That was painfully ABA. Perhaps his strategy in his head, if I see a Superior, I'll come in with the Drapion.
And try to get an energy advantage with the Feraligatr.
Exactly.
Flip it in the back end.
Close it out with Ice Beam in the end game. That makes a lot of sense.
That's something top players like Stone Collection are very capable of doing, but at the same time, playing ABA weak is not something we see from him very often, so it could catch him off guard. Azumarill into Dunsparce, it's a pretty neutral lead, but definitely favoring Azumarill.
Yeah, Stone Collection again with the slightly more positive lead. Tonon showing that he's happy to soft lose in the lead if it means that he can get the alignment that he wants. And I'm looking at this Greninja in the back, and I think that it has a ton of play, but Charjabug has to avoid Clodsire.
If you're Tonon, you're so happy to see the Azumarill here, but at the same time, you have to be concerned. If this is the lead, is my Charjabug trapped in the back? Is it double ground?
Well, I think what's really nice for Tonon is that he is showing the same lead, maybe inviting Stone to predict that there is a Superior in the back again. And Stone has gone very strong into that Superior. He's got the Sludge Bomb on the Clodsire and obviously the Shadow Drapion. The Poison Stings are really, really impressive.
Ooh, going over 100 energy, I believe, on Tonon Batu's side. You never want to go to 8 rollouts when you are a Dunsparce or a Mandibuzz, but regardless, this is going to land onto the Azumarill. Get into a range where, honestly, you can start bringing in the Greninja as a hard swap and just charge attack priority with a Hydro Cannon should be enough to knock out the Azumarill.
Okay, so for you, you come in with the Greninja here?
I think
you actually have another drill.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
It's a very high HP Dunsparce actually allows you to hang on, throw this drill run off, and is this in a range where you can actually water shuriken all the way down?
You need to know your
goodness.
count so meticulously. I think Stone Collection recognized I'm about to get Water Shuriken down. I'm going to come straight in with this Shadow Drapion, correctly shielding up what would otherwise have been a very hard-hitting Hydro Cannon.
Now this is really interesting because at the even shield scenario behind a little bit of energy, this is really not good for the Drapion. But if he can get down the shields, somehow he might be able to knock out the Greninja and have a Stone Edge ready for the Charger Bug.
Well, let's remember that Tonon has Charger Bug in the back that cannot afford to be against that Clodsire. So he comes in with it now while Stone Collection is locked into that switch timer. Stone is going to start throwing attacks, try and delay the switch timer as much as possible, preserve the Drapion, and then go into his Clodsire to sponge all of the damage from this Charger Bug.
Yeah, and it looks like Charger Bug's going to get to a Charger deck here. This gives obviously the Colossal an opportunity to build up a ton of energy. I think maybe you hang on to the X-Scissor here, probably not though. If you could, yes, you just hang on barely. You hang on to the move.
Reserve an attack.
Yes,
I like this.
The switch timers are still stuck here.
So Clodsire can get a ton of energy. If it can get towards 2 Sludge Bombs, or close to, that can really threaten the Greninja. You don't have to shield. You could honestly just go for a Poison Sting down, wait for Tonon to come back in with Greninja.
And you're still not in Hydro Cannon range, but once this next X-Scissor lands, you might have to be a little bit careful because now you are going to get knocked out by 1 Hydro Cannon.
Yes, but you have up to 2 Sludge Bombs and that Aqua Tail on that Drapion as well, so you still have a lot of damage you can output.
Yep. Here comes the Hydro Cannon, and it's going to force Stone Collection actually to go over 100 energy here, which is a nice touch by Tonon. A no shield makes a lot of sense because you know you hang on. You just need to hang on to this Water Shuriken. Do you go for the Sludge on here? Yes, you do. He may hang on to one, but it's still.
You've got the back-to-back Sludge Bomb as well as an Aqua Tail on the Shadow Drapion, and remember that Tonon is locked in.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb comes down onto the Drapion. This should put it on 1 or 2 HP and allow even the Azumarill to bubble down.
Okay, let's have a look. How much damage does the Sludge Bomb do to a Greninja? It is deep into the red. Drapion has an Aqua Tail loaded. It's going to go straight away before the Water Shuriken can land. Now, there is an Azumarill on a little bit of health. Do you think one bubble can take this out?
1 bubble, yeah, I think it would be very close. And now,
Charger Bug takes that down. One
bubble before the bubble switch. And you obviously have a shield on your side, so you're going to be able to take down that Charger Bug. Very clean game 2 from Stone Collection. He gives the camera a little smirk. We usually don't see that from him until the game is finished, or even if the game is finished, we don't see a smirk from him.
Yeah, that is a festive gift indeed for everyone in the crowd. Stone Collection smiling. He has one more game that he needs to get into those grand finals to get his rematch against PvP David.
He wants it so bad. It would be his first grand finals. Tonon Matu's obviously no stranger to the grand finals, and if he was able to reverse sweep here, could put him in a huge advantage in PvP David, as he has so much momentum going his way.
Okay, let's think. You're Tonon Batus right now. You are 2 games down in these losers finals.
You have to take a risk now.
How big of a risk can you afford to take? I think you can just go, really throw everything at it now.
Let's just go for the Skarmory. Why not? It looks pretty good outside the Feraligatr.
I don't know, Skarmory's not as good into Shadow Drapion as you'd think, even though it double resists the Poison Stings. Shadow Drapion paces so quickly.
I agree with that, but like Skarmory is a Pokemon that you use to get shields in the lead.
Okay, tell me which Pokemon does Skarmory have a really positive matchup against? Because I actually don't think it does against any of them.
It's fine against Clodsire.
The Clod has Stone Edge.
Against all these Pokemon, you just try to get a shield advantage. You play out 0 shields.
So you're going to give up the Skarmory, try and get a shield,
and then the Greninja should be able to clean up. Yeah.
Yeah, the risk, I suppose, with that strategy is that if you allow your opponent to get an energy advantage whilst taking out the Skarmory. So I don't know if it's the play. Let's see if Tonon thinks it is. Greninja comes in as expected. This is a pretty good matchup into the Feraligatr. You resist all of the attacks here.
And you, of course, outpace. Hydro Cannon does hit a lot harder from the Feraligatr, though, because Greninja is so squishy. You get the Nice Slashes, though, extremely quickly, already banking up 2 Nice Slashes. Hydro Cannon #1 is going to be fired off, but you almost have to shield this because Greninja, again, not the bulkiest Pokemon. It's going to hit hard, though. Night Slash #1 going to be coming down right now.
And here comes the first Night Slash. A ton of energy available. No shield on the first one. This will not knock out. Stone Collection recognizes that. He can safely no shield.
But now another one is going to land. Yeah, I love this play. Yeah. Ensuring that you're going to pull a shield before investing both of yours. It's kind of similar to Kanto Marowak against Annihilate, for example.
I like that.
And then here you go. I think this is going to knock out. So you have to
He's going to let this go. Interestingly, that Superior is going to have a little bit of a tough time in the back because the Shadow Drapion and the Sludge Bomb Clodsire are a little bit awkward for it. But look at this. This is huge. Going for that Hydro Cannon just in case there's any catch. You know you're only going to get one attack off anyway. I really like this play. And you maybe get to avoid Superior versus Shadow Drapion.
It's a nice heads-up play, but something's going to be farming this down here. Shadow Drapion now against the Dunsparce.
Only 2 Poison Stings at least.
That's a lot of Poison Stings for Drapion. Now, if he can get this crunch debuff, the next one will knock out and can put him into a great position for securing this game. Tauntaun, of course, probably likes his position as long
I think
as
Stone's in a great position here. I think he's in a really, really strong position. He does get the defense drop. That could be massive for this matchup.
I think at this point you can let the Drapion go even and put on the Clodsire. Either way, this is looking to be a great endgame for Stone Collection. He's just going to build up to another crunch. He can obviously go for an Aqua Tail as well. Yeah, it's getting closer to Aqua Tail range. Yes, exactly. But now, if he shields this, tries to land a Drill Run, Stone Collection could make it to another charge attack.
So would you stay in here with the Shadow Drapion?
Maybe you try to catch on the Superior, honestly. Ooh, okay. So he goes for this Drill Run, and now Clodsire could be put in a little bit of a tricky position, because if this Drill Run lands onto the Clodsire, the Superior only needs 2 charge attacks, I believe.
That is true. 1 Drill Run could...
Or he should save this. Damage. He should save this. That's a great idea. Now, Superior is going to have a lot of work cut out for it. I just don't think so, because you can't make it to 2 Frenzy Plans.
I don't think you're going to reach the
Maybe an Aerial Ace and Frenzy Plan.
Okay, well, Tonton Batus is reaching for a Frenzy Plant.
No, you can't.
The Stone Collection's got so close to a Sludge Bomb already.
Yeah, too much energy coming into that matchup. You would have needed way too many charge attacks. Stone Collection, it can probably already taste this victory. Frenzy Plant onto the Clodsire, it does a lot, but it's not yet enough.
Stone Collection throwing well before Tonton gets to the Aerial Ace. I really like this.
Here we go, Sludge Bomb onto this Superior. Of course, you have way more than enough HP to hang on to that Drill Run. You have just enough energy to be able to outpace the next Drill Run. Can we do that? Drill Run onto the Clodsire. Is this going to hang on? I think it cleanly hangs on to this Drill Run.
We're expecting Clodsire to go into the red here. The Clodsire will then have a Sludge Bomb available. Stone Collection looks, he knows, Tauntaun recognizes, here comes the Sludge Bomb.
Onto the Dunsparce it comes. Sludge Bomb taking out the low health Dunsparce to secure Stone Collection's game number 3 in the Losers Finals. He's going to be going up against PvP David now.
It is a knockout Stone Collection with the 3-game sweep against Tonton Batus. What a dominant victory. That is the momentum that he wants as he goes up into these grand finals against PvP David. PvP David, he knows his opponent. He's just played against his opponent. They took it to a best of 5. Every single game was pivotal there. This is going to be a massive grand finals for these players.
PvP David, maybe he's sighing a relief right now, knowing that he's already played against his trainer, already won, and doesn't have to think about Tonton Batus' team as much.
I think every player in Europe knows PvP David and Stone Collection, and somehow neither of these players have ever made it to a grand finals before.
So much in common with you. Oh, no, I thought you were going to say has won a tournament, but we're going to let that slide. He has made a lot of grand finals, quite the player himself.
How long did that take you? We've waited. We're at the end of day 2, and now we reference that. Thank you, Eric, for holding off for that long.
I held off. I was very controlled throughout this entire stream.
Yeah.
But you almost gave me that opportunity too easily.
I know. Well, these players have got all the way to the grand finals. PvP David hasn't lost a single match, unlike the first round at Sacramento for Nighttime Clasher. But here is Stone Collection against Tonton Batus with such a dominant display. Not many players can take 3 games back-to-back off Tonton Batus, so he is a well-worthy grand finalist this weekend.
The French Titan getting taken out by that crunch here onto the Drapion. Resisted move and just showing again and again, it's probably his MVP Pokemon here this entire tournament, along with that Gastrodon, just so good into most cores, getting it onto everything, even like the Superior, for example, is a great matchup, but even a Dunsparce, when you debuff it, it becomes so good so quickly.
And I think Stone Collection has a very interesting team. Of course, Tonton has wildly spicy team with Skarmory, Charjabug, and Greninja, but these are Pokemon that he's actually brought to the Play Pokemon circuit before. Stone Collection, on the other hand, 4 water types. That's pretty crazy as well.
4 water types into the Superior, still bringing that one home. A lot of it comes down to the fact that these water types honestly have a reasonable amount of play into Superior. For example, for Alligator, able to one-shot the Superior with that Ice Beam. Dugong, of course, pretty...
Well, three of those water-type Pokemon have ice-type coverage.
Yeah.
And I think what's also quite nice, we know that water defensively is one of the best typings in the game, but also the water Pokemon that he used all had different sub-typings to really balance each other out. Dugong, Water Ice. Azumarill, Water Fairy. Gastrodon, Water Ground. And for Alligator, Pure Water.
Sometimes you would like to see a water flying as well go along with those to kind of cover the grass. Martine right now, though, probably not the best play. At the end of the day, Serperior, so strong, just able to do super effective damage into all those Pokemon, but it kind of almost set up the Drapion for complete success, as you can almost expect that Serperior to come every game.
Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr are two Pokemon that we've spoken about a lot this season. They are so flexible, but they are so fast as well. And let's remember, this season and next season, we have a 50-second switch timer. This is a really nice mechanical adjustment we've had to Pokemon Go PvP, and it's allowing these fast-pacing Pokemons to dance around like they never have before.
I mean, Drapion gets to an Aqua Tail in just 4 Poison Stings. That is so quick. And when you run down a Switch Cog like that, you can play so dynamically, so neutrally, and it was one of his best Pokemon. On the other hand, PvP David had that hard-hitting Annihilate on his side. I'd love to hear from both these trainers as to how they're going to maneuver these in our finals here of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Let's take it away to that lounge.
Thank you very much, Eric. And I am here with your 2 Stuttgart Grand finalists, David, aka PvP David, and Robin, aka Stone Collection. Thank you, gentlemen, for giving your time to be here just before this decisive battle. So, let's start with you. You're going to play Stone Collection again. You've beaten him once. Do you think you can do it twice?
I mean, it was definitely some close games, and I mean, my matchup is all right, and I think it's going to be a close game other ways, and I'm just looking forward to just finish this.
Yes, this is the furthest is this the furthest you've ever got in a regional?
Yeah, actually, yeah, this is my first top cut. I did really well in Worlds and EUIC, so just wanted to perform well in a regional and finally managed to do that.
Yes, yes, and I think, Robin, for yourself, it's a similar scenario. Is this the furthest you've got as well?
In a regional tournament, yes.
Yeah.
I played back in the LCQ, obviously. There was kind of a grand final.
Yeah.
But yeah, not really. So yeah, I'm glad to be here.
So both of you are going to be looking to get that beautiful regional shirt on your avatar in game. Now, since both of you have played each other, have you had any words to exchange after your battle, or do you have any adjustments in your strategies that you're going to think of? Obviously, don't declare it, but...
So I don't have any special strategies, to be honest. I was thinking that I had a big team advantage, to be honest. But he turned it around, so that was world class. I was a bit surprised. It reminded me of a match that I played back in the day against Neza Beefan, where I had a team combat advantage, and I don't know how he did it, but he beat me 2-1 in it. So I was a bit confused. I'm still confused now, but let's see.
And David's done that to you this time, has he? Well, that's a good sign. So you just need to do that again. Do you reckon you can pull that off?
I mean, it's a tough question, right? But just looking forward to some good games.
Yeah, out for sure. Now, let's go a little bit away from the battling, because there's more to you than just being excellent trainers. For those watching at home, what is one thing that you think trainers should know about you that they don't already know? I'll start with you, David.
I mean, I guess people know that I'm not really like a smiler, like emotion guy during like stream.
Sure.
But like outside of these tournaments or these battles, I'm not the same really as on stream with emotions and stuff like that.
You show a lot more of your personality there.
Exactly, yeah.
So I think to contrast that, if you do beat Robin, then you need to show a lot of emotion and jump around like Harkius Aurelius did. Are you going to emulate him in Dortmund last year?
I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll see what happens when we get there. Robin, I've asked this question to you a long time ago, and I really enjoyed your answer that time. What's another unusual fact that you would want people to know about you?
An unusual fact? Oh, that's quite difficult, to be honest.
It is.
Like, I think I have to join him. Like, I'm not that big of a smiler on stage, and what I always like in the European regionals, so you see all these people like popping off and screaming, hitting the tails. I mean, that's fine and all, but I'm not that kind of person, and I like to be respectful to the opponent and keep it calm. Even if I will win today, I'm not gonna pop off. So Yeah, maybe we'll see it, maybe not.
Yeah, we'll see it, we'll see it. But you never know what happens when you know you've won those grand finals. But gentlemen, I wish you both the absolute best of luck. I know you're going to give us even more peerless and amazing battles. So to Tomahawk and Eric, look after these two. They are going to do something amazing for you. Back to you, casters.
Thanks so much, Adelion. And unlike them, we're going to have a lot of emotions, a lot of screaming back here on the desk. You might not be able to hear them, but you will be able to hear us.
It is true. Eric has energy for days. Actually, yesterday, do you remember, where did you fall asleep originally?
I fell asleep on the S-Bahn on the way back from dinner.
On my shoulder on the train, and I looked over and was like, to be fair, he did a pretty good job yesterday, so I don't blame him. But these players, PvP David and Stone Collection, they want to do a pretty good job right now in these grand finals. And I would say, I like that Adelion is trying to get to the character behind the player, and both of these players are so loved in the community. They're so humble, so down to earth, really genuinely nice people, and I think no matter who wins, the PvP community will be proud.
They're just chill guys, and they might not show too much energy when they're playing, but what they're really good at is managing energy. Both of these players so good with getting all the energy they need, dancing around with all their Pokemon. We've seen Stone Collection with the signature Shadow Drapion. We've seen PvP David with the Annihilate just use all those counter energy to put that towards Rage Fist. Close combat surprises on Azumarill, on Clodsires, all sorts of things, and it's so cool to watch.
And you and I made a prediction at the beginning of the day as to which Pokemon we would see in these grand finals, and you opted for, as by your pin, a Feraligatr, and I went with Typhlosion. And it does look like both of these Pokemon will be up against each other in these grand finals, so let's see who comes out on top between you and me.
These starter Pokemon are just so strong. I believe from the Johto region, just taking the world by storm, honestly. Shadow Feraligatr, we saw a great start to it at the beginning of the Max Out season. A huge drop-off, actually a really quick drop-off when Diggersby and Toxapex came into the mix. And then Shadow Typhlosion was great at the start, used by Arrow, I believe, in Baltimore, and now it's popping up again at the end. It's nice to see both of these arcs kind of starting and finishing in the Max Out season.
And each of these players also have a little bit of an advantage and disadvantage. We saw that Stone Collection mentioned, he goes, I think I've got a pretty good team into you. But the problem is, David is on the winner side of the bracket, so Stone Collection needs to win 2 best of 5s if he wants to win this Stuttgart Regional Championship.
At the same time, I think if you're PvP David, you were watching all those games, preparing for Stone Collection. Once you saw it go to a 2-0, you're basically like, okay, now I have about 10 minutes in this last game, in this last sequence to figure out how I'm going to basically deal with this Drapion, deal with this Gastrodon that I saw so much in our earlier series. How will these players adapt? Often, they don't adapt at all because the opponents think, well, they surely have to change it up. They might just go in with the exact same 3 lines.
Now, there was one thing that I thought was very interesting, and that's when Stone Collection, in those winners' finals, used his Clodsire. Now, we know that Stone Collection's Clodsire, it doesn't have Earthquake. It runs Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge. What does that mean? Well, you don't have Earthquake to throw into Diggersby. That's a pretty negative matchup anyway. But more crucially, Annihilate. You also don't have Earthquake for Annihilate.
While that may be a problem, we saw there that it honestly wasn't that bad. I believe you genuinely win the Zero Shield scenario going straight Sludge Bomb, and Stone Collection recognizes that. He recognizes that it's a high attack Annihilate, which with only 130 to 133
Math Club with Eric. But the key thing, I think, do you remember that Eric actually let the Annihilate go down? And by doing so, he allowed his Azumarill to then sweep the endgame because Stone Collection was relying on Clodsire not only to beat the Azumarill, but he had no answer to an Annihilate safe swap. So I don't personally think that that is a safe strategy for Stone Collection. You think you lean into the Gastrodon? You mentioned that earlier.
Gastrodon seems like the most safe pick from Stone Collection. It looks, look at this, it's like a tennis match. Before it was Stone Collection on the left, David on the right. And we've kind of reversed the roles here. And Moltres, it came out to play in that final game of that series, despite seeing the Drapion, despite seeing the Dugong and the Azumarill. He made a great call and got it onto that Gastrodon and that Drapion at the end there. Of course, Drapion is so good. Even against a matchup such as Annihilate or Diggersby, you're always pressuring a shield. For example, if you let the Rage Fist go in the Zero Shield scenario against Annihilate, you always win because you're able to land 2 charge attacks.
What I really like about the Gastrodon option is that its hardest answer on PvP David's side is that Galarian Moltres, but Stone Collection's team is full of Pokemon that also have some play, at least, back into the Moltres. The Dugong and the Azumarill have dominant matchups. Clodsire has Stone Edge. Even the Drapion is resisting those sucker punches, and we've seen Cactus especially has seen what an Ice Beam can do to a Moltres.
Maybe Cactus's Moltres could fall to an Ice Beam, but I feel like David's might be just a tad better. I think almost anyone...
Eric, I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
Yeah, to a high-ranked Moltres, it should only do about 80%, but man, you've got to be dipping low into those health ranges to be falling to an Ice Beam, of course. I think Moltres in Game 1 would be very bold from PvP David, especially because he just used it to win their most recent game, quote-unquote.
Look at that beautiful Shadow Typhlosion. Look at it. It's gorgeous Pokemon.
He looks so happy. He's just standing on 2 legs, just chilling.
And he can do whatever he wants. And Thunder Punch, obviously, is getting buffed next season. So I think we're going to see even more Shadow Typhlosion to come. PvP David wanting to use it to success here this weekend in Stuttgart. And let's see if he can.
Could this be the first win for Typhlosion in any event?
I can't think that one has won before, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
It would only have to be this season, because before, I mean, there was no reason to use it.
Arrow was obviously very good with it, but he never won a title with it, so this could be the first time. And let's remember, this is a team that was put together, designed to catch Pokemon out, like Feraligatr and Clodsire, using the Diggersby Toxapex core that can make it a little bit difficult. But Shadow Drapion was a Pokemon that Stone Collection leaned into in that first series. I think I'm expecting to see a bit more of it here now.
Feraligatr, of course, not great into Annihilate when all shields are up, but you're always guaranteeing the fact that you can pull out 2 of their shields. It's a matchup that works very similarly to how Shadow Kanto Marowak can basically 2-shield fast attack through the Feraligatr, but can't keep the shields.
I think Annihilate looks so good in this matchup. Generally speaking, Azumarill's the only real answer to it. And even then, when shields are up, you can start to put a little bit of pressure. Now, what's funny here for PvP David is he has a World's top 8. He has an EUIC top 8. He has never got a regional top 8 in the Masters division. His only real success at regional level was when he was in the Seniors division, which we no longer even have in Pokemon Go.
It's so nice to see these divisions being combined. Of course, Stone Collection will always be in the Masters division, as we see right here. Masters 2 champion of the London LCQ. He has played in the World Championships twice already, made top 16 before, and made top 8s, top 16s at international championships. What a player here, and this is the furthest he's ever gone in the tournament. He wants that title. He wants to bring one home after so many top cuts.
And he wants to do it in style and grace. He's not the kind of player to pop off, he says. PvP David telling everyone, look, the seriousness that I have on stream, it's not reflective of my character off it, but both of these players, we're expecting them to really focus. I'm excited to see the reaction of whoever comes out on top today.
Because they know that if they win, they deserve it. They're not going to be surprised by that fact. They're just going to accept it and take it with grace. Let's see if they can play the game 1 with grace. It's going to be a Clodsire into the Toxapex. How does this go, Fareed?
We've seen it before. That Toxapex is no longer threatened by the absence of Earthquake on Clodsire. PvP David happy to stay in. Let's remember that Poison Jab is double resisted by Clodsire. Poison Sting, single resisted by Toxapex.
I'm trying to see where this is going to go, right? Because if you're able to soft lose this with the Clodsire, yeah, what a crazy phrase. Soft lose the Toxapex with a Clodsire. Then you can actually use that Gastrodon to clean up the the Toxapex, and that looks great into the backline.
At what point do you think about bringing in the Annihilate, or do you stay in if you're PvP David? Let this matchup play out, because you know that there is an Azumarill in the back.
Well, you have to, yeah, you would have to know that, because if you have Annihilate into this Clodsire, there has to be Annihilate answers in the back, right? You wouldn't bring the Clodsire cold turkey with no counters.
Well, I suppose in the first series, Stone Collection played with a Shadow Feraligatr and a Shadow Drapion, so maybe PvP David thinks that that is the line that Stone Collection is going for again.
So this Brian's going to land and actually get it into a pretty low health range. Toxapex looks so good in this matchup. But of course, we're going to be landing these Stone Edges now. Brian about to be reached. Does he go for a catch? Does he hard pivot into this Gastrodon?
This is a big Stone Edge. It's not going to be enough to take out the Toxapex. The Toxapex has still plenty of health. Not going to be an easy Poison Sting down either.
Oh!
PvP David allowing Stone Collection to get to that.
You can't get rid of this.
That's very interesting. Are you going to let this go down and then come in with the Annihilate?
I like that. Maybe he can counter all the way down, but at the same time, he's going to have to take some charge attacks. Oh, amazing pivot from Stone Collection.
Do you throw a Rage Fist and then go into an Azumarill, or do you bank the Rage Fist and go into
I think you should make it, right? Because if you're throwing it, then you're wasting the entire purpose of the attack, which is to boost your attack. You're not throwing that Rage Fist for huge damage, right?
I completely agree. I think you save the Rage Fist, use your 2 shields later on the Annihilate when you can get the advantage of the boost the whole way through. Gastrodon, it's got that Mud Slap pressure, but Body Slam would be double resisted by Annihilate.
The clocks are weirdly misaligned now, right? Because he can somehow come in with his Clodsire to maybe tank some energy from the Azumarill, basically force it to throw before it gets to a Sludge Bomb, right?
I like that, I like that. And here comes the next play rough from Stone Collection against PvP David. Maybe one more is needed to take out that bulky Azumarill. I mean,
I think he's just trying to bring it in. You just try to bring the Clodsire. Love that. He's bringing the Clodsire, forcing some energy to be used. Look, he's locked in here. He's just trying to wait for that Annihilate to be brought in. Yes, this is perfect for Stone Collection.
Yeah, but I really like this from PvP David as well. Over-farming on that Azumarill. Yes, you're taking Poison Stings, but you still got a ton of energy and taking out the Clodsire before it threatens with a Sludge Bomb.
I think at this point, Gastrodon, he brings in the Annihilate, throws the Rage Fist.
I low-key love this.
Okay,
yeah,
but
because your first counters are now boosted.
Okay, sure, you're gonna give away a free Mud Slap. So does Stone Collection just 2-shield Mud Slap through the entire Annihilate? This is a build, oh wow. This is a bit of a conflict of interest, because if you throw a Rage Fist, right, you're going to have to, yeah, you have to throw at some point. But like, you should have thrown earlier, right? Then the counters may have already taken out the Gastrodon.
I think you probably could have, because now you're in a bit of a weird...
Oh, the one counter might take out, because that boost. What do we think?
Do you just double shield? Get the oh, this is a little bit awkward
the Azumarill has energy. Or it can bubble down as well. Oh, it doesn't take it out. That's really... Oh, and he sneaks the bubble.
This is a little bit uncomfortable, but actually you're getting the shield back. Your Azumarill can now come back in. This is a little bit awkward, I think, for both players. The Azumarill is available to come back in for PvP David. There is a play rough.
Not in play rough range, though. Not even close to play rough range. And now he can go for this play rough. He has the Body Slam loaded on the Gastrodon for that Annihilate.
I think David had to throw a Rage Fist earlier against the Gastrodon to get that.
I think he would have actually countered all the way down.
Yes, I agree.
But he was trying to decide, can I counter down or should I Rage Fist? And he made that decision too late. If he were able to see that a little bit earlier, he may have been able to win this game. But for now, it looks like this play rough just can be reached pretty cleanly.
Yeah, okay, the play rough comes in, and now the Azumarill, yes, exactly. The Azumarill can't be counted down from here. So this is a great position for Stone Collection. I think PvP David, if he had just gone for that extra Rage Fist against the Gastrodon, he could have been enough.
So maybe I would have liked to see him do one counter before that Rage Fist first of all, because missing that counter, we saw how that damage impacted him at the end game, right?
No, because if you do one counter, I still think you're taking another Mud. Because you were one turn behind.
One turn behind, so two counters.
Yeah, you'd have to do two
Rage Fist. You had to commit to throwing Rage Fist the entire way. As soon as you got the Rage Fist, you need to throw it off and just ramp up that counter.
I don't dislike the instant Rage Fist throw, because those two counters
I think that makes sense.
Have been unboosted. But I do think he should have done the second.
But if he was going to Rage Fist, he should have done it way earlier.
So I think the situation was that
he couldn't recognize if he could counter down.
Yeah, but in a zero shield scenario, if you land one Rage Fist, you can full counter down. The difficulty with this situation is that his Annihilate was not on full health, so he couldn't do it in the same way.
Exactly, and that may have been the difference between the zero shield scenario where you already have 6 counters on that Gastrodon and that Rage Fist. Here, you didn't have those 6 counters. You already had about 80% health deficit, so then the Gastrodon just too oppressive with the Mud Slap damage. The only way to resist that here is that Moltres. You have to expect that Gastrodon every single game. How are you going to overcome it? It's going to be Toxapex into the Gastrodon. What is PvP David going to do?
This is a terrible matchup for Toxapex. It's a brilliant matchup for Gastrodon. You have to go straight into your Annihilate. This is okay to be in. Does Gastrodon stay in, try and get a bit of damage first? Azumarill is coming in now. That makes a lot of sense. The boosts are going to start coming through. Honestly, I don't dislike this for Annihilate because you're shielding up anyway. So the extra Mud Slap damage from that Gastrodon doesn't really affect this matchup. If anything, you're getting to your boosts a little bit quicker than you otherwise would have.
The thing is, the Gastrodon, with that energy advantage, is able to mow down the Azumarill later. Because if it can mow down the Azumarill on the 2 shields, the Toxapex, it doesn't matter what health range that is at. The Feraligatr will always be able to clean up the Toxapex with a little bit of chip from the Gastrodon.
Do you start to invest more into this Annihilate now then? Or do
I think
you
you have to let it go.
Back up? You're going to let it go? I think I'd maybe just commit to an Annihilate. Make sure you don't have that Toxapex up against the Gastrodon.
Because what are you going to do against this Gastrodon?
You pray.
Right now?
You pray.
You have to cope and pray. We're going to throw that Rage Fist here. I think this is going to go probably no shielded by Stone Collection, honestly. He can just Mud Slap down this Annihilate with 1 shield. Okay, he's going to opt to...
I don't know. Now you can full counter
this is really weird now. But he can Ice Beam. He has energy on the Gastrodon, and there's a catch on the Azumarill. What a brilliant play by PvP David. But this kind of just invites the Feraligatr.
I like this play. I like this play because you don't have a hard answer against the Azumarill from Stone Collection. The Feraligatr is what's coming in. It's a 1 shield scenario, so this is not terrible by any means, but that Gastrodon looks like a real threat in the back. I think the Gastrodon will be massive for Stone Collection in the end game.
Here's the thing, right? You have swapped out your Annihilate which had a lot of boosts on it. This Azumarill is going to win the 1 shield scenario against the Feraligatr, or you play at the zeros, but then the Feraligatr leaves with a lot of energy. And then third, if you win this 1 shield scenario, Gastrodon will farm you down.
This is very, very tricky. Can you afford to shield this Azumarill if you are PvP, David? Or
I don't think so.
Let it go.
You have to, yeah, you have to let it go, because if the Gastrodon basically wins this matchup, no, takes it down after losing this matchup, the Annihilate it has no opportunity to do anything against the Gastrodon.
When do you come back in with Annihilate? You throw an Ice Beam here.
Oh, this is perfect for Stone Collection, because you're simply...
Now you hard swap into Annihilate if you're David, is that right?
Yeah, you have to, because if you give away that Mud Slab, you're just going to be outpaced somewhere
Then you're going to get full farm down as well, which
yeah,
is
just immediate into the Gastrodon. Does he go into the Azumarill catch? Yes, that's exactly what he does. Perfect plays by Stone Collection. I think I saw that one coming.
I think you have to go for that catch, and you can't not throw, right? It's almost like automatic that that catch is guaranteed.
Oh, wow. It hangs on. I don't know if that exactly can help PvP David here. He gets the Poison Jab down. Here comes that Gastrodon. Just goes straight for that Earth Power. No reason to bait. I think if he actually baits there, it could get a little weird. If you're PvP David now, is there an opportunity to Sludge Wave and farm down?
I don't think so.
He would need to no shield a charge attack, but like Sludge Wave, it's better than Brine, right? So it's more raw damage. He goes for the Brine. This is a bait. So, of course, it goes shielded, but can PvP David...
You're not going to reach a Sludge Wave.
No, I think you have to settle for Brine, but it's just simply not
the
enough.
Earth Power is so
you have to
close
catch.
To coming through.
You have to catch on the Azumarill. No. So patient is Stone Collection, and now can simply do another Mud Slab and go for the Earth Power. Has the Body Slam and the Earth Power bang. This is going to be taking down that big bulky Toxapex from that super effective Earth Power onto the Toxapex.
And it lands, and Toxapex goes down. PvP David, 2 games down to Stone Collection. But let's remember, this is the Grand Finals. PvP David is on the winner's side of the bracket. So even if Stone Collection wins this match, there will be another best of 5.
However, you never want your opponent going into that ultimate finals with this much of a momentum lead. However, we saw players like Lyle Jeffs III. They went 0-3 against Arrow in that initial grand finals. And then the reset, he just turned it around real quick. Maybe PvP David just needs that mental reset, is using these games somewhat as a test against Stone Collection to see what his plans are. And in the grand finals, the ultimate grand finals, he'll kick right back with that Galarian Moltres.
Would it be time now to consider that Galarian Moltres?
Galarian Moltres, at this point, it seems way too obvious to be bringing it, right?
Yeah.
He brought 2 lines that were significantly weak to the Gastrodon.
Well, let's find out. We're getting into this Game 3. This could be massive for these players. It's an Annihilate into Feraligatr. Both players probably going to stay in here.
Here's a problem. We see the Galarian Moltres in the back, but as we talked about just now, it's not going to look very good. Stone Collection is very aware of the fact that Galarian Moltres now looks good into his squad.
Yeah, but you know what? Stone Collection doesn't actually have an answer for this Annihilate. So if it does bully through this Feraligatr, it can probably get off a decent amount of damage.
I think you no-shield this and you come in with a Drapion.
Well, Stone Collection disagrees, and I can understand why, because you want to get both shields off, and I think that does make a lot of sense.
I think as soon as he gets the shield, he should be happy to just switch into the Drapion. But does PvP David go for a catch? He exactly goes for the catch onto the Azumarill. We saw him do this earlier, and we're going to see him do it again.
Difficulty being the Feraligatr refarms back up to a Hydro Cannon.
Exactly. And he can farm up to not just a Hydro Cannon, but more than Hydro Cannon, because these bubbles aren't very threatening. He can even farm to minimal HP and get okay, he goes just for the Hydro Cannon.
I think this makes sense. You don't want to misalign the switch clocks too much. Come in with this Dugong. Play rough, it is neutral damage. It won't do too much. Dugong is super, super bulky, but this is a pretty decent position for Stone Collection. Can he remember how much energy is on that Annihilate?
Yeah, I would have liked to see him do one more Shadow Claw, though, because when he came in, it wasn't on perfect sync, so he couldn't sneak an Ice Shard when he threw the Play Rough. I don't know if you noticed that.
No, I get exactly what you mean, but I don't think it's going to make a ton of difference for Stone Collection at this point. He just needed to get into this Dugong, protect his Feraligatr, which has that Hydro Cannon banked. Here comes the next Play Rough. This is still going to do a decent chunk. Dugong,
there's so much energy here, though.
Yeah, massively bulky.
But now, you can't bring in anything to this because it has so much energy. He's going to farm up so much. This is extremely awkward for David. CMP, I think, yeah. Oh, he goes for the charge attack priority here with the drill, right before the Play Rough. He's going to land this off. Annihilate can't take it out in 2 counters. No. So it would mean that Stone Collection can land an Icy Wind.
Yeah, and you can't even look for a catch.
Because there's no reason to catch on the Galarian Moltres. Now, you have to let us go. Put it on the back of the Galarian Moltres. You have to read that it's a Gastrodon on the back. That's PvP David's only chance here. It is in the back, though, and he's going to show
Galarian Moltres comes in. Stone Collection has a shield available. The Drapion comes in. Drapion with a great matchup into the Galarian Moltres because it resists those sucker punches, and it's just a lot of work for Galarian Moltres to do. Let's remember, Feraligatr also has a Hydro Cannon banked.
Aqua Tail number 1, gonna land on this Galarian Moltres. This might be good information to see if it does 50% damage. Yes, that's pretty good information as to how bulky this Galarian Moltres is. If PvP David might want to shield this to preserve that information, see how many poison stings would it need to take out this Galarian Moltres. This is really useful information, honestly, if you're Stone Collection, knowing you can put it into a couple poison stings range after 2 Aqua Tails.
That is a massive victory for Stone Collection, resetting the bracket in superb style. 3 games to 0. He has won 6 games back-to-back now against Tonon Batuza, and then PvP David puts himself into the grand finals with the bracket reset. Both players now have everything to play for.
He's on an absolute run. I think even he's impressed with what he just did there, because again, he smiled at the camera. Not something he said he did too much, but that must mean even he's a little bit proud of himself inside.
The way that it works now is that both players get an opportunity to rest. They can try and take some breath, look at the games that have happened and try and readjust. PvP David, 3 games down in that first bracket reset, but like you said, many players have come back straight from that situation because they've identified what are the strategies that my opponent is really, really leaning into. What have they highlighted as their best win conditions, and how can I suppress them? That is what David needs to do now, and perhaps one of the advantages of being as calm as PvP David is he's not molding, he's not getting really upset or really anxious. He is just cool, calm and collected, be composed.
I almost feel like we're not playing a Show 6 anymore. Both these players have identified only 3 to 4 picks from each other that are going to be used over and over again. So that kind of narrows the field of vision to not what is my opponent going to bring here, but in which order are they going to bring them.
Yes, and perhaps that Annihilate, I think, leave it in the back, because you're seeing that Stone Collection is giving a lot of play for Annihilate in the back, particularly when it has two shields available. That Rage Fist potential. David could have won if he'd thrown one of those Rage Fists against a Gastrodon early in those games.
And it's allowing someone like PvP David to maybe play a more risky lead, knowing that you can always bail out onto that Annihilate as long as you're not playing ABA weak to something that is also good against Annihilate. Say Moltres in the front, you can't have Annihilate in the back. So you need to play a little bit stronger to one of those counters like Azumarill in the front and pray that you see the Azumarill there and then just bail into the Annihilate if you don't see it.
What would you run if you were PvP David? Looking at this team, what would you run?
I honestly like what he ran with the Toxapex in the front and the Annihilate in the back.
Yeah.
I thought that made plenty of sense, and maybe you play that even with the Galarian Moltres in the back. I would have liked to see that a lot more, because then you're giving a unique advantage for like how you're going to draw out that Azumarill.
Do you want to know what I would do?
Sure.
I would play ABA weak to Azumarill. I would lead the Galarian Moltres.
With the Annihilate in the back?
With an Annihilate in the back and an Azumarill. And what I would do is I would take an Ice Beam on my Galarian Moltres.
Brave Bird and bring the
Brave
Annihilate.
Bird, get a shield or a lot of damage, right? If you get a shield, go in with your own Azumarill with a shield advantage. If you do the damage, go in with the Annihilate, shield your Annihilate, and full counter down, because there's no real answer otherwise to that Annihilate. So with energy, that could be very, very strong.
Wow, that's a really nice idea.
The other thing is if they lead Shadow Drapion, again, do a very similar thing. With the Galarian Moltres, don't shield anything.
Use Brave Bird once or Ancient Power Bait probably.
Yeah, either. I think you can do either. But you try and get that first shield, then you go into your Azumarill, because the best answers to Azumarill that is on Stone Collection side is that Sludge Bomb Clodsire, and that's a little bit awkward to bring for Stone Collection. So, I don't know. Me personally, that's what I would try. If David tries it and it doesn't work, then I don't know, but it's very difficult now. This team composition is a little bit tough, but you know that Azumarill is there. So if you can commit the Azumarill against something that isn't Annihilate, maybe Annihilate can sweep.
Now you've heard it, a couple of different ways in which each player could win this game, whether that's my plan, what PvP David has already been doing, or what Fareed thinks. While the players get into these games, let us know, #PlayPokemon or @PlayPokemon on Twitter or Instagram. We'd love to see what you think is going to happen in these grand finals, or simply drop us a comment in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, we really like to hear from you. Get those social posts. We want to show off exactly where you are, where you're watching from, and who you are supporting. These players now have everything to play for. This final best of 5 here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. They have gone such a long way to get to this point, and they are so close to being ready for this final set.
Don't forget, this best of 5 not only determines the winner of this tournament, but the winner of this tournament is going to earn an auto invitation to the World Championships. While these players might rack up a lot of points, it's nice to see on our graphic, on our leaderboard, that little ticket next to your name.
I know, Eric, I wish I had one. And that also get their little image on the winners, right? It's a legacy you get reminded about for years to come. We've spoken this weekend about reigning champion, was Colin 6, obviously, and these players want to be that reigning champion when we arrive potentially in Stuttgart next year.
Stuttgart is one of those regionals that is always so stacked because we only have 4 groups here generally, and that's kind of where a lot of great players aren't even making it into day 2, making day 1 a lot harder, but day 2, you know there's not as many of those big names you have to deal with. Of course, still here we have PvP David and Stone Collection left in these grand finals. Both of them look so focused. PvP David is just staring down at his phone.
I have a new idea.
Okay.
Toxapex lead, Diggersby safe swap, Annihilate in the back.
What does that do here?
You use the Toxapex and you hard swap Diggersby to try and draw out the Azumarill.
Yeah, because that's a pretty good matchup. Diggersby often, if you get the debuff on the first Scorching Sands, 30% chance, of course, you're able to get the Azumarill into a range where it can't take you out with 2 Ice Beams.
And then you can soft lose that matchup, and then you can aggressively come in with the Annihilate.
Exactly, and the Rage Fist, because you outpaced by so much, you're able to just launch that Rage Fist off before they even get to a charge tag. If they shield, then you're happy to shield back and go just bang, 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 all the way down.
Yeah, and I want to see that. Let's get straight into this first game of the Grand Finals reset.
Azumarill and the Toxapex, what a line by you, and that's exactly what I thought PvP David should do. Toxapex with Annihilate and Moltres in the back. It's going to be an immediate swap into this Drapion.
This is a massive counter swap for PvP David. You can shield up the Annihilate when you're ready to guarantee the alignment. That is the most important thing. This team needs the alignment. Toxapex onto Azumarill is a massive, massive piece of motion for PvP David.
But you're going to see an immediate problem, right? Stone Collection, if he no-shields this attack, he's going to be able to win the zero-shield scenario.
Don't worry about the shield. Don't worry about the shields. Protect Annihilate.
Yep, he's going to go for this Aqua Tail immediately here. And of course, this cannot go no-shielded. PvP David content to counter all the way down. And now, it's Gastrodon versus the entire world. The question here is, if Gastrodon can somehow muscle through the Galarian Moltres...
Do you think it can?
With 2 shields, I don't think it's out of the question. As long as you can take down Galarian Moltres, the Toxapex is not in a great position in the back.
I don't know. I think PvP David's in a very dominant position here. Galarian Moltres with such a nice matchup into the ground-type mud-slapping Gastrodon. So let's see this Annihilate go down. Toxapex will come in. Stone Collection immediately pivoting into the Gastrodon as expected. And now the Galarian Moltres can punish. It has 2 shields to get through, though. And let's remember, Ancient Power is resisted.
Yeah, let's see. I think you just go straight for Ancient Power here. No real reason to go for the Braver. That might be the only lose condition if you're PvP David. Body slams.
Even as soon as you start chipping, right? The Toxapex then has an easier matchup.
You only have 1 shield though, so as long as you land an Ancient Power, you should be able to Sucker Punch all the way down. Here we go, Ancient Power number 1 coming down onto this Gastrodon. Does Stone Collection shield? I think there's no other choice here.
You have to, right? Because the Azumarill cannot do anything against Toxapex, so you have to preserve the Gastrodon.
This is still okay though. I think this is 2 Body Slam range. As long as you can exit this matchup with even a sliver of health, you should be able to threaten the Toxapex with an Earth Power.
Galarian Moltres, Sucker Punch coming through, one after another. These are doing big, big damage. Another Ancient Power being thrown just before Stone Collection reaches that next Body Slam.
You might want to no-shield this, and okay, I thought that would...
You have to protect the Gastrodon, you have to.
Because it would, it's very...
You have an Ice Beam on the Azumarill, remember, so maybe you're looking to get a Body Slam. If you were to take the shield, then you would snipe, right? But look, Gastrodon is so low that Toxapex can clean up here.
Yeah, Toxapex is going to Poison Jab all the way down. Azumarill, it can try its best in the back, but what are you going to do up against the big, bulky Toxapex?
I like this. Just take down the Gastrodon because you know that even Mud Slaps are doing a lot of damage. PvP David, he is so back.
We are so back here in the Grand Finals reset. PvP David and Stone Collection 6-game win streak. And now he's starting to get in his head. Stone Collection just thinking about what he's going to do in this next game. What are the adjustments he needs to make? I thought PvP David's line of Toxapex, Annihilate, and Moltres, which I called, was pretty accurate. And
yeah,
if I'm able to know that, surely Stone Collection is starting to pick up on it.
I don't know. I don't think many people know what's going on in your head, Eric, but Stone Collection definitely needs to readjust, try and get into the head of his opponent, PvP David. That was a massive alignment-based game for David. He recognized that, protected the Annihilate, because the way that he could have lost is letting that Drapion win the zeros.
Drapion always wins the zeros against Annihilate when you no-shield the Rage Fist, but there was no chance that PvP David was ever going to let that happen. Drapion may be better in the lead, honestly, at this point. It's probably the most unexpected thing from Stone Collection's side. If you're him, you want to try to catch off guard like a Azumarill lead with a Moltres in the back and maybe Annihilate in the middle, right? Because if he swaps in Annihilate, then you're simply going to throw a Crunch and then dip into something like the Azumarill to tank that energy. Yeah. So many options for Stone Collection if you just lead that Drapion. He's used it as a swap.
So you like the Drapion lead? That's what you would do if you were Stone Collection?
Right now, I would lead Drapion. He hasn't done it any of these games, and it looks good into a lot of these matchups as long as it's not Annihilate. PvP David is recognizing that Annihilate's not been good in the lead. It's been better in the back. Yeah. So both players are recognizing these different things, but from my perspective, I think Drapion in the lead is amazing right now.
I don't dislike that idea. PvP David might need to try different variation of teams because he needs to get Stone Collection to stop predicting, try and get the leads. Let's have a look. We have Annihilate into Clodsire. This is a great lead for PvP David. We've seen Stone Collection in the past. Just stay in and try and soft lose. Let's see if PvP David recognizes that.
If he soft loses this matchup, he's happy to clean up with the Gastrodon or even the Feraligatr. I believe his Feraligatr doesn't have Crunch, so it should have some play up against the Toxapex.
Yeah, but Azumarill doesn't have a huge amount of answers once this Clodsire goes down. So PvP David could play this similarly to how he played it in those winners finals. Soft losing the zeros, farming down with the Azumarill and trying to sweep the game that way.
He doesn't want to bring the Feraligatr after this, though, probably, because you're going to take too much counter damage. Of course, this charge attack priority, not going to knock out the Clodsire. I like just throwing it immediately. Before he's tried to throw close combat, now he recognizes that that close combat was never going to be enough. So this Sludge Rob landing, I think you even go for an immediate pivot to Feraligatr. It might be in 6 Shadow Claw range.
If you do, I would expect PvP David to instantly answer with the Toxapex, but that could be key because if the Toxapex is aligned against the Gastrodon, you're in trouble.
Wait, he could catch up to the Toxapex, but that wouldn't be a very good play.
No.
Gastrodon in the
you
back.
full counter down, get your shield back with a close combat later, right?
Yeah,
that makes
sense.
more sense.
I think here you can just come straight in with the Gastrodon. You don't want to get farmed down. Oh, Feraligatr, I like that too. Can you just no-shield this? Do you just say...
I mean, it's going to do a ton of damage.
You just say we put this on the Gastrodon. Okay.
Now what do? Do you come in with Toxapex? If David comes in with Toxapex, he does come in with Toxapex. That's pretty massive, but let's remember, Stone Collection has Crunch, like you said, so that will give him a little bit more play than it otherwise would have.
And here, it's still not done yet because that Gastrodon is so good in the back against the Azumarill. It usually wins the even shield scenario. If he can somehow farm down this Toxapex here, he could be in a great spot. The Sludge Wave, if it gets shielded, could make things uncomfortable.
I like this. You basically say goodbye for Alligator because it didn't shield. Stone Collection putting everything onto that Gastrodon.
Okay, Gastrodon comes in here because the timers aren't up. I think Stone Collection recognizes that is brilliant, knowing he can get a huge energy advantage here.
Get a Brine off, then go into Azumarill, right?
Okay, Brine comes. Does he throw the Body Slam though first? No. He's just going to farm all the way down. You can go into Azumarill.
You need to straight pivot into Azumarill. You have to.
Yes, but he's already so ahead on energy. Does that?
Can't. The switch.
No, he's going to get farmed down completely. Another Mud Slap goes down. Why does he let it go down?
Because now he has Annihilate potentially as a switch option, right? As a catch option.
Ooh.
So I don't dislike that.
You go straight for the Earth Power. If a debuff comes here, it could basically seal the deal.
No-shield this.
You have to no-shield this Earth Power. Before, he's tried to bait. He did get away with it. This time, gonna go straight for that Earth Tower.
Hold on a minute. You're in range of one Ice Beam, basically. So this could be critical. If you get this shield correct, David, then you could potentially take this game. If you allow this Earth Power to land, you're in trouble. You do correctly get that shield. That is massive for PvP David.
No debuff on the side of PvP David, but of course, this Ice Beam is enough to knock out that Gastrodon. He just needs to get to another Ice Beam. Stone Collection, of course, still has the option to make that catch, but on PvP David's side, he has that option as well.
Catch could be a lose condition for both players here.
Is this Earth Power going to be enough? A catch? No!
He went early! He went early!
He have the Earth Power. No! It's going to be enough! Oh, this is a great idea. This is a great idea.
Earth Power. You win CMP.
Yeah.
You win Charge Trap Priority.
This is a lovely idea from Stone Collection here, using the Earth Power, just making sure that it's going to knock out. I don't think it was not going to knock out before, but again, recognizing that there's no way to lose here. Earth Power knocks out the Azumarill with those Poison Stings, and Stone Collection is playing so clean in that game.
Do you know what I think you need to do there?
Not catch on the Annihilate.
I think with the Azumarill, you stay in versus the Gastrodon.
Makes sense.
When it reaches the Earth Power, because the Gastrodon knows that it will win CMP, they expect you to try and catch.
Sure.
So don't try and catch. Stay in with the Azumarill.
It's so hard because these players are aware of these tactics. They're aware they need to wait turns to make sure that this doesn't happen. But PvP David, what he did there, trying to catch a little early, that just was never going to be the play because he wasn't even at the Earth Power.
I think that if Stone Collection were even at the Earth Power, what he would have done...
One more.
No, I think he would have gone into the Clodsire.
Okay.
Because if he throws the Earth Power, then you risk a catch. So he would have tried to counter catch.
We're seeing familiar leads in our game number 3 here for Alligator into Annihilate. What does the backline look like, though? It's going to be pretty alignment dependent. However, we've seen Toxapex be a huge problem for that Azumarill. So the Stone Collection know that may be a possibility and he needs to get shields down quick.
Okay, last time PvP David caught one of the Hydro Cannons from Alligator onto his Azumarill.
And if that lures out the Drapion.
Yeah, but if he does that this time, he risks not luring out the Drapion and not getting the alignment he needs. If he stays in, full counters the way through, he will get alignment and he could win this game that way.
What do you think Stone Collection expects then? Look, he's going all the way to the end. If this takes out, yeah, I think PvP David recognized that he may need the alignment here. I think Stone Collection will probably just come in with the Azumarill. Happy to, yeah, not instant pivoting, obviously, but needing to get the Shadow Claw damage here, using the shield advantage with the Drapion to try to close out this game.
I love this from PvP David. He basically matches that Azumarill. He invites Stone Collection to stay in a little bit, but then also to potentially come in with that Drapion, because let's remember, a close combat does a lot more to a Drapion than it does to an Azumarill. So Stone Collection needs to preserve a shield for the close combat unless he comes in with Drapion into this Azumarill.
He's aware of that, and knowing him, he will just stay in through this entire matchup, play it out, have that slight advantage, and when that Toxapex comes in, I think when the Toxapex comes in, you just need to bring in your Drapion. You try to get out the Annihilate, you Poison Sting all the way down, and then you try to win just having the energy advantage on the Drapion.
How do your zero shield scenario look, Toxapex versus Drapion, if there's no defense drop?
I think Toxapex should win. With the counter damage from the Annihilate, they should be able to just do 2 Bryans, but it depends, of course, on the health product of his Drapion. It could have a very high health.
You try and catch an attack, if you're PvP David, you now try and catch one onto the Toxapex from this Azumarill.
Oh, that feels so weird. I think it's better to try to make a combo play with that Annihilate, if anything. Play Rough's gonna come through here, and now...
do you hold on?
No, there's no way you hold on.
You don't think so?
Yeah, no, Play Rough should be enough to knock out
close.
this Azumarill here.
Close.
It'll be really close. Oh,
he does hold on
by
Look
just
at that!
a little.
He gets the Play Rough off against the Drapion. That is massive!
This is, I don't think he can win anymore because this is...
David or Stone?
Stone can't win anymore because he shouldn't have taken that Play Rough.
Oh, this is interesting.
Okay, he can maybe Poison Sting down, but there's going to be 2 Rage Fists launched. I think that's it. Toxapex
Hold. Let's see, because Drapion does a ton of damage as well. If you can Poison Sting this down.
No, you can't.
The Rage Fist is reached. This is massive. It's going to take out the Shadow Drapion.
Rage Fist boosted onto the Shadow Drapion. Is it enough? It is enough. And now Toxapex needs to just simply play clean up here.
Here it comes.
Toxapex onto the Azumarill. This is the best day ever for PvP David. At the same time, I think he did not need to use that Drapion to eat the Play Rough. If he just stayed in with the Azumarill, was he not clean there?
I think it's one of those things. Do you know what? I do this in Go Battle League all the time. I think, oh, actually, I can quickly come in and snipe and get a little bit of an energy advantage, and then they just throw a charge attack, and I'm like, well, I didn't really want to take that. And I think that's what happened there, so I completely sympathize and understand it.
While that may have been a play based on another read of something else in the back, let's say it was a Moltres in the back, that could be a little different, right?
I mean, you were pretty confident that that Play Rough would take out that Azumarill. And the fact that David had a high enough rank Azumarill to hold on and get a Play Rough off, that was pretty huge.
He understood the assignment essentially and knew his win condition was getting a couple counters off on that Annihilate, resisting those Poison Stings, dealing those Rage Fists, and going to a game number 4 against Stone Collection. It's going to be Clock Siren to Toxapex. What a funny lead again.
Here we go. Let's have a look at those backlines. Look at that. Whoever wins this lead matchup could get the alignment that could take them to victory in this game 4. Let's see how these players play it out. Let's remember, PvP David last time allowed his Toxapex to go down.
This could be a huge problem if he lets that happen again. But of course, he thinks that with the energy advantage, the Annihilate should be able to sweep through this team. I think even if you use that Annihilate to counter down the Toxapex, the Gastrodon doesn't have much of a chance.
This is going to be really, really close. Annihilate has a ton of play into the backline. Can you protect shields for Annihilate, or are you going to fully invest in this Toxapex here? Let's remember, Toxapex wins the zero shield scenario against Clodsire. Stone Collection, I think, is happy to soft lose this, right?
If he soft loses this, what does he come in with? Gastrodon? Because that energy's not going to go very far. Oh my goodness, he goes straight to the Gastrodon.
Here comes the Moltres. Stone Collection smiles. This is looking really good for David.
I think David is getting closer to the regional championship here. Body slams onto this Galarian Moltres is not going to do a lot of damage, but Moltres has to be very careful. They have to farm up a lot and then go for the Ancient Power. If you go for a Brave Bird, that could be very risky.
You don't need to go for the Brave Bird, like Eric says. Just go for the Ancient Power. Start to chip this down. Sucker Punch is coming through. PvP David in the driver's seat in this game, in the Grand Finals reset.
Is he going to keep his hands on the wheel, though? As this body slam comes through, it's just in range for another one. PvP David has to be very meticulous about his counts here. Needs to throw this Ancient Power before this next body slam comes through. Will he do so? 3, and then 4 for the Ancient Power. Perfect charge attack timing and perfect move counts from PvP David. Taking down the Gastrodon. What will Stone Collection do now? The Dugong.
Ready? We're going to see a Pokemon come back in as soon as Stone Collection. PvP David's nodding his head. The Annihilate is about to feast.
Annihilate into this Dugong. So much damage, but at the same time, these Icy Winds aren't nothing. It's still going to be doing something to the Annihilate. He may have to shield this
You
one
may
up.
as well, right? Because it's going to do
What
more
else are you gonna
damage than
shield?
Sludge
Right,
Bomb or Stone Edge from Clodsire.
Shield number 1 being put up by PvP David. It's up to Stone Collection to try to make a catch here. Rage Fist comes down.
I don't think a catch is going to make a difference because you Rage Fist boost through anything.
Yeah, now the Annihilate has reached damage equilibrium again. It has re-boosted itself to neutral. Can he reach this next Icy Wind? Will there be a catch? No, it doesn't look like it. And now,
shield this. You
have to shield this.
Because you can hold onto a Sludge Bomb or a Stone Edge. For anyone at home, should you drop Earthquake on Clodsire?
Absolutely not! Here comes that Icy Wind, and it goes to the surrender and exit. PvP
Yes! PvP David gets his World's Invite. He wins the Stuttgart Regional Championship.
With the Typhlosion on the bench the entire time, Toxapex takes the victory here inside of Stuttgart with the Diggersby. We started the season with Claude, and we ended with...
Are you not entertained? Diggersby Toxapex taking it all. Annihilate is your king. PvP David is your champion.
And he gets that invitation to the World Championships later this August in Anaheim, California. He must be so excited to try to run back an amazing top 8 at Worlds.
This is huge for him, his friends, his family. He has so much support. He has done so immensely well, and I know that the world has been watching. They have been rooting for him, and I could not be more happy.
Calm and collected from start to finish. PvP David simply let out a sigh of relief after he took down the Stone Collection in a 3-1.
I think everyone, you just have to stop, put your hands together and give this player a round of applause, celebrating with his friends, but he's not popping off. He is just so calm, so humble. He can't quite believe it, but I know deep down there is so much emotion. And do you know what? I want to take a moment to shout out PvP David's father, because I know that he has been there the whole journey for PvP David. And this is the first tournament that he hasn't accompanied with him, and I know that he will be at home. Maurizio, I know you are proud. I am hugely proud as well. Your boy did it.
I've had great conversations with him and his father, and I can just tell you, they are absolutely over the moon right now. His dad is probably celebrating even more than he is right now.
I think so. I genuinely, there will be tears at home. That is such an incredible achievement for PvP David. He has played so superbly, and we spoke about going 3 games down in the first set of 5 in the grand finals, and PvP David closing it out there. The adjustment, the recovery, the composure, simply sublime.
It's not about what happened in that first grand finals. It's about what PvP David learned to take home the victory here. He adjusted, he put the Toxapex on the Azumarill, and he took home the regional championship.
Annihilate is back. It had its community day. Rage Fist, such a brilliant attack, and PvP David danced around. He didn't get the alignments he needed in the first reset. He then managed to avoid the Azumarill so much in that next games of 4, and Annihilate has a crown once again.
PvP David in 4, showing that Annihilate is meta once again. It may have been good this entire time, but players have finally started to learn how to use it to its full potential.
That was really, really well done. And genuinely, the amount of resilience it takes after getting swept 3-0 in the first set of 5 to be able to hold everything and say, do you know what? I am not going to let that affect me. I am not going to give up. I am not going to be rattled in the slightest. The adjustments that he made. And do you know how wild it is to have a Toxapex into a Clodsire and regard that as a lead 1? That is crazy.
I wonder how that matchup goes into later shield scenarios, for example. In the 1s, does Clodsire do a little bit better? I think it does, because Toxapex, of course, is a lot slower to those charge attacks and usually does better in the zero shields.
Now, PvP David there did not lose a match up until those first grand finals. Stone Collection, on the other hand, he dropped a little bit earlier, losing to PvP David earlier in this winner's side. And now we look at the loser side of the bracket. Stone Collection had to drop down. And look who he had to face. He was one of Tonon or Inadequance. He then ended up beating Tonon 3-0, beating David 3-0 again. So what a performance from Stone Collection to get this far. His first medal in a long time.
Look at our top 4 here. I mean,
wow.
Gdansk Regional Champion, 2nd at Worlds. We have Stone Collection now, frequent top cutter, 2nd at Stuttgart. And of course, all hail PvP David, who has won this entire stacked Stuttgart Regional Championship.
I am brimming with excitement and joy and pride. Such a brilliant performance from PvP David. Annihilate, and the Toxapex there as well. Toxapex, Diggersby, we didn't see Diggersby, we didn't see Typhlosion, but the Toxapex with that Annihilate together put in so much work. Galarian Moltres as well, just another crown for that Pokemon.
And I have to congratulate you as well. Of course, you were the one who developed this team. How does it feel to see it go through, and how do you think this may affect the meta in Toronto, if at all?
Well, if we think back to the last Stuttgart Regional Championships, that was won by
Galarian Stunfisk and Altaria.
And I built that team as well.
Oh my goodness.
So Stuttgart is pretty good for players running my teams, but not for me. So there we go. PvP David taking it all. Will the team work next season? That's a different question. Typhlosion gets stronger. So maybe people are going to use that a little bit more. Are you going to use Diggersby Toxapex? I'm not so sure. Corsola is coming in. Galarian Corsola is now available. That could become a key threat. How will people adjust to that Pokemon?
Galarian Corsola, of course, is the future, and it is so bulky. We're going to see it probably in 2 weeks, but let's look back at the present. What is our meta right now? We're going to take a look at the standings here for our top 8 trainers, and I see Azumarill all over this screen.
Yeah, so much Azumarill. Only one team there. Martine with the spiciest team in this top 8, not bringing an Azumarill. Tonton has something to argue with his Greninja, Charjabug, Skarmory team there as well, but this is a really nice mix of very familiar names, but also players like Calfia, like Snorrick and Cactus, who have been on the scene but haven't really had the impact on the top 8 as much as they would have liked. Perhaps this is the springboard they need for future events.
A lot of these trainers have made a name for themselves in this regional championships and honestly put themselves at such a better position to qualify for those world championships in Anaheim. While PvP David walked away with the automatic invite, it would be no surprise to see all 8 of these trainers at Worlds later this year.
Yeah, I absolutely expect to see PvP David in Anaheim, California next August for the World Championships of this 2025 season. He is your Stuttgart Regional Champion, and that is going to mean the world to him.
The World Championships, of course, as well, are going to be on the horizon, and I'm sure he's excited about kind of running back what he did last year. Now, he has a lot of months to prepare, and of course, we're going to be seeing probably more of both these trainers as the rest of the season progresses.
Yeah, and do you know what, Eric? I think that this gives you a little bit of the itch. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty confident it does too. I'm sat here thinking, I want to get out and battle. Like, this was fun. This was exciting. The energy we had in those games. This tournament was an incredible to want to watch. I am very jealous.
What a great team that Fareed has built as well for this tournament. I cannot believe Out of Pocket and I ran a Rakuten in Sacramento.
I know. I did say to them, they messaged me and they were like, what do you think of our team? And I was like, a Rakuten's not going to win. I was like, don't run a Rakuten.
Not close.
Yeah, and then when PvP David and Colin, and to be fair, anyone that asked me, I was just like, Annihilate. It could be really good because I felt that a lot of people were disrespecting it, right? Annihilate's a very strong neutral Pokemon, but there are a lot of answers out there for it. For example, Shadow Claw does super effective damage, but only for Alligator in this current meta is really being considered. Martine had that Shadow Drifblim, and I think PvP David is maybe a little bit glad that he didn't have to face a Shadow Drifblim, because that's the kind of Pokemon that makes things very awkward for Annihilate.
It's so interesting to see how Annihilate's playstyle has changed. I think earlier in the months, Annihilate was played not with a lot of shields, honestly. Happy to play out zero shield scenarios, just throwing the heavy hitting Shadow Ball, trying to play out just neutral scenarios with Ice Punch or Night Slash. Not too concerned about using 2 shields all the time, but now Annihilate has shifted into a Pokemon where you always want to give it 2 shields. What do you think about the Shadow, though?
The Shadow Annihilate can put out a ton of pressure. Do you know what I'm praying for? I am praying for a Rocket event. Please, as soon as possible, so that we can all TM frustration off our Pokemon and use those spicy shadows in future events. Now, I made a couple of predictions, okay? I didn't predict Shadow Annihilate, but I did make this prediction here for Typhlosion. We also made predictions as casters of our fantasy picks, and I knew David was bringing the Typhlosion. I knew he'd bring it home.
Look at you, PvP David on that winner's seat. Obviously, we had a lot of these other trainers on this board go to day number 2. We see 3rd place, 4th place, and just day 2s all around. So overall, everybody had a couple of good picks.
Yeah, PvP David taking it all. It was the David show this weekend, but so many of these players performed superbly. Martine coming off the back of that 2nd place at the World Championship, casting so many events, doing so much for the community, and then breezing his way into a medal for his first regional event of the 2025 season. Really superb performance from him as well.
And once you've watched so many games from that casting perspective, understand how all these trainers in this region perform. It just gives him so much more knowledge, so much more experience going into the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And I can honestly say no one was ever doubting him.
Yeah, chat, I want to know, if Eric were playing in this tournament, where do you think he would have come? Let me know in chat. How do you think Nighttime Clasher would have done? He has won a regional here before. He was on a pretty hot streak so far this weekend, and I'm expecting we'll see him back in the circuit very, very soon.
Well, I was really excited to watch back this Twitch chat, watch back the stream, and now I'm a little bit afraid of seeing what's in the comments.
They'll be like, Eric, what are these calls that you are making? You can't just say that's going to knock out. Oh, it didn't.
Yeah, I'm a little bit cautious of going into this Twitch chat in the future. But of course, it's been so much fun to look at all these games.
Amazing tournament. What an amazing tournament. For the neutral, for the viewer at home, if you want to watch some premium Pokemon Go gameplay, this has been such a brilliant event for that.
And if this has inspired you, try one of these teams out. Go to a local tournament. We had that local thing earlier with the QR code. But yeah, get involved in your local tournaments. Try out a challenge, try out a cup, get some championship points for yourself on the board, and get involved with the community. If you don't have any of these Pokemon, someone can probably trade them to you.
Now, let's have a think about what changes we're expecting to come in very, very soon. We know that we have an attack update. That is going to be eligible on Tuesday, but for Play Pokemon, it doesn't become eligible until the following Tuesday. So if you are wondering which Pokemon you want to use, just bear that in mind. With Corsola coming in, right? Corsola does not have a great matchup into Diggersby. So Diggersby and Corsola could both be options for many players. Is this the time for a return of one of my other favorite fighting types? I think.
Here we go.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, snow everywhere.
If you have a Pangoro, maybe this is the time to bring it back. I know that Annihilate put a lot of pressure onto Pangoro, but if Corsola and Diggersby are really popular, what do you think? Yay or nay?
Because Diggersby is coming up, you would really like to have the Pangoro to hit that with a lot of pressure, but that means Annihilate is still going to be used because you need to target the Diggersby. And of course, Rage Fist against the Corsola are still going to be very threatening.
That is true. So maybe definitely one to consider, but we'll find out. Perhaps there's a core that a lot of players will really take advantage of. Eric actually told me about a core that he's thinking of. Do you still think that that is the one to play, or are you keeping it secret for now?
I think we might see a little bit of it in 2 weeks.
Yeah?
But for now, we have the Bogota special event this next weekend and the Perth Regional Championships as well. We're going to be able to see a little bit of a snapshot of the meta, but the true first tournament of the meta is going to be Toronto from December 14th to 15th.
Will you be there?
I think I'm going to be there, and you as well. We're going to both be competing there and having a lot of fun trying out this new meta. Galarian Corsola going to be available already this next weekend, but not all the new changes in this meta game. So it'll be interesting to see kind of our half meta, and then we'll see the full meta later on this season.
But this has been the final event of the Max Out season, and we have our final champion of the Max Out season. Let's head down to the award ceremony so that we can crown all of these brilliant players.
105 trainers have registered for the last tournament in the Max Out season. Everyone thought the meta was solved, but there was so much spice on the big stage this weekend. And now the tournament has concluded and we're going to award the top 4 trainers. In 4th place, World Championships runner-up, Special Event Utrecht champion, and my favorite Pokemon Go caster, Inadequate! Inadequacy, you have been casting a whole lot this season. You've had quite a bit of a break from playing. Did you think you would have it in you to get a medal again?
It's been 3.5 months since I competed. The goal that I set for this tournament may have been a little bit ambitious, which was to get a medal. The game against Stone Collection is going to haunt me for a little bit, but I'm happy to get the bare minimum, which is the 4th place medal, so I'm happy.
4th place medal, the bare minimum, tell that to Scuffle. Thank you so much, Inadequance. Guys, give it up one more time for Inadequance. And now, the trainer who has been an EUIC champion, has top cut every single European tournament of this season. Give it up for Tonon Batters! Congratulations, Tonon. How are you doing this? How are you this consistent at topping these events?
So I love playing spicy picks. I'm used to it, and people are not used to fight them. So I think it's an advantage for me.
I can't believe that people still don't know how to play versus the Charger Bucker and Greninja Core. Thank you so much, Tonon. Congratulations for your 3rd place. Give it up one more time for Tonon Batters. And now, the home country hero, the 2nd place after getting the bracket reset with a 3-0 victory. The master of Dragonair, the player who made people fearful of Shadow Sableye, Stone Collection! Stone, congratulations for your deepest run so far. Did you expect this at all?
No, I didn't at all. Like, the last time I got anything done was a year ago, I think. So it was actually in Liverpool, back before that, Stuttgart. So it's been a while, so I didn't expect much, to be honest.
Well, we are very much happy that you are back on the map, back on the big stage. Give it up one more time for Stone Collection! And last but definitely not least, the player with the spiciest team in the tournament, Shadow Typhlosion and Annihilate, probably the best meta call of the tournament, who got reset in the bracket but won so definitely. Give it up for your Stuttgart Regional Champion, PvP David! David, this bracket reset was very, very hard. What were your thought process when you lost 3-0 against Stone Collection and then had to come back from that?
Yeah, that was very tough in the moment, but I just had to like calm myself down and just think about the future, about the next game by game, and that's it basically.
Game by game is a great philosophy. We know that you are a stone cold player, but how are you feeling in this moment?
To be honest, I'm still speechless about those games. I did not expect that I would get this far at all.
So David, you have had some of the best team reads that I have seen in a while. The mind games that you played versus your opponents were magnificent. What was your MVP Pokemon this weekend?
Yeah, that has to be Annihilate. Annihilate has been so good this tournament. 2-shield Annihilate with Rage Fist. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Again, congratulations. Don't go anywhere, because we still have an outro section for you guys and we have a video to show you impressions of day 2. But before we go over to our outro, give it up one more time for your Stuttgart Regional Champion, PvP David!
did look good.
What an event that was. I am still absolutely speechless about all of those plays. Guys, what were your best plays that you've seen this weekend?
We saw PvP David just sweeping through teams with that Annihilate, landing close combos on things like Azumarill or the Clodsire, for example, when he should be going for a Rage Fist. Really unexpected, and all thanks to Farid's team. What a generous guy. Lent him a team, lent me this tie. I mean, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite thing was just watching Eric behind the scenes mutter to himself as Annihilate going through Pokemon. He's just going bam, 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 getting so excited. But those games are so easy to get excited about. I think everyone at home, especially everyone here, really enjoyed them.
I have to give credit, though, to Stone Collection because he got so far with such an unusual moveset on that Clodsire. I would never think Sludge Bomb Stone Edge would work, but here we are, second place in his home regional. He must be very happy with himself.
I mean, Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge is very strong coverage. However, you're leaving yourself very open to ground types, but that's what 4 water types are for. And eventually, we got to crown a new regional champion. But of course, we've also had other tournaments this season, and we've had other champions so far.
Yeah, we have so many great players already taking gold medals this season. They have got their automatic invites. PvP David is just one more to add to that list, and what a player to do so. Stone Collection in second, and Tonon Batus, not only is he top cutting every event, he's got another medal this season already.
Yes, that's so impressive. Also, want to highlight, what a fabulous pose on Stone Collection there with that phone. I've never seen that before. That is so impressive.
So if you're wondering, when can I participate in those tournaments which are coming up, I have seen this. I have seen the counter-boosted Annihilate go through entire teams. I want to do the same thing. Then you might want to watch out which tournaments are lying ahead of us. Well, Eric, what's next on the chopping block?
We just had a great tournament here inside of Stuttgart, but next week there is Bogota and Perth. Here though, just in Europe, we have Birmingham on the horizon later in January, the London International Championships where I'll be attending as well as you.
Yeah, I'll be there. London International Championships will be massive, and they'll be followed by the latter half of the season, Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht and Bologna, leading up to the final International Championship of the 2025 season in New Orleans.
And just after New Orleans, the last opportunity to get championship points, it all comes down to this. In August 2025, Anaheim, California, the Pokemon World Championships.
This is where Victory Road ends. This is the tournament that you definitely want to be a part of. And if you are not qualified, that you will definitely want to watch that tournament because it has always been a blast so far. So many great trainers, so many great plays. But if you're also on the casual side, if you want to watch other games, we have other shows on Twitch/Pokemon. So there is Holidays Together coming up, fitting the season right now on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we're going to see a recap or a rerun of the 2023 Pokemon NAICVG and other shows as well. So next up in Europe is going to be the Regional Championship in Birmingham. I'm personally going to participate in that one, actually.
Yeah, I'll be there as well. Eric doesn't know if he's going to be there. I'm trying to persuade him, but that's going to be a great regional championships, January 18th to January 19th, 2025. There will be a ton of players there, and this is the first time that we will be in Birmingham. Pokemon Go is going to Birmingham, and I think it's going to be a good one.
I can't wait to become definitely the champion of that tournament. But there's, of course, also more NA tournaments if you're on the other side of the globe. Probably I'm bad at geography. There's going to be Toronto in 2 weeks.
And Eric and I are going to be there as well. Eric, you're very excited.
Everything, huh?
We do like going to lots of events. It's because we don't want to miss each other for too long, right? 2 weeks is probably the limit.
I've said this before, but I've seen Farid at least once every 2 weeks or a month for this entire year, since the start of January, and that's going to be no exception. Can't wait to see what we end up bringing to that tournament.
Are you not scarred yet?
I think it's just too much fun to always have a good laugh with him, have some casts.
It has been so much fun. Like, we clearly had a lot of fun this weekend, but it's, like I've said, it's been very easy to have a lot of fun when you get to see such incredible plays, such incredible players, and I think that we're going to get a lot of that for the rest of this season. I think everyone is getting excited from watching these battles here in Stuttgart this weekend. We all want to be on that podium. You want to be on that podium as well.
And if you're getting excited from watching these events, you can definitely do that on Pokemon.com/broadcast. There you can not only see Pokemon Go, you can also see VG, sometimes Unite, and TCG as well. Isn't that great?
Yes, it is. It's so fun to see how trainers can play Pokemon in various different instances. Don't forget as well that you can follow on socials, so on YouTube /Pokemon, on Twitch, Pokemon Go. You may be tuning into this very now. Make sure you hit that follow button, and don't forget all the other social media channels that we have available.
Yeah, use #PlayPokemon. Let us know if you enjoyed this event, which events you're excited for, who you think is going to do well in future tournaments, and what you think of this meta and the new incoming meta in the Dual Destiny season.
Yes, and when you're watching those events, make sure to tell us that with the #PlayPokemon on all socials. Well, I want to congratulate PvP David again for becoming the Stuttgart Regional Champion of the 2025 season. Congratulations there. And I gotta say, this weekend was an absolute blast. Any last words from you?
I just think well done to everyone here this weekend. So many superb performances. I think we're very proud to have got to watch them.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a joy to work with you all. It's been a joy for all of you watching home to cast this for you. And of course, take nothing away from the champion, PvP David, making history here in Stuttgart.
And of course, I'm so happy to have joined Farid for our 3rd Grand Finals. And maybe in Toronto in 2 weeks, it'll be the 4th.
We'll find out. We'll find out.
We'll see about that. Anyways, to close this off, we have some highlights for you guys to see. And I think with this is a goodbye, auf Wiedersehen.